Born into a legacy of power but haunted by a brutal past, Skylar Jones thinks she's safe behind her three overprotective brothers and her father's alpha status. But one scent of winter and pine changes everything, leading her to Axel, the most lethal alpha in the country. As an old nightmare resurfaces to claim her, Skylar must survive a world of possessive alphas where the only thing more dangerous than her enemies is the mate who refuses to let her go.
Chapter 1. Beep. 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 I woke up to the sound of my alarm clock going off. I looked at it and saw that it was 6:45 a.m. It's a Monday and my first day of school officially starts at 8 o'clock. I should introduce myself. My name is Skylar Jones. I am 17 years old. My pack, the Blue Creek, has just moved here to Montana. My father's name is Greg, and he is the alpha of the pack, and my mother's name is Sophia. I have three overprotective brothers. Carter, who is 19, Austin, who is 18, and Spencer, who is also 18. Austin and Spencer are twins. My mother and I have the same hair color, which is light brown. My entire family has gray eyes, and my brothers inherited my father's jet black hair. Anyway, after I woke up, I started to get ready for my first day of school. I got up and walked over to my bathroom and started to do my hair. Then I got my clothes out that I was gonna wear. I picked out white skinny jeans, my black boots, and my light pink V-neck Victoria's Secret top. After I put my makeup on, I don't wear a lot. I usually wear mascara and eyeshadow. I walked downstairs and was greeted by my three brothers, my mom, and my dad. I sat down and grabbed some cereal. Frosted Flakes, my favorite. Yum! Hey mom, hey dad, hey guys. I said. Hello sweetie, are you ready for your first day of school? My mom replied. I nodded my head, but I was still a little nervous. Oh, honey, you will do fine. My dad said, reassuring me. Yeah, come on sis, you have us, Carter said. I agree with Carter, we will be with you every step of the way, Spencer said. And besides, I want to be there just in case any guy tries to do anything, Austin says, glaring out in space. Thank you guys, but I think I will be fine, I said to all three of them. They just nodded, but I could tell they were going to be protective of their baby sister. As I got into my red Corvette after saying bye to them and telling my brothers I would meet them at school, I got a text from Jordan. She has been my best friend since we were both 3. And Jordan is also the daughter of the beta of my pack. From Jordan. Hey girl. Ready for our first day? From Skylar. Hell yeah. See you at school. And with that, I started my car and was now on my way to my first day of school. Chapter 2. I have finally arrived at my school. I step out of my Corvette and see Jordan walking over to me. Hey, Sky. Jordan says. Hey, Jordan, ready for our first day as juniors? I replied. You bet. We hook our arms and make our way to the double doors. As we are walking, we hear some whistles and notice some of the girls glaring at us. Jordan and I ignore it as we make our way to the office to get our schedules. Hello, my name is Skylar Jones, and this is Jordan Summers. We are here for our schedules. She looked up from typing on her computer and said, Oh, hello, dears. Just let me get your schedules for you. After she walked over to the file cabinet, she came back with 2 schedules. Here are your schedules, and also 2 maps of the school. Thank you, Jordan and I said in unison. After we got our schedules, we compared them to see which classes we have together. As we were looking, my 3 brothers came over to us. Hey, little sis. Oh, you or your schedule. Let's see what classes we have together. Carter says. After comparing, I have the first and second period with Jordan, the third period with the twins, the fourth period with Carter, and lunch with everyone. Which is good, sweet. You have at least one of us in all your classes. Says Spencer. Oh joy, I replied. After we were done talking, we all went to our first class of the day. Skylar, Spencer is so handsome. Jordan says out of nowhere. Are you okay, Jordan? I think you have gone crazy. That's my brother you are talking about, haha. I know, but seriously, come on, he's really attractive. EW gross no. Whatever, I think he looks really good. After we were done talking, we got to our class. English. I hate English, I'm terrible at it. Anyway, when we walked in the door, We heard some more whistles just like we did this morning. Jordan and I sat in the back, and once I sat down, everyone shut up and just stared at me. Jordan? What are they looking at? How should I know Skylar? She replied. And just as I was about to open my mouth and answer her, the door flew right open. I could smell this amazing scent. It smelled like winter and fresh pine. I turned to look at the person standing there, and my mouth dropped. He was stunning. He had jet black hair. He was tall, muscular, tan, with amazing brown eyes, and handsome. He radiated power, and I knew I was right because when he was looking around the room, no one looked him in the eye. Only an alpha has that kind of effect. I couldn't look away. Then I noticed he walked right over to me and stopped right in front of me. When we locked eyes, it felt like no one else was in the room. Then all of a sudden, I hear my wolf. Mate. He's our mate. Faith said. Oh, and by the way, my wolf's name is Faith. Then I saw him smirk, and all I could think of was, oh crap. Chapter 3. Axel's POV. Ugh, I thought to myself. I'm running late for my first hour class because my dad called me about some business. I walk into the school and head to English. As I'm nearing my English classroom, I smell the most amazing scent ever. It smells like strawberries and chocolate. I forget about English and follow the scent. And funny enough, it leads straight to my English class. I swing open the door, and the smell is stronger than ever. I start looking around the classroom and notice an amazingly beautiful girl sitting in my seat in the back of the room. She has light brown hair that goes to her mid-back and gorgeous gray eyes, and in the right lighting, looks almost a dazzling silver. When our eyes locked, my wolf Damien was screaming, "Mate. She's our mate. Go to her now." I started walking towards her, and I realized her breath hitched. I smirked, knowing I could already make her feel this way. "Hello, my name is Axel." "What's your name, kitten?" I asked. "It's Skylar, and don't call me kitten," she replied. "Listen here, kitten." I smirked when I called her kitten again, and she just glared at me. "You don't talk to me like that unless you want trouble," I said, winking at her. "Now, I believe that is my seat that you are sitting in." "Not anymore," she said bluntly. "Fine." I leaned down so my mouth was right next to her ear. Let this count as a fair warning. And I left to sit in front of her. But before I did that, I could see her body freeze. My wolf and I had no problem making our presence known. He started howling in anticipation. After I sat down, I could feel her eyes burning holes in the back of my head. I just kept facing forward with a smirk on my face. Skylar's POV. What did he mean by "let this be a fair warning"? I'm really confused right now. I tried extremely hard to focus on the teacher, but my eyes kept wandering to the back of his perfect head. After he said that to me, I froze. I didn't know what to think. I looked over at Jordan, and she had the same expression that I had, confusion. The bell finally rang, and I grabbed Jordan's hand and ran out of there. I heard a low growl coming from behind me, and I turned around, knowing it was from Axel. I smirked and swayed my hips a little bit as I walked away. It worked because when I looked back at him, he had a game-on look on his face. As I start to think about it, I wonder what I just got myself into. My mate is the big, scary, strong alpha of the Red Moon Pack. Well, I decided I'm not going to be that mate where I fall on my knees for him. I'm gonna be the strong she-wolf who is gonna make him work. So if he says game on, I say bring it. Chapter 4. As Jordan and I made our separate ways to go to our lockers, I felt eyes on me the entire time. As I opened my locker, none other than Kyle, the school player who flirts with everyone, popped out of nowhere. "Hey, beautiful," Kyle says with a wink. "What do you want?" I snapped at him. "Ooh, feisty, just the way I like em." Before I could say anything, he stepped closer, trapping me against my locker. "So, how about you come over to my house after school today?" he says. I just stood there and smirked. Being an alpha's daughter, I easily shoved him off of me. Before I could do anything else, he was pulled away from me firmly. I couldn't see anything because a tall, dark figure stood in front of me in a protective stance. I didn't realize I was spacing out until I heard his deep, low voice. He turned around and said, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" while looking at me for any indication that I was harmed. No, I'm fine, I said while trying to step away. But I couldn't. He had a firm grip around my arm, keeping me close. I didn't mind, but I sure wasn't going to let him know that. He stood close to me, and I started to feel my cheeks turn a little red. What is wrong with me? No guy has ever made me feel this way. He seemed to have noticed, because he stood there looking down at me and smirked. He leaned in close to my ear and whispered, "I let you have a fair warning, Skylar. You do not run away from us." I knew he was referring to him and his wolf. I could see his eyes start to darken in color, and I also saw intensity swirling around in his beautiful eyes. Damn it, Skylar, stop it. Anyway, I'm going to let you know. No other guy can talk, look, or even think about you the way that only I can. You are with me. Got it? I nodded yes. I was suddenly flustered by how protective Axel was being over me right now. He just smirked and said, "Now get to class. I will let your teacher know you were talking to me." He winked and then left. I was left standing at my locker, dumbfounded about what on earth just happened. After my class, the bell rang for lunch. Lunch was pretty normal and went by rather quickly today, except for the fact that my brothers have made good friends with Axel, so they dragged me and Jordan to sit at the same table as Axel. I could feel his eyes on me the entire time. I started to squirm under his gaze and noticed him smirking. Jordan gave me a confused look, and I gave her a "I'll explain later" look, and she just nodded and shrugged it off. The rest of the day went by rather fast, and I also noticed that he has the same classes as me, except for second period. Who, you might ask? Of course it's Axel. As Jordan and I drove home along with my brothers, I noticed an unfamiliar car parked outside our house when we got there. As my brothers, Jordan, and I made our way inside our home, I smelt his scent again, fresh pine and a wintry touch to it. I looked up and saw him smile at me. It was the type of smile that made me go weak at my knees. My brothers and Jordan all looked at mine and Axel's staring session. Realization hit them, and they all mouthed an "oh" now, knowing that we were, in fact, mates. As I finally looked away, I made my way to my bedroom. I was walking to my room and was about to close the door when a foot got caught in the doorway. Being so close to his body, I felt sparks starting to erupt. I didn't have to look up to see who was hovering over me. He opened the door and walked in. He walked towards the middle of my room and stood there, looking at me intensely. I know you feel the sparks, too. You can't deny them. I can try, can't I? You won't be able to for long. By the end of the week, you'll be admitting you like me. You're gonna cave in. He smirked. Yeah? I don't think so. I think it will be the other way around. Do you now? Yeah, pretty much. Okay, fine, let's make a bet. The first one to cave loses. That means when you admit you like me, you will be my girlfriend. I was shocked to hear that, but also excited. His confidence was surprising. But again, I was not going to tell him that. I smiled and corrected him. You mean when you cave, you have to take me and Jordan on a shopping trip. Ugh, fine, but there are rules. 1. No dating anyone else. 2. No going over the edge with this bet. And 3. You will be with me. He said with a wink and left the room to go back downstairs. He suddenly stopped and said without looking at me, "Good luck, you're gonna need it," and walked out my door. Oh, this is gonna be fun, my wolf said. Yeah, right? Do you know how hard this is gonna be for us? I said back. I know, but I got a couple of plans. Sometimes your plans scare me, but I think I'm starting to like this mischievous side of you today. Why, thank you, she said, laughing. Are you ready, Faith? I said with determination. Oh, it's game on. Chapter 5. After Faith and I had a little talk about the plan, I was heading back downstairs to inform Jordan about our little bet and to tell her the plan. As I was making my way downstairs, I saw Jordan walk out of the bathroom. I run up to her and stop her to tell her about the bet and the plan that Faith came up with. Oh, this is exciting. You are so gonna win this bet, Jordan states. Yeah, but I don't know if the plan will work. Of course it will work. After all, I came up with it, my wolf says. I roll my eyes at her and continue listening to Jordan. I mean, come on, Sky, it's gonna work. Male wolves are extremely possessive and protective of their mates. And he's gonna be 10x more protective and possessive because he's an alpha. We just got to get you to flirt with another guy right in front of him, and then tada. He's gonna kiss you and wanna mark you. Then there, you win the bet and we get to go shopping." She screamed while jumping up and down, clapping her hands. I had to admit, she was right. It will frustrate him more. This plan may work after all. We both made our way into the living room and started eating with the others. I could feel Axel's eyes on me the entire time I ate, while he and my parents talked to each other. I looked up at him and smirked. Then I looked over at Jordan, who was eating beside me, and we both started laughing. We got many weird looks from everyone, including Axel. He had no idea what was going to happen at school tomorrow because that's the day that the plan will start into action. I heard my phone going off, so I decided to look at it, and I saw I had a message from Jordan. From Jordan. "Hey, are you ready for this plan to start into action?" From Skylar. "Oh yeah, hopefully this will work." From Jordan. "I'm sure it's gonna work." From Skylar. "I hope so. I gotta get ready, see you at school." And with that, I put my phone down and got ready for school. I went in my closet and picked out my outfit for the day. I got my light blue ripped shorts, a black v-neck, and my silver sandals. With my outfit on, I went to the bathroom to do my usual hair and makeup routine. After I was satisfied with the results, I made my way to the kitchen to get some breakfast. "Hey, baby sis, what the hell are you wearing? Do you think you are going to school like that?" Carter yells. "Yeah? What's wrong with my outfit now?" I replied. "You see, since he is the soon-to-be alpha and my brother, he is extremely protective of me and has to make sure all my outfits are little sis material." "No, I don't think so. You need to march your ass back up those stairs and change. Your shirt is way too low and your shorts are way too short. That's why they are called shorts, and my shirt is supposed to be like that. It's called a v-neck." "Skylar, I agree with Carter. You need to go back upstairs and change. I don't want any guys looking at my baby sister," Spencer says. I was about to speak up when Jordan walked through the door. She always comes over to my place before we head off to school. "Good. Jordan's here. Come on, Jordan. We don't want to be late," I say, dragging her out of there. When we get to our cars, she raises her eyebrow in confusion. It was my outfit and they wanted me to go change. "Oh, I see now, haha. But I have to admit, the outfit will go well with the plan." "I know," I replied while winking. We both laughed and got into my car. She didn't realize she was low on gas this morning, so I told her she could ride with me, then get gas after school. We arrived at the school and parked my car in my usual parking spot. We both got out and headed for the doors of our high school. As I was walking, I looked over and noticed my mate's mouth wide open as he was staring at me. "Hey, babe, you might want to close your mouth so you don't catch any flies," I said while smirking at my win. He snapped out of his gaze and slammed his mouth shut. The crowd started to laugh as his cheeks got a hint of pink that was definitely noticed. He growled, and everyone shut up immediately. He looked back at me and glared while I just continued walking and smiled in victory. Jordan and I walked up to my locker, and, while I was grabbing my books, we went over the plan. "Now, we just need a guy for you to flirt with." And right as Jordan said that, Carl came right over to us. Jordan and I looked at each other for a second before both of us had an evil grin on our faces. "He will do," Jordan mind-linked me. I just nodded, and she left. "Hey, babe. How are you on this fine morning?" Carl asked me. I was about to answer when I looked over and saw my mate talking to my brothers. I had a wonderful idea pop into my head. I coughed really loudly, and as I wanted, Axel's head shot straight up and locked eyes with me. I smiled and turned my attention back to Kyle. I put my hand on his bicep and said, "Oh, I'm wonderful. Thank you for asking." And to top it off, I added a little giggle. I looked up and saw Axel's body stiffen and his jaw clenched. I saw both of his hands go into fists. I didn't want to go too far, so I just smiled at Axel and turned back to Kyle. "Well, bye," I said and ran to my first class. I heard a low, but silent growl come from behind me. I turned around and saw my brothers holding Axel back, while Kyle looked his way and ran off, obviously not wanting to face an angry alpha. "Wow, Kyle is some man," my wolf said sarcastically. I just laughed and went to my first hour. I sat in my usual spot by Jordan and told her about this morning. She was about to open her mouth when the door shot open. I sniffed the air and could tell it was my mate. I turned around, and there stood an angry Axel, along with my brother Spencer. I'd like to know what he is doing here. He isn't in my class. Everyone stared as he went by and sat down in front of me. Spencer came up to me. Dude, you are so gonna get it. Axel is not very happy right now. Oh, and by the way, he told us about the bet you guys have, and we are helping him. He smiled at me. What? That's not fair. You can't help him, I'm your sister. Right as I said that, I heard Axel chuckle. Wow, that sounded heavenly. Wait, snap out of it, Skylar. So, you have Jordan helping you. And Carter, Austin, and I are going to help Axel. So it's kinda like boys versus girls. And the boys will win, he said, smiling. Oh, and hi Jordan, Spencer said while winking right before he walked away and left the room to go to his first hour class. Did you see that? He winked and said hi to me. She said, all jumpy and happy. Oh my gosh, I said while shaking my head. We both turned, laughing, and listened to the teacher for his boring lecture. Axel's POV. I was talking to my friends in the parking lot when I noticed my mate's car pull up. I watched as Skylar and Jordan got out of the car and walked up to the doors that led into the school. I heard some whistles, and I growled, letting them know that she was mine. They all stopped and looked to the ground, saying a bunch of sorries. I looked back up at my stunning mate, and my mouth fell right open. Hey, babe, you might want to close your mouth so you don't catch any flies, she said as she winked at me. I slammed my mouth shut and felt my cheeks getting a little red. People were laughing and I growled, making them immediately stop. I walked into school with her brothers because we all became close when they found out that Skylar was my mate. They told us that Jordan knows about the bet and how she is going to help Skylar win. Haha, I don't think so. Damien chimed in. As they started to talk about how they were going to help me, I heard her cough. My head shot up and saw she was talking to Kyle. Then she put her hand on his bicep and started giggling. Man, she sounds so cute. I told my wolf. I know, but stay focused. My wolf told me. My body immediately stiffened and my jaw clenched. My hands went into fists seeing my beautiful mate touch some other guy while he is making her laugh. That should be us instead of that guy, my wolf yelled. I know, but it's part of her plan. Her brothers told us about that. I see where you are coming from, but I'm not gonna cave in. She will learn her place when she caves. Then we will show her that she belongs to us and no one else. I reassured him. She'd better cave quick. I'm trying to hold back as much as I possibly can. Don't worry, we will get her to cave. As she looked up and noticed how I was about to lunge at Kyle for talking to her, she just smiled at me and looked back at him, said bye, and ran off. I let out a low but sort of silent growl, and he turned to look at me. His face was priceless, and he looked terrified. Her brothers had to hold me back while he ran off. I turned to her brothers and said, okay, I'm going to need some help. They just smiled and nodded. This is gonna be fun. We can get back at her for all the times she's messed with us, Spencer said. We walked our separate ways while Spencer came with me to tell Skylar about what's going on. My plan is so going to work. I thought to myself. She will be ours sooner or later. My wolf said, smirking. Chapter 6. Axel's POV. Throughout the school day, I would wait by Skylar's locker and talk to her. We got to know some more stuff about each other. As we were talking, I would find myself staring into her gorgeous gray eyes and smiling. It was really hard not to just admire her right there. Hey Axel, you okay there? She said, smirking. What? Oh yeah, I'm fine. I replied. That was smooth. Huh, not my wolf said sarcastically. Oh, shut up. I snapped back. I got to go, I said really quickly as I ran off. The day went fast, and after school, Carter asked me if I wanted to go swimming with them at their place. So I said okay, and I drove home to get my swimming trunks, told my dad where I was gonna be, and headed back. I went inside the house to change and came back outside. When I walked back outside to go to the pool, I saw Skylar and Jordan heading inside. I stepped right in front of Skylar when she was looking away. Before she could fall, I caught her and brought her close to my chest. I could hear her brothers laughing and giving me a thumbs up. "Oh, hey, how are you?" I said, looking down at her. "Oh, I'm fine. I gotta go change." She was starting to get nervous. I could use this swimming time to get an advantage in winning this bet. I saw her eyes wander, and she started to blush. "Like what you see?" Her eyes snapped back up to meet mine. "I've seen better," she replied, smiling. I didn't like that comment very much. I held her waist, bringing her closer. I brought my mouth to her ear and said, "Excuse me." I said, "I've seen better. Listen, and listen good. I want to be the only one you look at. You are not allowed to look, talk, or even think about another guy in that way. If you do, we are going to have a problem. Do you hear me?" Her body stiffened, and she nodded. I looked in her eyes, and I saw adoration and love. You could see it in my eyes, too, but I didn't care at the moment. I was too busy trying to get her to admit her feelings. She started to blush and lean forward. She looked so cute when she blushed, and I planned to make her do it a lot more in the future. Her eyes got wide, and she jumped back out of my grip. "That's not fair. You can't do that, Axel." She yelled at me. "Yes, I can. It wasn't in the rules," I said, smiling, walking towards her. Jordan and I have to change." She grabbed Jordan's hand and ran into the house. "Damn it, we almost had her," my wolf yelled. "Don't worry, Austin told me that she and Jordan are going to go swimming too." "Okay," and after that, I blocked out my wolf and jumped in the pool. A few minutes later, Skylar and Jordan emerged from the house. My eyes went wide when I saw Skylar. She looked incredible. With her looking like this, I don't know how much longer I can take it. I was about to go over to her when Spencer got hold of my wrist and pulled me back in the water. I looked at him, and he just continued to look at me. "Dude, you can't cave in so quickly." "I know, but it's really hard." She's teasing me. "It's gonna be okay. We are right here. We will help, don't worry, man," he said, laughing. I just nodded and continued to swim. I was relaxing on one of the rafts, then the next thing I knew, I was underwater. I came back up, and I heard the cutest laugh ever. I look to my left, and I see Skylar laughing. She stops, opens her eyes, and sees me. Her eyes went big, and she tried to swim away. I quickly grabbed her and pulled her into me. She let out a gasp when she bumped into my chest. She looked up at me, and her eyes got bigger. "Was that you who flipped the raft over?" I asked, looking down at her. "No, it was Spencer." "No, it wasn't. It was totally Skylar," Spencer chimed in. I just laughed and looked back at Skylar. She tried to get out of my grip, but I just pulled her closer to me. "Skylar," I said, raising an eyebrow at her. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around me and pulled herself closer. Now it was my time for my eyes to get big. "Skylar, what are you doing?" "Oh, nothing," she replied, still leaning closer. The next thing I know is that she is resting her hands on my chest. I took a breath, and she kept doing it while she had a mischievous grin plastered to her face. I loosened my grip around her waist and closed my eyes, waiting for the moment. But it never came. When I opened my eyes, Skylar wasn't in my arms. I started to look around for her. I stopped when I heard her cute little giggle. "Tease," I muttered. She looked up at me and started laughing again. "Oh, come on," my wolf yelled. I just ignored him, but I was thinking the same thing. I turned around, and I noticed Spencer staring into space. "Spencer? You okay?" I asked him. All of a sudden, Spencer said, "Mate." He jumped out of the pool and ran towards the house. We all looked at each other in confusion, and looked at Spencer as he was running. He stopped running and stood in front of a girl. I would have never guessed the girl. It was Jordan. Spencer and Jordan are mates. We got out of the pool and walked towards them. Jordan's face was bright red, and Spencer was staring at her intensely. Skylar looked at her brothers and me, then looked back at Spencer and Jordan. "Well, I would never have guessed that these two would be mates," she said. Chapter 7. Spencer's POV. I was talking to Axel about how we would help him with this bet when all of a sudden, I got a whiff of the most amazing scent ever. It smells like strawberries. I look up and I see Jordan sniffing the air. I jump out of the pool and run over there and stop right in front of her. Mate, my wolf tells me. Everyone came over to us and stared at us. Well, I would have never guessed these two would be mates. I heard Skylar laugh. Hi, I said to Jordan. Hi. She replies. We stare into each other's eyes until I hear Skylar, oh my gosh. Just kiss her already. Then the next thing I know is, I'm being nudged towards Jordan. Her face is bright red, and she looks so adorable. I lean in and I kiss her. The kiss is amazing. I bring my arms around her waist and pull her in. She responded by wrapping her arms around my neck and pulling me closer. The kiss felt wonderful. Skylar's POV. I said out loud. Spencer broke the kiss and grabbed her hand, bringing her back to the pool. I just stood there watching them. That's the type of relationship I wanted. But being the stubborn girl I am, I had to make a bet with my mate. You need to cave. I want my mate. My wolf yells at me. Shut up, I know. I want him too. I was thinking about going over to him and kissing him. I wanted to be like Jordan and Spencer right now. That's it. I'm caving. As I turn around to find Axel, I'm wrapped in a strong embrace, and the next thing I know, I feel warmth going through my body and feel lips meet mine. I was shocked at first, but I welcomed the kiss. I brought my hands up to his jet black hair, and he let out a hum of approval. We heard someone clear their throat, and we broke apart. Axel let out a sigh of annoyance and looked back at me. What just happened? I asked, confused. I saw Spencer and Jordan kiss, and I wanted that to be us. And I also couldn't take it anymore, I had to kiss you. He said while smiling. I was about to cave too. Actually, I was going to kiss you because I couldn't take it anymore either. But then, before I could, you kissed me. Are you serious? Yeah, I said, laughing. Hey Jordan. Shopping trip. Really? Hell yeah. She replied. Yeah, you won the bet and you get to have a shopping trip. Now just come here. He said, and then he kissed me again. We broke apart and he lifted me. Axel. Put me down right now. Nah, I'm good, he said. Then he jumps into the pool with me still in his arms. We come back to the surface and he stares at me. What? I asked. Nothing. You look beautiful, he states. Really? I asked, blushing. Oh yeah. After that, I leaned in and kissed him. I'm so glad this bet is over now. Yeah, me too. My wolf chimed in. I lean away and look into his amazing eyes. Right now, they were dark with emotion. So, when are we going on that shopping trip? I asked, curious with a hint of amusement. I don't know. Tomorrow, maybe? Axel says. That can work. Anything for you. He says, smiling. I'm not your kitten. Yes, you are. You are with me. I don't like sharing. Yes, Axel. I am yours. With that, we started to kiss again. Man, it feels so good to kiss him. I thought to myself. I could get used to this. Chapter 8. Ever since Axel kissed me, he's been a lot more protective. It can be cute when he gets jealous, but it can be a bit much, actually. We left for our shopping trip with Jordan today around 12, and we arrived at the mall an hour later. Even if a guy walked past me without looking, which a lot of them did not do, he pulled me closer and let out a low growl. It was cute at first, but after a while I'm like, come on. Axel, it's fine. They are just walking to the other parts of the store, I said, laughing. I know, but they're males. They can't help but notice someone as beautiful as you, he replied on edge. You think I'm beautiful? Of course, he said, kissing the top of my head. We made our way throughout the entire mall. Jordan brought Spencer along, so she made him carry her bags, while I made Axel carry mine. Jordan and I were walking to the store when the boys found themselves a bench. Wimps, I whispered to Jordan. What was that? Axel asked, getting up. Damn, stupid werewolf hearing. Nothing, babe, I said, dragging Jordan into the shop. We walked into the store, and of course, Jordan went straight to the clothing racks. We were in there for about 30 minutes when we walked back outside and saw our mates talking to two other girls. Jordan cleared her throat, and Axel and Spencer looked up at us and smiled. Their smiles soon disappeared when they saw the look on our faces. Jordan and I looked at each other, grabbed our bags, and walked away. I know it might seem extreme, but seeing another girl being so friendly with your mate just set something off, and I didn't like it. Jordan and I were walking away and ignoring them, calling our names. I let out a gasp when I felt someone's warm, strong arms wrap around my waist. Jordan was caught too. I was pulled back into a firm chest and felt sparks go through my entire body. My wolf was happy that we were in this position, and so was I, but I wasn't really happy with him yet. "Skylar, please let me talk," Axel pleads. "Who is that? Only I should be that close to you," I snapped. "You know, you look pretty cute when you're jealous," he said, smirking. I blushed and then looked down. "Just tell me who she was." "She was one of my best friends from when I was little. She told me how she found her mate," he said, smiling. "Oh, I gotta go. Come on, Jordan." I looked over to see that Spencer and Jordan walked off to someplace to talk. "Oh no, you don't," he said, keeping his arms around my waist and pulling me back toward him. My body stiffens, and he notices it because he starts to laugh. "You're going to hear it when we get back to the house, just so you know." "Hey guys. Ready to leave?" "Oh, great, you have perfect timing, Spencer." "Yeah. You ready, Skylar?" Axel says. I nod my head and try to get out of his grasp. He laughs and holds onto me. I sigh and give up, knowing I won't be able to get out of it. We arrived back at my house and watched a movie. Of course, the guys, thinking they are being funny, pick out a horror movie. Jordan and I didn't have a say because we were getting drinks and snacks. I brought the snacks while Jordan got the drinks and set them down on my coffee table. I cuddled up next to Axel, and he put his arm around my waist protectively. About halfway through the movie, I let out a scream, and that causes Jordan to scream. Popcorn is everywhere. And when I mean everywhere, I mean everywhere. The boys start laughing at us. "Hey, sweetie, it's okay. It's just a movie," Axel says soothingly in my ear. "I know. But it's just scary," I told him back. "It's okay, I'm right here. No one is going to hurt you." He kisses my head, and we finish the movie. After the movie is done, Spencer and Jordan head to the guest room to hang out. "Come on, Skylar. Let's go to bed," Axel says, picking me up. "You know I can walk, right?" "Yeah, but I like it when you are in my arms." Ugh, I hate it when he makes me blush. We get up to my room and get ready for sleep. When we get settled on the bed, he starts tickling me nonstop. About 10 minutes later, he stops so I can catch my breath. We stay close, and he looks into my eyes with such intensity. "You okay, Axel?" "Yeah. But I was wondering, can I officially mark you as my mate, Skylar?" I was surprised. He is such a gentleman for asking first. "Yes," I said, blushing. He leaned in and pressed his forehead against mine before moving to my neck. He found the spot, and I felt a rush of emotion. He gently bit down on the mark at my shoulder, claiming me as his. I felt a surge of connection and warmth. He pulled back and smiled at the bond we now shared. "There, now everyone knows that you are mine and mine only," he said softly. I just blushed and smiled. He smiled and kissed my forehead. "I love you, Skylar." I turned to look at him and said, "I love you too, Axel. Good night." That was the last thing I heard before I fell asleep in my mate's arms. Chapter 9. Axel's POV. I woke up and started to stretch. I put my arm back over Skylar's waist to pull her closer, only to find that her side of the bed is empty. I shot out of bed, and I was panicking. I looked in our bathroom and closet and couldn't find her anywhere. "Skylar, where are you?" I mind-linked her. "Dude, relax. I'm down here cooking breakfast for all of us." She replied, laughing. "Is she cooking for us?" That's when the smell of food hit me. I walked down the stairs to see everyone. The guys are sitting down while the girls are cooking. I sat down next to Carter, and I spotted two other girls I did not know. "Hey, Carter, who are those two girls? I haven't seen them around before." I asked him. "Oh, the one by the fridge is my mate, Taylor. And the one by the stove is Austin's mate, Katie." He replied with a smile. Cool. Thanks. The girls came back with the food and set it on the kitchen island. Oh, you're awake, Skylar said, laughing. Didn't mean to make you freak out. Sticking her tongue out at me. I'd be careful with that attitude, kitten. Or else. I mind-linked her, smirking. Her eyes got big, and she focused back on the food instantly. Skylar spoke up. Oh, and Axel. This is Taylor and Katie. Carter and Taylor are mates, and Austin and Katie are mates. It's nice to meet you guys, I said, sticking my hand out, and we shook hands. You too. Both of them smiled. Since it's Sunday, we all thought we could go ice skating at the mall. After eating our food, we decided to get ready, then leave to go ice skate. I made Skylar sit on my lap because I love having her in my arms. It felt so right. We were putting our dishes away when two figures came through the front door. Looking at them, I could tell that they were Skylar's parents. Carter and the twins look a lot like their father, while Skylar looks like her mother. Hey Mom, hey Dad, Skylar said, running up to them to hug them. Hello, dear. Her mom replied. Hey, baby girl. Her dad said. I'm not a baby, you know. You will always be my baby. He replied, smiling and kissing the top of her head. Actually, she's ours, my wolf said. I mentally rolled my eyes at him. Skylar. Who is this? He asked, pointing to me. Hello, sir. My name is Axel, Alpha of the Red Moon Pack. And your daughter is my mate. I said proudly. Pleased to meet you, son. My name is Greg, and I am the Alpha of the Blue Creek Pack. Well, not for long. Anyway, this is my mate Sophia. Nice to meet you, I said, shaking her hand. Wait, what do you mean, Dad? Carter stood up, walking over to us. Well, I decided that I need to step down and let you become Alpha of this great pack. Are you serious? You mean it? Of course, Carter. You have shown me that you can become a wonderful leader. So, surprise. Greg said, laughing. This is wonderful. Skylar and Taylor are going to become Lunas. And Carter is going to be the Alpha. Her mother said, squealing with joy. We all laughed at her comment. Dad, all of us are going to go ice skating, Skylar said. Okay, you kids have fun. We are going to set up for the ceremony. It's going to be tomorrow at 5:30. Okay, bye, love you guys. And we set off to the mall. Skylar's POV. We just arrived at the mall, and we got our skates and put them on. We, girls, got out here first, and the guys are walking slowly out to the rink. Surprise, surprise. You babies coming? Taylor said mockingly. Yeah. We are coming. Jeez. Carter replied. We just laughed at them, and then continued to skate. Since the mall is big, it has 3 levels. The skating rink is on the first level, so if you look up, you can see the other 2 levels. I felt someone watching me, so I looked up. Oh crap. I saw a blonde-haired boy with a smirk watching me as I was skating. Hey, babe, what are you looking at? I jump when Axel comes up behind me. I look up and notice he isn't there anymore. Skylar, are you okay? Yeah. I'm fine, come on, let's continue to skate. I said while grabbing his hand. Are you sure? Don't lie to me. Yeah, I'm fine. Don't lie to me, kitten. I said I'm fine, okay? I snapped. He looked at me with a shocked expression. Axel, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to snap. It's okay, sweetheart. Just tell me what scared you. Not here. I will tell you when we get home. Okay. I love you, babe, he said, kissing the top of my head. Love you too. And we continued to skate. I don't get how he found me. I haven't seen him for 5 years. And all of a sudden, he just randomly shows up. What is going on? Chapter 10. We finally arrived home from the rink. I was mostly quiet during the car ride because I was thinking really hard. I was debating whether I should tell Axel or not. I mean, I want to tell him because he's my mate, but I don't want him getting mixed up in my problem. I was thinking so hard that I didn't realize we arrived back at my house. You coming, Skylar? Austin asked. Huh? Oh yeah. I'm coming, I said while running past them and heading to my room. I sat on my bed and tried to forget about him. My phone buzzed, and that snapped me out of my thoughts. From unknown. You looked really nice today, skating with that guy. Is he your mate or something? From Skylar. Yes, he is my mate. What's it to you? And how did you find me? From Unknown. He won't be for long. I'm the one you should be with. We talked about this when we were younger, Sky. And I have also been watching you for a while. From Skylar. We were kids then. It was like 5 years ago. Let it go. And stay away from me, my mate, my friends, and my family, Tyler. From Unknown. I don't want your friends and family. I want Axel out of the way so we can finally be together. Then you can be with me in my pack. From Skylar. You leave him alone. He didn't do anything. And why would I leave my pack when I'm already happy here? Leave me alone and everyone else. From Unknown. If you want him to stay safe, tell him to stay out of my way. I'm coming for you no matter what. Whether you like it or not. So, until then, princess. No, he can't hurt Axel. I'd better explain who Tyler is. He was my boyfriend years ago. We dated for a year, and he was the future alpha of his dad's pack. Back then, I thought I liked him, but as we got older, he became very controlling. He told me that when he became alpha, he wanted me to be his Luna. I agreed back then because I was young and didn't think much of it. However, when I told my friend Jordan that I didn't want that future with him because he was becoming too aggressive, he overheard us. He was enraged. He became verbally and physically abusive, trying to force me to stay with him. He would threaten me whenever I tried to disagree with him. I never told anyone because I was scared of what he might do. I finally cut ties with him the day my pack moved, and I haven't seen him since. And now, 5 years later, he found me. Skylar, babe? Are you in here? Axel said, knocking on my door. I got up and opened the door, then went to sit back down on my bed. Once I saw him, I broke down. He came sprinting over to me and lifted me so he could set me on his lap. He just held me with his arms around me and let me cry into his chest. His grip tightened, and he kissed the top of my head. I love you. I will always love you forever. Please tell me what's wrong, he cooed into my ear. I stopped crying and took a deep breath. I told him the whole story. After I told him the story and said to him that that was who I saw at the mall, he was fuming. He was so protective and angry at Tyler. He held me tighter when I started crying again. Please be honest with me. Did he talk to you? I looked up and nodded. I could feel Axel's body stiffen. How did he talk to you? He said through gritted teeth. He texted me. But I don't know how he got my number. Let me see the messages. His face was serious now. I grabbed my phone and showed him. Who does he think he is, threatening you and making you cry? He said. Axel, just calm down. We can work. No. How can I calm down when you are scared? He can't do that to you. He started to get up, but I jumped in front of him and wrapped my arms around his neck, kissing him deeply to calm him down. He responded quickly, holding my waist and pulling me close. We pulled apart, catching our breath. Axel, let's not worry about this right now. I want to forget it. Okay, kitten. Fair enough. Ugh, kitten? Really? I said, laughing. Yep, he said, smiling. I just rolled my eyes and kissed him again. We leaned back onto the bed, completely focused on each other. He looked at me with so much love, his eyes glowing with his wolf's intensity. Axel, I'm ready. I love you and I always will, I said, looking up at him. He smiled at me and kissed me again. That night, we officially completed our bond as mates, and the connection I felt with him was more powerful and amazing than anything I could have ever imagined. Chapter 11. I woke up and stretched. I looked down and saw a tan, muscular arm securely wrapped around my waist. Every time I moved, his grip would tighten. Since I couldn't move, I just stared at the ceiling. Memories of last night flooded my mind, and I started blushing. I jumped when I heard Axel speak to me. Hey, gorgeous. He leaned in and kissed me. It went from gentle and sweet to passionate. He pulled me closer, and I rested my hands on his chest. He shivered under my touch, and I smirked while pulling away. Oh, stop it, he said while sitting up and laughing. I just laughed and sat up too. We all decided that we would skip school today and help with the setup for the ceremony later. My dad said that Axel's pack was invited too, so I was excited, but also nervous to meet his parents. I looked down and realized I wasn't dressed, so I squeaked and pulled the covers over my entire body. I heard a chuckle coming from next to me, and I playfully nudged him. We both got up and got dressed for the day. We made our way downstairs to see that breakfast was being served. Axel picked me up and set me down on his lap. We were next to Jordan and Spencer, and I noticed she looked just as flustered as I felt. After breakfast, I grabbed Jordan's hand and told Taylor and Katie to come upstairs too. I had a plan to mess with the guys. "Where are you guys going?" Carter asked, obviously confused. "Going upstairs to hang out." "Girls only," I replied while winking at the girls. They know my face when I have a plan, so they all just laughed and played along. All of us ran up the stairs before the guys could ask any more questions. When we got to my room, I got a piece of paper and wrote, "Let's mess with the guys. Follow my lead, get ready for some protective mates, winky face," and showed it to them. They all giggled and nodded. "So, Taylor, how was your old boyfriend?" I heard some good things, I asked her, knowing the guys were listening at the door. "Oh, good. Tommy was great. He was so nice and gentle." A loud growl cut her off from the hallway. She ignored it and continued. "How about you, Sky?" "Oh, wow." I laughed. "Seth was pretty nice. He always knew how to make me smile." "How about you guys?" I asked Katie and Jordan. Well, they both started, but they were cut off by loud growls as my bedroom door flew open. "What the hell, guys? This was girl time." I yelled at them. "We know. But then we heard you girls talking about other guys like that instead of your mates." Axel yelled back. We girls looked at each other and smiled. Nothing is more intense than seeing your mate get possessive and overprotective. "Yeah, this is not okay. You are mine and mine only, Taylor," Carter said while picking Taylor up and carrying her out of the room. "Katie, let's go." "No," Austin said, doing the same. "Jordan, you are in so much trouble," Spencer said, picking Jordan up and walking out with her in his arms. Axel closed my door, and the only people left were my protective mate and me. "Oh boy," my wolf said to me. Axel's POV. "Something's going on." "I know Skylar's plan face," Austin said. "Yeah, something's up." "I want to know what it is," Spencer said with determination. We all nodded and went upstairs to Skylar's room. We got up there and heard them talking about past boyfriends. We were not happy, but we stood there and listened for a moment. "So, Taylor, how was your old boyfriend?" I heard some good things, I heard Skylar ask. "Oh, good. Tommy was great. He was so nice and gentle." She was cut off when Carter growled next to me. I couldn't blame him. "How about you, Sky?" "Oh, wow." I heard her laugh. I was getting very frustrated. "Seth was pretty nice. He always knew how to make me smile." I heard her ask Katie and Jordan. "Well," they both started to say, but we cut them off as Austin threw the door open. "What the hell, guys? This was girl time." Skylar yelled at us. "We know. But then we heard you girls talking about other guys and not your mates." I yelled back. "Yeah, this is so not okay. You are mine and mine only," Carter said, picking up Taylor and walking out. "Katie, let's go," Austin said, following suit. "Jordan, you're in trouble," Spencer said, picking her up and leaving. I turned around and shut the door. It was only Skylar and me left. "Oh, would you look at the time? It's getting late," Skylar said, trying to reach for the door. I stood in front of her and picked her up, walking over to her bed. "Where do you think you're going?" I asked, smirking at her. I have to go to the bathroom," she replied, stuttering. "Yeah, I don't think so. I need to remind you who you belong to. Because you definitely don't belong to anyone else. You're mine." And that day, I made sure she knew exactly who she belonged to and who cared for her the most. Chapter 12. I woke up from my nap and decided to take a shower. I tried getting up, but I couldn't move. I looked over and saw Axel sleeping peacefully. Too bad I had to ruin it to take a shower. Hee. I thought of a plan. I didn't know if it would work, but it was worth a shot. I sat up the best I could and let out a loud shout. Axel's eyes shot open, and he quickly stood in front of me, scanning the room for any danger. "Babe, are you okay?" he asked, still looking around. "Yeah, I'm fine." "I needed to take a shower, and you wouldn't get up," I said, laughing. "So you yelled and almost gave me a heart attack so that you could take a shower?" "Yeah, pretty much," I said, giving him a quick kiss and hopping in the shower. After my shower, I got my clothes, hair, and makeup ready for the ceremony. I looked at the clock and saw it was 5 o'clock. My dad told me that after Carter was announced as Alpha, he would announce mine and Spencer's mates tonight as well. I grabbed Axel's hand so we could go downstairs and eat before we had to go. We finished eating and met everyone outside. A couple of minutes later, the last guests arrived at our pack house and we started the ceremony. We all cheered when Carter officially became Alpha. My dad also introduced mine and Spencer's mates right afterwards. Both of the packs cheered for all of us. Now it's time to meet my mate's parents. We were walking off the stage when a couple came up to us. They looked like they were in their early 40s. I could tell they were Axel's parents because he looked so much like his father. "Hello, son. So this must be the famous Skylar you told me about," his father said, smiling at me. "She is beautiful." "I didn't know she was this pretty," his mom said, hugging me. I was extremely nervous that they wouldn't accept me, but I didn't have to worry about that anymore. My father and mother came over and we all started talking. His parents are really funny and kind. Axel's mother, Sarah, was telling us a story about Axel when he was younger, and his face was bright red. "Mom, stop it. You're embarrassing me," Axel said, whining. I started to laugh, but was cut short when I saw someone staring at me from a distance. My body tensed up, and Axel looked down at me with worry. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine." I looked up and saw the person smirking. He turned around and walked back into the forest. I decided to mind-link Carter. "Hey, do you have patrols out?" "Yeah, why?" he answered back, sounding worried. "Have them do a sweep of the southwest forest." "Okay. Is something wrong?" "Yeah. Everything is fine." "Sky, something is obviously wrong if you're asking me to have them look. Please ask them." "I will tell you later, not here." "Okay. Promise me you will tell me." "Promise," I said back to him. I was snapped out of my thoughts when Axel's voice came into my head. "Skylar." "Yeah, sorry. I was talking to Carter." Everyone looked at me with concern, but I just shrugged it off. "About what?" "Nothing." I mentally slapped myself. I answered way too quickly. "You were telling me when we get back inside. Do I have a choice?" "No," he said with a serious face. I sighed and nodded. About 2 hours later, the last people finally left. Everyone headed inside, even Axel's parents. My parents were very welcoming. "Okay, Skylar. Tell us." "Now," my dad said. "You told him." I yelled at Carter. "I had to. I know you, Skylar. You don't just randomly ask for a sweep through the forest unless there's something actually there," he yelled back. I sighed and started to feel overwhelmed. Axel came to my side and held me in his arms. I looked up at them after a couple of minutes, and they all looked worried. I finally broke the silence and told them who I saw. "I saw Tyler," I said. My brothers and Axel looked furious. I could see why Axel would be, but I realized my brothers were just as protective. Chapter 13. "What do you mean you saw Tyler?" Axel asked, being really upset. "When we were all talking, I saw him staring at me. Then he just turned around and left," I said back to him. "Okay, you need to be protected. I would feel better if you came back and lived with me." "I would love." "No, she is my sister. She can be protected here," Carter said. "I understand, Alpha Carter. But she is my mate. I need to get back to my pack, and now it's also hers, too." "I would feel better if I could be near her at all times," Axel said back, being completely serious. "Carter, I will be fine. It's okay, I promise to mind-link you guys every day," I reassured him. "How about every hour?" "Carter, I'm sorry. It's just, you're my sister. I will always want to look out for you," he said to me. "Fine, but if she's not with you, then I want at least 5 guards with her at all times," he said to both Axel and me. "Don't worry. I will protect her with my life, and so will the pack. We will leave tomorrow around noon so that everyone can say goodbye. Sounds good to me, my mother said. Everyone agreed, and we all went to bed. I woke up and remembered that today was the day. I'm leaving and officially living with Axel. I thought he would always stay here with me because he never once brought up moving in with him. I got up and headed downstairs. It only took about 10 minutes to get out of Axel's firm grip, haha. But when I got downstairs, I saw the girls cooking breakfast. Hello, everyone, I said. Hello, they all replied in unison. Ready for the big day? My mother asked me. Yeah. I'm nervous, I guess. Oh, don't be. You will be fine, Taylor said. I just shrugged and got drinks out. After I put the milk back, the guys made their way downstairs, and let me tell you, they looked exhausted. We just laughed at them, and they took their seats at the kitchen island. While eating, I noticed that my dad and my brothers weren't really talkative and weren't really hungry, which is odd for them. Hey, are you guys okay? I asked them, sounding concerned. Yeah, it's just my girl is growing up, my dad said while getting teary-eyed. And who am I going to pull pranks on? Austin asked. And we will barely see you, Carter and Spencer said. Guys, I'm gonna start crying. But I will see you all at school, I said, getting up and giving them all hugs. After breakfast, I finished packing my things and made my way to the SUVs that Axel had some guys bring down. I would be in one car with several other men, including Axel. Luna, may I take your bags? Oh, and I am Stefan, he said, smiling. Yes, and thank you, Stefan. I smiled back while he took my bags to one of the black cars. I heard crying, so I turned around. I saw Jordan and my mother crying while holding each other. I ran up to both of them and started crying myself. Guys, stop. I will be fine, and I will mind link you every day, I reassured them. I gave everyone one last look and a hug. Then I said goodbye and hopped into the black SUV with Axel. So today, I start my new life here in the Red Moon territory. Chapter 14. Skylar's POV. It's been a week since I moved in with Axel. Everyone is so welcoming to me. It's unbelievable. The strongest pack in the United States is actually very kind. It's wild. Axel, however, is being the incredibly protective and possessive mate that my brother Carter expected him to be. I went to the mall the other day with Elise, who is Mark's sister. Mark is Axel's beta. Axel told Elise and me that we could go, but only if we took 5 of his warriors with us. After some negotiating, he finally agreed to let us take 2 each. When we got to the mall, everyone showed us immense respect. Eventually, Elise and I realized we were at the mall within our own territory, not the human mall we actually wanted to visit. We also noticed Axel had sent even more warriors to keep an eye on us. One was even on the phone giving Axel updates. I told Elise about my best friend Jordan, and she suggested we all go to the mall tomorrow. She also wanted to meet Taylor and Katie. It sounded like a great idea, and we were both determined to make it to the mall in the human city this time. I called the other girls, and they were all in. I don't think that's a very good idea, Luna, Stefan, one of the warriors, said. And why not? Elise and I asked together. I highly doubt Alpha Axel will let you go to the human city. And Elise, you know Mark won't let you go either. I can talk Axel into it, I insisted. Yeah, and I can handle Mark, Elise chimed in. He's going to say no. Girls, the other warrior, Tim, added. Ugh. Guys, we are going. And that's final, I said. Elise and I crossed our arms and stood our ground. Stefan just smirked and looked at Tim. Realizing they were about to try to catch us, Elise and I bolted. We split up, laughing as we ran. When we catch you, you're in so much trouble, Stefan joked through the mind link. If you catch us, Elise shot back. Another warrior, Caleb, joined the link. Luna, if we catch you, you owe us ice cream. If you win, we buy it for you. Deal? You're on, Caleb, I replied. I also met Caleb's mate, Amber, through the link. She seemed wonderful and immediately joined our side. Girl power. Amber, Elise, and I hid in the back of a clothing store where we knew the guys would be too embarrassed to look. We spent an hour getting to know each other and laughing. Eventually, Stefan admitted defeat through the mind link. Girls, we give up. You win. Meet us out front. I can't believe we lost. We walked out, bursting with laughter at the guys' stunned faces. After getting our victory ice cream, we headed home. The second I walked in, Mr. Overprotective Axel ran up to check on me. Axel, I am fine, I said. I had to kiss him to get him to stop worrying. He growled softly and held me close. Axel, I am fine, I repeated, looking him in the eye. He finally sighed and nodded. Later that evening, the guys made us dinner, hamburgers and fries. It was actually delicious. I asked Axel if my brothers and their mates could come over, and Elise invited Mark. Everyone arrived, and the house was full of laughter. Jordan gave me a huge hug, and Axel jokingly complained about being knocked over in the process. Axel's POV. Everyone was gathered, watching movies and hanging out. Skylar was cuddling into me, and she fit perfectly in my arms. I couldn't have wished for a better mate. She was so cute, though I have to admit, I'm a little intimidated by the thought of ever seeing her truly angry. As the movie ended, Skylar looked at me with those puppy dog eyes. Yes, kitten, I asked. I was wondering, can the girls and I go to the mall tomorrow? You can. But weren't you just there today? She looked at the other girls and then back to me with hopeful eyes. No, I mean, we want to go to the mall in the human city. Wait, what? Oh, absolutely not. Chapter 15. Axel's POV. What did she ask me? Oh, absolutely not. My mate is not going out there. Come again. I said, my voice sounding a bit harsh. Can we go to the mall in the city? She asked, almost in a whisper. I could tell she was worried about my reaction. No, I said firmly, and I turned to walk out. Hold on, guys. I will be right back, I heard her tell the others. She followed me. Axel, please just listen to me. We really want to go to the mall in the city. And besides, you said you were only sending 2 guards, not like 10. I know you sent warriors to the mall today. I caught a couple of them watching us, and you were even on the phone with one of them. Why can't you trust me? She shouted. Oh boy. I was caught. I'm only doing this to protect her. Why can't she see that? I'm only trying to look out for you. You're the Luna, and most importantly, you're my mate. I'm not going to let you go somewhere without me or without guards. I love you, and I'm trying to keep you safe. Do you have any idea how I would feel if something happened to you? I snapped back. Her eyes started to water. Damn it. Way to make our mate cry, my wolf scolded me. I looked back at my beautiful mate, and she started to tear up. Before she could turn away, I pulled her into a hug. I love you, Skylar. I'm only doing this to protect you, okay? I'm really sorry for snapping. I didn't mean to, I was just worried. I love you too, Axel. And it's okay, I probably shouldn't have yelled either. I looked down at her and pulled her closer, kissing her to show I meant it. I pulled away and looked her in the eye. How about I make you a deal? What's that? She asked, looking hopeful. You can go to the city with all of the girls, but only on one condition. All of us guys go with you, and I still have warriors stationed there as well. But, ugh, fine, she said, finally smiling. I picked her up, and she let out a cute little squeak. I carried her back into the room where everyone was watching us with curiosity. Hey girls, we can go to the city, she yelled. Everyone started cheering. I cleared my throat and gave her a meaningful look. Oh, right. We can only go if all the guys come along, and Axel still has his warriors scattered throughout the mall just in case. They are professionals, not little warriors. I defended. Whatever you say, honey. She stuck her tongue out at me and kissed my cheek. Tomorrow is going to be a long day. Chapter 16. Skylar's POV. I woke up this morning and let out a happy shout. I remembered that today was the day we got to go shopping in the city. I was so excited that I jumped out of bed. Axel shot up instantly and stood over me in a protective stance. I tried getting up, but he kept me close while he scanned the room for danger. Axel. He looked down at me and picked me up slowly. I am fine. I'm just excited that we get to go shopping in the city, I said, cheering in his arms. He just laughed and put me back on our bed. Axel. What are you doing? Going back to sleep, he replied, lying down and pulling me with him. No, I need to get ready. I tried getting up, but he just tightened his grip. I kept trying to escape until he finally rolled over and just stayed there. Axel, get off of me. Sorry, I'm resting, he stated. Ugh. Since I couldn't get up, I decided on a plan. I started to be very affectionate, trailing my fingers along his back. His body stiffened at my touch, and I smirked. I leaned in as if to kiss him, and when he moved closer, I quickly jumped up and headed to the shower. Tease. I'll get you back for that, he yelled. Poor baby. I'm so scared, I shot back, laughing. 10 minutes later, I hopped out of the shower. I realized I forgot my clothes in the closet. My wolf, Faith, started teasing me about using the moment to my advantage. I walked out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around me. Axel was sitting on the bed on his phone. He looked up and then quickly looked away, his body tensing. I smirked and added a little sway to my walk, knowing he was watching. I went to the closet and started picking out my outfit, intentionally taking my time. A low growl came from behind me, and I smiled to myself. Skylar. I turned around and smiled. Yes, Axel. Is something wrong? I asked innocently, biting my bottom lip. Don't do that. Do what? I smirked. I knew that biting my lip drove him crazy. In a flash, he was standing right in front of me. You know what? He said in a low, husky voice. I just smiled and tilted my head. He picked me up and placed me on the bed, hovering over me. I told you I'd get you back, he said. I looked up at him, and he caught my thoughts. I didn't know you thought my voice was that attractive, babe. I blushed. Oh. He just laughed and leaned in to kiss me. We spent some quality time together, enjoying each other's company, before finally getting ready to head out to the mall. Chapter 17. Skylar's POV. After our time together, I had to take another shower, and Axel decided to join me. Axel and I eventually got ready and headed downstairs. Spencer mind-linked me to say they were on their way and would be crossing the border soon. Because we are all so close, Axel and Carter decided that we could cross each other's borders freely. About half an hour later, there was a knock on the door. Axel answered it, only to be pushed aside as an excited Jordan ran up to me. I am so sorry about her, Spencer said, laughing. Are you ready for our shopping trip? I cheered. All the girls were shouting and jumping with excitement for several minutes. We finally calmed down to see the guys giving us amused looks. Come on, ladies, let's go, I said, and we walked past the boys. I whispered to the girls, when I say see ya, we dash for the car. They won't let us go alone if we don't move fast. 3, 2, 1, see ya, boys. I yelled, and we bolted. Taylor jumped into the driver's seat just as the boys came running out. Girls get one car, guys get another. Taylor called out, smiling. No, mates stay together. Carter said, his voice firm. Not today. Taylor hit the gas. We could hear the boys grumbling as they scrambled into their own car with the guards. We had a total blast on the way to the mall, singing and dancing in our seats. Carter even mind-linked me to ask what the commotion was, and we all shouted, dance party, before blocking him out. An hour later, we arrived at the mall and hurried inside. The guys caught up shortly after, looking a bit winded. You need to be more careful, Axel said, but I just smiled as he wrapped a protective arm around my waist. Suddenly, Ryan, one of the twins, stopped in his tracks, staring at Elise. He whispered, mate, and walked up to her, pulling her into a hug. I cheered. Elise blushed, and Ryan leaned in for a sweet kiss. About time, Elise, I joked. She gave me a playful look, and we continued, Ryan keeping his arm around her the whole time. All the girls headed into a clothing store while the guys settled on the benches. While I was browsing, I noticed a guy walking past very slowly, staring at me. He sat a few seats away from our guys and just kept watching me. I started to feel uncomfortable. Skylar, you okay? Jordan asked, her voice full of concern. That guy keeps staring at me, I whispered, nodding toward him. She looked over, and he quickly turned his head. Jordan, why does he look familiar? I don't know, Sky. But I feel like I know him too. Should we tell Axel? No, I whispered. He'll go into total protective mode and won't let me come here again. We decided to tell the other girls to help us keep an eye out. I started to get really nervous because he seemed to be at every store we visited. Finally, while we were looking at shirts, I saw him glance at me again. "What is your problem?" I called out to him. He just smirked and walked out. "Luna, are you all right?" a woman nearby asked. It was Stacy, Stefan's mom. She was very warm and welcoming, but I asked her to keep what happened to herself. She agreed, though she looked a bit hesitant. After 6 hours of shopping, the guys were hungry. We went to the food court, and the guys went to order. "Skylar, that guy is back." "Look," Elise whispered. I turned and saw him sitting at a table, smiling at us. I went a walk over, but he pointed toward the guys returning with the food. I sat back down and glared. I couldn't place where I knew his black hair and green eyes from. Later, the guys wanted to check out a specific store. "Oh my gosh, the guys are leaving us for a minute," I joked. "Don't worry, I have guards everywhere," Axel said with a smirk before kissing me and heading off with the boys. Suddenly, I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned around and froze. It was the mystery guy. "What do you want?" I demanded. "You don't remember me?" he asked, laughing. He stepped aside to reveal a man I had been running from for 5 years. "Tyler." "Hi, babe. It's nice to talk to you again," Tyler said with a smirk. "Thank you, Cody, for following them." "Cody, Jordan's cousin." Jordan stepped in front of me, looking beyond furious. "Go away. Now," she yelled. "I'll leave once I get what is mine," Tyler said, looking at me. The other girls, knowing the story, stood their ground. "Leave now," Taylor demanded. "I think I'll take what belongs to me," Tyler said mockingly. Axel's POV. I was looking at shirts when I felt a wave of fear from Skylar. Suddenly, Stacy mind-linked me. She told me a guy had been following the girls all day and that Skylar had been too scared to say to me. I told the guys we had to move fast. We ran toward the shops and found the girls by a storefront. "Get your hand off of her," I heard Jordan yell. She punched a guy in the jaw just as we arrived. When Skylar saw me, she looked incredibly relieved. I put her behind my back immediately. "So, you must be Alpha Axel," the blonde man said. "Tyler," I said, my voice full of venom. "Actually, it's Alpha Tyler. Get off my land." "No," I demanded. "I'm not leaving without my mate, Skylar," he claimed. "She is my mate. You can't have her." He tried to reach for Skylar, but she clung to me. No one makes her this scared. I grabbed his hand and firmly stopped him, the force of my grip making him cry out. "Take them away," I commanded my guards. They grabbed Tyler and his friend Cody. "Skylar, who is the other guy?" I asked. "That was my cousin, Cody," Jordan said, looking ashamed. "We are leaving." "No." I held Skylar close and walked to the car. During the drive, I received a mind link. The guys had managed to escape the guards near the vehicles. I told them to find them immediately, but to keep it from the girls for now. I can't let Skylar get hurt. She's my world, and I'm not losing her. Chapter 18. Axel's POV. The car ride was silent. We arrived at our house, and once I parked the car, I immediately went to Skylar's door and picked her up. Everyone else headed back to their own territories, leaving only me, Skylar, Ryan, and Elise. I was very upset with her. First, she didn't tell me that someone was following her the entire day. Second, she didn't call for help when Tyler approached her. I carried her into the house and put her down in the living room, closing the door after Ryan walked in with Elise. I pulled Skylar close to me. "Stefan." I mind-linked him. "I need you at the house now." About 5 minutes later, Stefan arrived. "Stefan, whenever Ryan or I leave, I want a dozen guards surrounding this house. Make sure Skylar does not leave." "Same with Elise, please," Ryan added. I nodded. "Wait, what?" Skylar and Elise yelled together. "You're under house arrest, Skylar," I said firmly. "You too, Elise," Ryan added. Skylar's POV. "You're under house arrest, Skylar," Axel said in a serious tone. "What? Why? What did I do?" I yelled at him. "Stefan and Ryan, can you give us a moment?" Axel asked. Stefan nodded and went back outside. I need to talk to Elise too. Come on, Ryan said, picking her up and heading upstairs. Axel turned back to me. Skylar, for one, you didn't tell me you were being followed by the very people trying to take you from me. And two, you didn't call for help when Tyler approached you. That's why you were staying here. How did you find out? Stacy told me. Please don't be upset with her. She was worried because you were terrified. 3 of my guards confirmed it, too. He was getting really angry, his eyes darkening with intensity. Okay, I get that you're upset, but house arrest? Yes, for 2 months. What? No, that's not fair, Axel. I don't care. I have to protect you, whether you like it or not. But I don't want to hear it, he snapped. Now I was getting angry too. Fine. Have fun sleeping on the couch tonight then. I snapped back, tears starting to sting my eyes. Skylar. I didn't mean. Just leave me alone. I ran up the stairs. I heard him following me, but I slammed the bedroom door and locked it before he could reach it. I grabbed some of his things. A shirt, a pillow, and a blanket. Skylar, open this door, he yelled. I unlocked it just long enough to toss his things at him and slam it again. I lay on the bed for hours, unable to sleep. I realized I couldn't sleep without my mate next to me. Eventually, I gave up and walked downstairs. Axel was lying on the couch, staring at the ceiling. Axel. His eyes snapped to mine. Yes. Are you all right? Yeah, I'm fine. Are you? I guess so. I felt frustrated and turned to head back up. Before I could close the door to my room, he pushed it open. I took a step back as he closed the door behind him. Sky. Go away, Axel. I don't want to talk. I tried to walk past him, but he wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me against his chest. I tried to pull away, but he held me firmly. Let me go. He let out a frustrated sound and picked me up, leaning in to kiss me deeply. The kiss was intense, filled with both frustration and deep affection. He carried me to the bed and lay down with me. Skylar, please don't be mad. I hate fighting with you. I can't even sleep without you in my arms. I'm sorry, but this is about your safety. I'm only doing this to protect you, he said breathlessly. Okay, I'm sorry too. I couldn't sleep either, I admitted. But this doesn't mean I've completely forgiven you yet. I pecked his lips. I can live with that, he said, pulling me closer and nuzzling against my neck. But wait. Why are you so worried if you have Cody and Tyler locked up? I asked. He tightened his hold on me. Well, they managed to get away. What? It's okay, kitten. I have patrols everywhere. That's why I need you to stay here until I find them. But you said 2 months. I know. But I want this handled before you're out of my sight. But Axel. Babe, can we please just sleep? I want to hold you. It's been a long day. He started tracing patterns on my back. I sighed and wiggled closer to him, finally falling asleep in his arms. Chapter 19. I woke up and stretched. I looked to my right and saw my mate sleeping peacefully. Too bad I needed to ruin that. I let out a loud shout right next to him. His eyes shot open, and he jumped so hard he actually fell off the bed. Within seconds, Ryan and Elise came barging through the door. What happened? Ryan sounded completely panicked. Oh, nothing. I just needed to take a shower, I smiled innocently. So you yelled and scared the life out of me just for that. Axel snapped, climbing back up. Well, you had a firm grip on me, and I couldn't move your arm. He just smiled and flexed. Ugh, he can't keep doing that to me. You could have just nudged me, you know, he muttered. I know. It wouldn't have been as much fun. Okay then. Well, Elise and I are going back to bed, Ryan said. Good luck, Skylar. Try to work on Axel, and I will work on Ryan, Elise said, winking at me. No, Axel and Ryan said in unison. After they left, I grabbed my clothes and tried to make it to the bathroom. I say tried because Axel stepped right in front of me before I could reach the door. Where do you think you're going? To the shower, I said. Don't use that tone with me, he said teasingly, amusement dancing in his eyes. Fine, I can play this game too. I can if I want, I said with a smirk and a wink before turning around. He caught me and pulled me back against him. Oh, really, kitten? He whispered. Yes, really. And, besides, don't you have a meeting to get to? I said, smiling. He looked at the clock and groaned in frustration. Skylar, 1, Axel, 0. Fine, but this isn't over, he said with a smirk. He gave me a quick kiss before leaving the house with Ryan. After my shower, I went downstairs. It had been nearly 2 hours, and I had tried to sneak out multiple times. Every single time, the guards caught me either right before I reached the door or the second I stepped outside. They had to call Axel every time, and he'd come back, make sure I was safe, and then head back to his duties. I was sick of it. Elise came downstairs looking just as frustrated as I felt. I hate this, Sky. I want to get out of here. I know. I've tried, but they always catch me. Stupid overprotective mates, she muttered. I agree. I'm done with this. I'm sneaking out, and that's final. Are you with me? Oh, definitely. Let's do it. Just then, Stefan walked in for his check-in. Everything is perfectly fine, Stefan, I said with my most innocent smile. He looked suspicious, but eventually walked back out. Okay, Elise, here's the plan, I whispered. There are guards at every window and door, but there's one room on the 3rd floor with a tree right next to the window. We're going to climb out, get on the roof, and just sit there to get some fresh air and tan. I love it. Let's go change. We ran upstairs, put on our bikinis, grabbed towels and sunscreen, and packed them into bags so they wouldn't fall. We made it to the 3rd floor, and I opened the window silently. I mind-blinked Stefan. Hey, Elise and I are going to take a nap. Okay, I'll tell the guards, he replied. That was almost too easy. We stepped out onto the tree and made it to the roof. We spent 2 hours laughing and enjoying the sun. It was perfect girl time until we heard the cars pull up. Shit. Elise. The guys are home. We scrambled toward the tree, but before we could reach the window, someone cleared their throat. We looked down to see a guard with 3 others staring right at us. We quietly made our way back inside, only to freeze the moment we stepped into the room. Hello, girls, Axel said. He was beyond furious. Hi, we both whispered. One of my guards saw you on the roof, Axel said, cutting me off. Everyone is dismissed. Elise, let's go, Ryan said, taking her hand. Axel grabbed mine and led me to our room. Skylar, I told you to stay in the house, he yelled, though I could see the worry in his eyes. I know, but we needed fresh air. We were just on the roof. You went against my orders. You could have been hurt. I was still in the house. It's your fault for putting me under house arrest. My fault. You went against the Alpha's word. Don't tempt me, Skylar, he said, getting close. Too late. I'm standing right here. I snapped back. I was tired of being treated like a child. He grabbed my hips and pressed me against the wall. What are you going to do? Punish me? I challenged him. I knew I was being stubborn, but I was frustrated. Axel growled, his eyes turning dark with intensity. He pinned my hands above my head. If you wish, he whispered. He leaned in and kissed my neck, and the sensation was overwhelming. I decided to turn the tables, spinning us around so he was against the wall. I pulled his shirt off and returned the gesture, showing him that I could be just as bold. He looked at me with a mix of amusement and passion. Okay, that's it. I'm in control here. He picked me up and carried me to the bed. If it's a lesson you want, it's a lesson you'll get, he whispered. He moved with a mix of demand and deep affection, his focus entirely on me. I love you, Skylar, he said, looking into my eyes. I love you too, Axel. The rest of the evening was pure connection and bliss, letting the day's frustration melt away. Chapter 20. Skylar's POV. Dream. I was walking through the forest when I came across a small clearing. I looked down and saw that I was wearing a white, flowy dress. It was absolutely gorgeous. I kept walking around the clearing, wondering what might appear. I heard the sound of twigs and dead leaves crunching behind me. I paused and waited. A blonde-haired man stepped out into the clearing. I looked more closely and realized who it was. He is my greatest fear. So we meet again, Skylar, Tyler said with a chilling smile. I took a step back and ran into a tree. Now I was cornered. He came up to me and trapped me against the tree. He started to lean down and I panicked. I shot up and screamed at the top of my lungs. My head was spinning and I was sweating. Stefan knocked down my door and scanned the area, his posture protective. He moved in front of me to ensure there was no danger before turning to face me. "Skylar, are you okay?" "You screamed," Stefan asked, clearly concerned. I was shaking, absolutely terrified. The dream seemed so real, as if it were actually happening. I haven't had a nightmare about him for 2 years. It might be because he found me recently, but I wasn't sure. "What?" "Oh yeah. I'm fine. Thanks for checking, Stefan," I said. "Luna, are you sure?" "You're shaking." "Yes. I'm fine." I could tell he wasn't buying it. I decided to take a cool shower to clear my head. "Okay. Just let me know if you need anything," he said before walking out. I hopped in the shower, and so many questions went through my mind. Why was it so real? Why was he in my nightmare? What did he want? Why was I wearing that dress? I couldn't think straight. I needed to tell Elise. I got out of the shower and mind-linked her. "Hey Elise, could you please come to my room when you get the chance?" "Yeah. Sure thing, Sky. Are you okay?" "I don't know." "Okay. I'm on my way. Thank you so much." "No problem. You're like a sister to me." I sat on my bed until I heard a knock. "It's open," I called out. "Hey, what happened?" Elise asked as she walked toward me. For the next 5 minutes, I told her about the dream and how I hadn't seen him in my sleep for years. "So you don't know where you were?" she asked once I was done. "No. I've never been there in my entire life. Or if I was, I don't remember it." "This is strange. What about the dress?" "I don't know. It looked like a mix between a wedding dress and a formal gown." "Could it be a message?" Elise wondered. "Maybe. But what is it trying to tell me?" "It could be telling you that you might encounter Tyler somewhere. Maybe at that clearing." "That makes sense. But what about the ending?" "He trapped me against the tree and leaned down." "Was he going to try to claim me?" "But you're already mated." "He can't do that," Elise reminded me. "I know, but anything can happen in a dream." This is so confusing. "Do you think we should ask Axel?" "No, Elise. We can't let Axel know. He'd be even more overprotective than he already is." "We could talk to the other girls?" "They're good at keeping secrets." "Yeah, you're right. They always know what to say," I said, feeling a bit better. "I'll give them a call later." "Sounds good. Come on, let's go get some breakfast. I'm going to call the girls after we eat. I hope someone knows something that can help me make sense of this." Chapter 21. Skylar's POV. Elise and I finished our breakfast, and I ran up to my room to grab my phone. I was walking down the stairs when I called Jordan. "Hello?" Jordan asked. "Hey, it's me," I said. "Oh, hey, Sky. How are you?" Still under house arrest." "You too?" "Even Taylor and Katie are staying in." "Me as well." "Oh, wow. Yeah. It's frustrating." "I know the feeling." She laughed. "Did you need something?" "Yeah, I had a very strange dream last night, and Elise, and I can't figure it out. Gather all the girls and put me on speaker. I'll find Elise and do the same." "Okay." I made my way downstairs and put the phone on speaker. I placed it on the kitchen counter and called Elise over. "Hey, girl," Taylor said. "So what's this about a dream you had last night?" I explained the dream and shared the conversation Elise and I had afterwards. That's strange. "Do you think he was going to try to talk to you or something?" Katie asked. "That's the thing. I don't know," I replied. "It must have meant something. What else could he have done?" That's what I thought. But as Skylar said, it was a dream, so that anything could have happened. "He could have been trying to claim her or something just as intense," Elise added. "Elise is right. In a dream, the rules are different," Taylor stated. She had a point. But what I don't get. I paused, thinking deeply. Is the dress. What does the dress have to do with it? And the clearing? I felt like I'd never been there before, but it felt familiar in a way I couldn't place. Think hard, Sky. Maybe if you focus, you'll remember the clearing. "The dress is still a mystery, though," Elise said to me. I decided it was worth a shot to try to remember. I concentrated as hard as I could. I thought about the types of trees, how the sun hit the grass, and the shape of the clouds. I pictured every detail. Then, it finally hit me. Guys, I know that clearing. I yelled. Where is it? They all asked at once. That was the clearing where I first met Tyler, I replied quietly. Chapter 22. That's the clearing where I first met Tyler, I said, feeling a wave of fear. Okay. What does this mean? Elise asked. I don't know, but we need to get together. And fast, Taylor said over the phone. I agree, Jordan and Katie added. Crap, the guys are back for lunch. Elise and I have to go. We can't let Axel know just yet. And don't tell the guys, please, I whispered. We promise, Skylar, Jordan said. Thank you. Bye, love you all. I hung up and shoved the phone into my pocket just as the guys stepped inside. Axel looked at me with confusion, and I let out a nervous laugh. Who are you talking to, Skylar? Axel asked. Just my parents, I said, feeling a bit guilty. They were checking in. He nodded but looked cautious. I don't know how to tell him, I mind-linked Elise. I have a bad feeling about that dream. Don't worry. When the time is right, we will tell him, she reassured me. Maybe we can go to the mall nearby, I suggested to her. It's worth a shot. Hey Axel, I said. Can Elise and I go? No, he and Ryan said instantly. Can I at least finish? I asked, smiling when they nodded. Can we please go to the mall? Not the one in the city, but the one closer to home. You can send as many guards as you want. Fine, Axel finally agreed. But only if guards are stationed throughout the mall. Thank you. I cheered, giving him a quick kiss. An hour later, we arrived at the mall with a group of guards. Elise and I spent hours visiting different stores, and the guards were soon laden with shopping bags. Luna, can we please eat now? Tim asked. We headed to the food court for pizza. While the guys were ordering, I turned to Elise to discuss the dream again. I have this bad feeling that something is going to happen, I said. I was interrupted by a tap on my shoulder. I turned around and froze. Standing there was Tyler, smirking. I'm looking for my mate. Her name is Skylar, he said mockingly. Cody was right there with him, along with another guy. Stefan, get down here now. I yelled through the mind link. Luna, what's wrong? Tyler is here. Elise and I looked at each other and nodded. H. We both screamed at the top of our lungs to get the attention of the guards. Axel. They're at the mall. I'm on my way. Axel sounded furious. Tyler growled and grabbed me, throwing me over his shoulder. I kicked him hard and bit his ear until he dropped me. Once I hit the ground, Elise charged at him. Cody went for Elise, but I grabbed his arm and flipped him onto his back. The third guy tackled me, but I managed to kick him back with enough force to send him crashing into a wall, knocking him out. I turned to Cody and punched him with everything I had. I heard a crack and he went down unconscious. I looked at my hand. It was badly bruised and swollen. Tyler ran toward me, but I sidestepped him and checked on Elise, who had been knocked down. Suddenly, guards surrounded us. Stefan and the others went after Tyler while Cody and the mystery guy were taken away. Tim picked me up and I hissed in pain. I saw someone carrying Elise and ran to her. Elise, this is all my fault. I cried. Axel arrived and pulled me into his arms. Skylar, what happened? Tyler and the others. They attacked us, I sobbed. Axel turned to the guards, his voice full of anger. I thought I told you to protect her. Axel, stop. It's not their fault, I said. He looked at my bloody hand. Why is your hand like this? I knocked Cody and the other guy out, I said quietly. You knocked them out? Axel asked, a hint of pride in his voice despite his worry. He stepped closer and I winced. What's wrong? My hand and back just hurt a lot. A guard ran up, out of breath. Alpha, Tyler got away again. We were outnumbered in the forest. I started to cry. This is all my fault. Everyone is getting hurt because of me. Maybe I should just give myself up. Axel's growl silenced me. He pulled me against his chest. You're mine. It is not your fault, and I am not letting him get you. He kissed my forehead gently. Come on. Let's get you to the doctor. Chapter 23. We just arrived at the pack doctor, and everyone was silent during the ride. The air was tense. I opened my door and tried to stand up. "Don't move," I heard Axel growl. I sighed but stayed right where I was. Axel picked me up and carried me inside while Ryan did the same with Elise. She was still unconscious, and I felt terrible. We walked through the doors, and the doctor was there waiting for us. "Hello, Luna. My name is Dr. Belt. I have one slight problem. We only have one room ready. It will be about 10 minutes before another one is open." "Take Sky," Axel started. I cut him off with a look. He seemed confused and a bit frustrated. "Take Elise in there now," I said sternly. The doctor looked at me hesitantly but told Ryan to follow him. "No, Skylar, you need to get your back and hand checked out." Axel tried to reason with me, but I wasn't having it. "Elise is going first, and that's final," I said, my voice showing exactly how serious I was. "Skylar, do not order me around. You need medical attention." "Axel, I don't care right now. Elise was hurt because of me, so she is going in first. I'm not in the mood to argue." "Skylar, you are going in." "No," I snapped. He looked at me in shock. "I'm sorry, Axel, but no. Elise is going in there, and that's final. I'm not in a good mood, so don't push me." Axel actually looked a bit stunned by my intensity. I looked around, and everyone was clearly on edge. Everyone knows I only get that sharp when I'm beyond my limit. Axel gulped and turned to the doctor. "Take Elise in," he said, his voice actually sounding a bit shaky. I was relieved and leaned into Axel's warm chest. He brought us over to the waiting area and sat me on his lap. I put my head in my hands, and my breathing hitched as tears started to fall. "Babe, it's okay," Axel whispered soothingly, rubbing my back until the doctor returned. "Alpha? Luna? We are ready for you," Dr. Belt said. Axel stood up, keeping me in his arms as we made our way to the room. "Well, the results are in," the doctor said. "A part of your middle back is fractured from the impact, and your hand is broken. You certainly put a lot of force into that punch. What am I going to do with you?" Axel said, half laughing, half worried. The doctor continued, "You'll need to wear this back brace for about 2 months. And you'll have a brace for your hand as well. You can only take the back brace off for showers. For your hand, I'll give you a specialized rubber bag to keep it dry while you wash." He demonstrated how to use a vacuum nozzle to create a seal and an air pump to remove it. "Also, limited walking would be best, Luna. Even with your healing, you'll be in pain, and moving too much will slow the process." We thanked him and walked out to the waiting area. "How's Elise?" I asked. Ryan sighed, running a hand through his messy hair. "She has a concussion and a broken rib. The doctor says she can go home tomorrow. I'm just glad she's okay. What about you?" "Fractured back and a broken hand," I said with a tired smile. "One good thing came out of this," Axel said, smirking. "How is any of this good?" I asked. "I get to carry you everywhere," he said, kissing my nose. "Doc said less walking, so you're staying in my arms." "I can still walk," I rolled my eyes. "No, you can't, kitten." He turned to Ryan. "Are you coming home or staying here?" "I'm staying with Elise," Ryan replied immediately. Ryan is actually blushing. "How cute," I teased. "Axel, help," Ryan pleaded. Axel just laughed and playfully covered my mouth with his hand as we headed out. When we arrived home, Axel carried me straight to bed. He was so focused on my recovery that he wouldn't let me do a single thing for myself. It was sweet, and the best part was that he insisted on taking over all the chores and cooking since I was incapacitated. "Ready for bed now, Skylar?" Axel asked as he tucked me in. "I don't really have a choice, do I?" I teased. "Whatever," he laughed, pulling me closer. "Ow!" I suddenly yelled. He froze, pure panic on his face. "Oh my gosh, kitten, I'm so sorry. What happened? Do we need the doctor?" "Let's go." "I'm kidding." "Gotcha." I started laughing so hard I could barely breathe. It was so cute how much he cared. Yeah, very funny," Axel said, though he was smiling now. I snuggled into his chest, and he wrapped his arms around me protectively. "Good night, Axel. I love you." "Good night, baby. Sweet dreams." "I love you so much." That was the last thing I heard before falling into a peaceful sleep. Chapter 24. Skylar's POV. I woke up and tried to get out of bed to stretch. I didn't get very far because a certain someone's arm was wrapped securely around my waist. "Where do you think you're going?" Axel asked, amused. "I want to get out of bed," I said in a matter-of-fact tone. "Nope. I'm tired, and I like having you here. You are staying put, so go back to sleep." He pulled me closer, resting my head on his chest. I sighed and snuggled in because he was so warm. Haha. Is someone cold? Stop it, Axel. I laughed and relaxed. A couple of minutes passed, and I really needed to use the bathroom. "Axel, I need to get up." "Like, now." "But why?" he whined. "Because I need the bathroom." "Why didn't you just say so?" "I'll carry you." "I can walk perfectly fine." "I'm carrying you." I waited for my moment. As soon as he moved his arms to sit up, I jumped out of bed and bolted for the bathroom. "Skylar Elizabeth Jones," Axel yelled. "Yes, Axel Timothy Williams?" I replied, laughing. Relief at last. "You are not supposed to be walking." "I am fine." "Let me move my legs a little," I said, walking back out. I stuck my tongue out at him, and his laughter turned into a mischievous smile. He slowly stood up and made his way toward me. I have to go make breakfast," I said quickly. He smirked, wrapping his arms around my waist and pulling me flush against him. "No, I think breakfast can wait." He carefully picked me up and set me on the bed, hovering over me. He leaned down and nuzzled the mark on my neck, making me shiver. "You know, babe, it's not very nice to stick your tongue out at me." "I can if I want," I replied. I saw the intensity in his eyes and realized I might have pushed too far. He leaned in, showing his affection for the bond we shared, and I eventually let out a soft moan of surrender. He smiled in victory. "Oh, hush," I said, out of breath. "I love you too," he said, giving me a kiss. He reluctantly pulled away. "I need to go question Cody and the other guy. It's my responsibility. Elise is here, so you two can hang out, but no leaving the house. I'm putting you on bed rest." "Okay. Be careful. I don't trust Cody." "Can we order movies?" "Of course, kitten. Have fun." He winked and gave me one last kiss before leaving. I immediately mind-linked Elise. "We get to order movies." "Sweet. Meet me downstairs." Axel's POV. "Make sure she doesn't leave the house," I told Stefan. "She's on bed rest, but she's ordering movies, so you might be running errands for her." "It's all good," he replied, laughing. I headed to the holding cells with Mark and Caleb. When we got down there, I saw Cody with a wrapped jaw and the other guy with bandages across his back. "I can't believe my Skylar did that," I said, chuckling. "Your mate is a piece of work," Cody yelled. My eyes turned dark and I was at his cell in seconds. "Excuse me?" My voice boomed. "What did you just say?" "Nothing," he muttered, looking down. "Axel, calm down." "We need answers first," Mark said. I took a breath and calmed my wolf. "Okay, listen. You don't talk unless spoken to. Now, what is your name?" I asked the stranger. "I'm Jake." "Why were you on my land?" Cody spoke up. "Tyler is obsessed with her. He won't stop. I think it's stupid, but he promised me my beta position back if I helped. A pup challenged me and won unfairly, and Tyler didn't care. Now he's distant, and Jake and I just wanted our status back. We've been looking for her for years." I growled. "She is not a prize to be won. Talk about her like that again, and you'll regret it." "Fine. But Tyler isn't going to stop unless he's dead. He's wanted her since they were kids. He was going to claim her forcibly before she moved, but she avoided him because he was abusive." "What?" I roared. "When we saw her at Jordan's place years ago, he was enraged. He used to try to force her to agree to be his, but she always said no. He's planning an ambush soon, Axel. He doesn't care who he hurts to get her." I punched the wall in frustration, accidentally reopening some of the stitches on my hand. The doctor came in to check on the prisoners and fix my hand. "Tyler might just take her while you're watching," Jake taunted with an evil grin. I lost it, lunged into the cell, and knocked him out cold. My stitches broke again. Caleb and Mark just shook their heads as the doctor sighed and redid the work. Today is going to be a long day. Chapter 25. Skylar. So, Elise, what movie do you want to watch? I asked. Oh, I got it. She replied, smiling. I know that smile. It's her, I want to watch a scary movie smile. All of the Paranormal Activities, she yelled at the top of her lungs. Stefan. Elise called out. What happened? Is everyone okay? He sounded alert as he entered the room. Yeah, everything is fine. We need you to please go get us some movies, I said with a hopeful look. He sighed, then asked which ones once he had finished nodding. All of the Paranormal Activities. Oh boy. Okay, I'll be back soon. He sighed and walked out. We cheered and made our way downstairs. Right now, Elise, Stefan, we invited him, haha, and I are on the fourth one. We all stared intensely at the TV screen. All three of us sat on the couch with Stefan in the middle. Elise and I were leaning towards Stefan for comfort, while he was partially hiding behind a blanket. All of a sudden, the door flew open, causing all three of us to shout in surprise. What is going on? Axel exclaimed. I tried to calm my heart, which was beating out of my chest. What was all that about? Mark asked, trying to do the same. Oh my gosh. Guys. Don't scare us like that, Elise yelled at them. I stood up and saw popcorn everywhere. And I mean everywhere. Stefan and Elise stood up too and looked at me. I was so startled that I was practically shaking. The guys started laughing and Elise and I stood there looking shocked. Stefan said his goodbyes and headed out to go on patrol. Hey babe, you okay? Axel asked, still laughing. Oh, be quiet, I shot back. He looked surprised, then smirked. As you wish, Axel said, walking toward me. He reached for my waist, and I playfully pushed him away as he laughed. I didn't mean it like that. I told him. He took my hand and led me upstairs. Just then, Ryan walked in and headed over to Elise. Skylar, Elise said, glaring at me. Love ya, I said, winking at her. Axel pulled me close to him. Mine, he said. Axel. It's just Elise. You know I love you. He smiled. And I love you too, he said, giving me a quick kiss on the nose. Axel. I kissed her nose and continued walking up the stairs. I really wanted to stay close to her all night. My wolf was in a great mood, laughing at my internal struggle to stay focused. I set Skylar down on the bed and went to the bathroom to get ready. I walked back out and saw Skylar lying down, staring at the ceiling. You okay? I asked with concern. Yeah, I'm just thinking. About what? The questioning today with Cody and the other guy. How was it? Well, I said, trailing off. Well, I will tell you in the morning. Let's go to sleep now. I'm tired and you need your rest. I opened my arms with a smile. She moved closer to me, then stopped. Her eyes narrowed on my hand. My stitches. I didn't have those when I left this morning. What are those? She asked, looking upset and pointing to my hand. Well, you see, I had to get some stitches. How? Cody said something that made me lose my temper. I hit the wall. Are you serious? She yelled. She certainly has a strong voice. I know it's not ideal, but it's fine. They're already healing. See? I said, hopefully. She glared at me while inspecting them. No more of that. You are in trouble, mister. Yes, dear, I said jokingly. She looked at me and then playfully swatted the back of my head. Ow, I said, rubbing the spot. She laughed. You deserved that. Oh, whatever, let's just sleep, I said. I pulled her toward me. She laughed and snuggled closer to my chest, and I kept my arm protectively around her. She sighed in contentment. I love you. I smiled down at her. I love you too, kitten. And we both fell asleep. Chapter 26. Skylar. I woke up this morning to find Axel gone. He probably had to do work stuff. Today I decided I need to get out of the house. I walked around deciding what to do. Elise was still sleeping, and the guards were outside guarding the house. Ugh, seriously. I walked up to the room that Elise and I used to sneak out of before and opened the window. I looked around and saw some guards walking around. They didn't see me. I climbed the tree and began to come down. I landed on the ground and winced in pain because of my back, but I shook it off and headed to the holding facility. Axel is hiding something from me, and I want to find out what it is. I surprisingly made it to the facility without any guard seeing me. Now I just had to get past the internal security. Luna? What are you doing here? Alpha Axel, you are supposed to be on bed rest, the guard on the left said. I know. I was taking a walk, I replied quickly. But Alpha said that if we see you, we are supposed to take you back. I'm sorry, Luna. Axel said I could talk to the prisoners. Are you sure? That doesn't seem like. Are you saying I'm wrong? I asked with an eyebrow raised, my arms crossed. The guard stiffened and looked down. And no. I'm just saying that doesn't sound like him, he said nervously. If you're not saying I'm wrong, then why are you questioning me? I'm not. Sorry, Luna, he said and stepped out of my way. I made my way inside. Luna. One of the guards inside bowed at me. Please show me where Cody and the other prisoner are. He nodded and led the way to the cells. Cody, I said sternly. His head snapped up. Skylar. What is your name? I asked the other man. None of your business, he replied with a smirk. Excuse me. My voice boomed throughout the room. They both looked at me in shock. I didn't realize my voice could hold that much authority. Luna, is everything okay? A guard asked. Yes. This one wouldn't answer my question. Oh, his name is Jake, Luna. Thank you. I turned back to Jake with a look of defiance. So, Cody and Jake. Why did you try to take me? Why should we tell you? Cody asked. Because you hurt Elise and me. Now talk. No can do. Axel wants us alive for the answers we have, Jake said with a smug look. What answers? Oh, didn't he tell you? That Tyler is planning to. Well, I should let Axel tell you. He was probably hiding it from you. What is he planning? Ask Axel, Cody said with a smirk. Fine, I said and walked out. I got a couple of feet away from the building and was met by a very angry Axel, along with Mark and Caleb. What were you thinking? You were supposed to be on bed rest, and I don't want you near the prisoners, he yelled. I glared at him and pushed past them. Don't talk to me. Skylar, get back here now. I turned around. When were you going to tell me? I asked you what you talked about, and you said nothing. What is Tyler planning? Axel's body tensed, and his eyes went wide. That's what I thought. I turned and walked away. Wait. I'm going home. I'm on bed rest, remember? I said coldly. I walked away, feeling betrayed. I can't believe he didn't tell me. Maybe if I just gave myself up, everything would be easier, and no one else would get hurt. I need to think of a plan. We can't leave Axel, my wolf whined. If we stay, the pack and Axel could get hurt. I can't let that happen. But our pack is strong. We can fight. No, Tyler's pack is dangerous too. I can't have anyone else get hurt. It's the only way, Faith. I'm sorry. Axel won't be happy. He could help us. I don't care. I don't want anyone else in the hospital or worse. We are saving lives if we do it my way. Now, let's think of a plan. Chapter 27. Skylar POV. I went up to my room and lay down on my bed. Skylar. Please, I'm sorry, I heard Axel mind-link me. Just leave me alone right now. Okay. He sounded disappointed. I stayed in bed for about 2 hours before heading out the front door because I was bored and my body felt stiff. Luna. You can't, a guard started to say. I don't care. Tell Axel he can talk to me when he gets back, I said firmly. Okay, thanks. I started walking until I reached a small clearing. Why is he hiding things from us? I asked my wolf. I don't know. Maybe he's trying to shield us. I don't care. We can handle ourselves. This involves us. We have a right to know. I know. But he's our mate. He's going to want to keep us from danger any way he can. Well, he needs to trust me. I wouldn't have been mad if he had just been honest. I'm upset too, Skylar. You're not alone in this. I lay back and took a short nap for about half an hour. I woke up suddenly when I heard a rustle in the bushes to my right. I turned my head and saw Stefan. Hey, I said. Hey. I'm sure you know why I'm here, Skylar. Tell Axel I'm not going back yet. And he can't make me, I said, closing my eyes again. Oh, Skylar. He laughed. May I sit with you? Of course. Skylar, he was just trying to protect you. You know that, right? He needs to stop. I can take care of myself. He treats me like a child, Stefan. He put a hand on my shoulder. Skylar, he only does that because he loves you so much. You're his mate, and the Luna. He couldn't live with himself if anything happened to you. I looked up and thought for a minute. I just wish he had told me instead of hiding it. He probably had his reasons. It's okay. Okay. Can you please tell me what Tyler is planning? He sighed. Are you sure you want to know? Yes. I'm sure. He nodded. Tyler is planning an ambush soon. Axel doesn't know exactly when, but the word is that Tyler is determined to. Chapter 28. Skylar. I woke up, and it was 2 a.m. I lay back down for a second, but then it hit me. I had to talk to Tyler right now while the house was quiet. Stefan. Head over to the clearing now. I'm getting ready, I mind-linked him. Fine, he groaned. I rolled my eyes and carefully pried myself out of Axel's grip. Skylar? Where are you going? Axel asked sleepily, his voice thick with a yawn. I just have to use the bathroom. He nodded and turned back around. Love you, I added. Love you too, babe. He reached out, grabbed my pillow, and hugged it tight. I stifled a laugh, grabbed my phone, and headed to the bathroom. Once inside, I opened the window as quietly as possible. I slipped out, dropped to the ground, and bolted for the forest. I didn't see any guards, sweet. I made it to the clearing and saw Stefan sitting there, looking moody under the moonlight. Axel. I woke up the second Skylar moved my arm. I stayed still, wondering what she was up to, until Stefan mind-linked me. Alpha. She told me to meet her. She's leaving the house now. Copy that. Stay with her. I'll alert the guards to give her space, I replied. Skylar? Where are you going? I asked, playing along. I'm going to the bathroom. I wasn't convinced, especially when she said, love you. Love you too, babe. I pulled her pillow to my chest and heard her soft laugh. My smile dropped when I saw her snatch her phone. Not so sneaky, Skylar. I waited until she went into the bathroom, then I got out of bed. I heard the window slide open and the soft thud of her landing. Guards. Skylar is heading to the clearing to make a deal. Stefan is with her, but she thinks he's the only one who knows. Let her pass, but follow at a distance. Do not let her detect you. If Tyler shows up, be ready to move on my command. Understood. A chorus of yes, Alpha filled my head. I lay back down, staring at the ceiling. Don't worry, Skylar. You'll be back in my arms soon, and Tyler won't be a threat much longer. Skylar. Hey, Stefan, I said, approaching him. He stretched and let out a massive yawn. Can we just get this done so I can go back to sleep? Yeah. I'm calling now. I hit the speaker so he could hear. Don't make a sound. He needs to think I'm alone. Stefan stuck his tongue out, but stayed quiet. I dialed the number. Ring. Hello, a man's voice answered. Is this Cody? I asked. No. Cody and Jake have been taken. Do you know where they are? He sounded desperate. Actually, I do. But I need to talk to Alpha Tyler. Put him on. Tell me where they are, then you can talk. Listen, I said, my voice hardening. I have zero patience. Give him the phone now, or I'll order the execution of your friends. You wouldn't. I'm the Luna of the pack that's holding them. Try me. You little, give them back now. Don't you dare order me around, mutt. I snapped. I heard him gulp. Even Stefan chuckled quietly. Sorry, Luna. Good. Now get Tyler. This is Alpha Tyler. Who is this? Oh, wow. It's been so long. I bet you miss Cody, I said with a smirk. Who is T. Skylar? The one and only. You. You kidnapped them. Give them back. Let's make a deal first. You leave my pack and me alone, and you sign a formal treaty. In return, you get your men back. But you're my mate. That's not your pack, we're a pack. Tyler, listen. You sign the treaty with our allies as witnesses. If you try to capture me again, they'll destroy you. I want a clean trade-off. No more violence. Do we have a deal? A low, vicious growl came through the speaker. Listen to me. You are my mate. You will not disrespect me. I am an alpha, which means... It means I don't have to follow your orders. I cut him off. I'm a Luna. We are equals. No. I always get what I want, and I want you. Give it up, Tyler. Sign the treaty or face war with Axel's entire alliance. Your choice. I will not let you win. You're coming with me one way or another, he screamed and slammed the phone down. The line went dead. I sighed and sat on the grass. Stefan, if you won't agree, people are going to get hurt. Skylar, don't beat yourself up. He wants his men back. He'll have to consider the treaty eventually. I stood up, feeling heavy. Let's head back. I walked home in silence, wondering what Tyler's next move would be. He wasn't the type to just let things go. Chapter 29. Skylar. Stefan went home after he made sure I got home safely. I walked upstairs to see Axel sleeping. I climb into bed, and Axel's arm goes immediately around my waist, pulling me into him. He mumbled something in his sleep that I didn't quite understand. I snuggled closer and fell asleep. Skylar. Wake up. I squatted their hand away because they keep poking my cheek. Get up, or I will get you up myself, Axel said. Okay, I'm getting up. I yelled. You are so not a morning person, he said, laughing. You think? I groaned and looked at the clock. Oh my gosh. It's 9. This is way too early. Drama queen. I could picture him rolling his eyes at me. I huffed and sat up. I grabbed a blanket and put it around me. Is my little baby cold? Axel said with a smirk. I turned around and glared at him. Then an idea came to mind. I walked up to him and smiled. I tapped him playfully to get his attention. He looks at me in disbelief, and I smirk. Girls. Rule. I whispered and walked downstairs, leaving him shell-shocked. Hey, guys, I said. Hey, they all said in unison. What happened? I heard a noise. Turner said. He finally came to visit us, haha. Yeah, I heard that too, Ryan said, nodding. Let's just say Axel got a surprise 'cause he made fun of me, I said, smiling. The guys laughed while Elise and I joined in. Everyone should know by now not to wake Skylar up early in the morning, Caleb said. They laughed and nodded. But ow. Dude, that's harsh, Stefan said, laughing. That's what he gets for messing with girl power. I yelled. Elise turned to me and gave me a high five. And here comes Axel. He looked around the kitchen and saw me. Once he saw me, he playfully glared at me. Hey dude, you okay? Mark said, laughing. Oh, shut up. He laughed and got milk out of the fridge. Caleb came over and gave me a small high five so Axel wouldn't see. I laughed, and he turned around and looked at me again. That wasn't very funny, you know, Axel said with a playful glare. He tried to keep a straight face, but a smile broke out, and we all started to laugh again. Really? Because I thought it was. I said with a smirk. He stuck his tongue out at me and poured his milk and mine into a glass as well. I thanked him, and he smiled at me, then left to sit at the island. So, what are we gonna do today? Elise asked. Video games. The twins yelled. You guys always play video games, Mark said, laughing. They are really fun, Stefan commented. Yeah, come on. Skylar and I will win this time, Elise said with a confident smile. You're so on, Ryan said. I laughed and made my way into the game room, but of course I was stopped by Axel. Can I help you? I said in a fake, irritated tone. He just smirked at me and pulled me into a hug. That little action you pulled this morning will not go unnoticed. You're gonna get it later. He added a wink after that. My mouth fell open, and he chuckled. You might be a little tired in the morning, he whispered after he laughed. I huffed, and he just smiled innocently and picked me up. I yelped in surprise, and he made his way to the game room. He's in so much trouble. I thought to myself. No, that would be you. You're in trouble, Axel said while poking my side. Stupid mind-linking thingy, I said out loud. He laughed and kept on walking. Chapter 30. Skylar POV. Well, right now, we are playing Halo 4, and it's Elise and me with some computer players against Mark, Axel, Caleb, Stefan, and the twins. You're cheating. There is no way you girls are winning. Ryan starts complaining. Yeah, I have to agree with him. Mark says, frantically pressing buttons. You know, just because we are girls doesn't mean we can't beat you guys, I said. Huh. I just got Turner. Evil laugh, booyah. Elise yells, giving me a high five. Cheaters. Axel and Stefan yelled. Are not. Elise and I yelled back at them. Uh-huh. Newa. Uh-huh. Newa. This went on for about 5 minutes until I won against Axel. In your face. Girls rule. Elise and I burst out into laughter. How are they this good? Mark asked Caleb. How do I know? He said back to Mark. Have you guys ever played this game? Nope. Elise and I said in unison. I'm just pushing random buttons and it seems to be working. So I'm just gonna keep on doing it. I said, smiling. Same. Elise agreed. A couple of minutes went by and I turned to Elise. I gave her my I have a plan look. She nodded and giggled. Hey guys. I asked, scared. What? They said, still trying to beat us. We need 2 more points, then we officially win. Did you guys hear that? Hear what? Axel asked. Yeah, I heard it too. It sounded like the door opened. Elise said, worried. It smells weird too, I added. The guys stopped playing and sniffed the air. I don't smell anything, Caleb said. Are you sure? I do. I said, looking scared around. The guys put their controllers down and looked around. I gave Elise a look, and we moved our players so I was in front of Axel's player and Elise was in front of Ryan's player. We both nodded and got our gear ready. Are you guys sure? Because I don't wait a minute. Why are you girls smiling? Stefan asked us, scared. Guys, they're smiling. That means, oh. Turner said, pointing to the screen. Elise and I laughed and pushed the X button. Axel and Ryan lost the round and the girls won. We won. Elise said, jumping up from the couch. I know. I yelled and I hugged her. I turned around and looked at the guys. Okay, now we are cheaters. I said, laughing. That's not fair. Rematch. Mark said, whining. Come on. That was totally unfair. Axel said in the same tone. Nah, we don't feel like it, we are tired. I said, smirking at Elise. She nodded, and we walked out with our arms linked together. We heard playful growls and knew it was the boys. I whispered to Elise. Come on. Let's go find the water guns. She laughed and agreed. We ran outside and looked at the pool in one of the sheds. Hello, Luna. Elise. A lady bowed to us. Are you looking for something? She seemed really nice. She had a nice figure, blonde hair, and green eyes that sparkled in the sun. She was gorgeous, and I wished I were that pretty. Yes, actually. Do you know where the water guns are? I asked her. She laughed and nodded. They're over in the bucket there. She pointed to the other side of the shed. Cool. Thank you so much. I said, smiling. Anytime, Luna. She bowed again and walked away. We scurried over to the bucket and pulled out 2 super sores. We ran over to the pool and filled them both up. I heard the back door open, so we hid behind the pool. Where did they go? I can smell Skylar's scent, but I can't find her. Axel said, looking around. Let's go search over there. I saw Turner point. Let's get him, Elise said. We moved around the pool, and I set my phone on one of the tables. Elise and I jumped out behind them. 3, I started off to count. 2, Elise said next. 1. We both screamed and squirted the guys. They turned around, and we started to spray them again. By the time we were out of water, the guys stood there, mouths wide open, soaking wet. Look at them, Elise. I said on the ground, laughing. I know. They are all wet. She said, falling on the ground, laughing. We were so busy laughing, we didn't realize that we both got picked off the ground and were being carried over to the pool. I wiped the tears coming from my eyes and looked up. When I looked up, my eyes popped open. Oh, hello, Skylar. How are you? Axel said, smirking, still carrying me over to the pool. Put me down. Now. I said. No, I don't think so. You got me all wet, kitten. He said with amusement. Please? I love you so much. You are so strong. I said, pleading. Ah, thanks, babe. I love you too, he said, then dropped me in the pool. Right as I came up from the water, I saw Ryan drop Elise into the pool as well. I turned around and saw Axel standing there with his arms crossed, dripping wet from the soaker, and a smug smile. I walked over to the edge where he was standing. Huh. Very funny, now help me out, I said, smiling at him. He stuck his hand out, and I grabbed it. I got out, but that was after I pulled him into the water. I snuck up behind Stefan and Caleb. I pushed them into the water next to Axel. Axel starts to laugh, and the twins and Mark jump in. Axel turns to me, and I wink. He rolls his eyes and starts talking to Ryan. I was about to jump in when my phone started ringing. Stefan POV. I saw Skylar about to jump in when her phone rings. Hello? She asks. I wait a second, and her eyes go big. She turns to me, and I can see fear clear as day in her eyes. Axel felt it too because he turned to her, and his eyes started to get darker by the second. She sees Axel out of the corner of her eye and masks her fear. Hey, Stefan. Can you help me with something in the kitchen? My mom needs to know what spice to use in this salsa thingy she is gonna make. Sure, I said. Are you okay, Skylar? Axel asks, concerned. Yeah, I'm fine. I'll be right back. She smiles and turns to walk into the house. Everyone turns to me, looking uneasy. I think it's Tyler, I said quietly. Oh. Everyone says. Axel has informed the entire pack about the deal Skylar might make with Tyler, and everyone is watching her like a hawk. He even has some guards secretly following her, and she hasn't noticed yet. Hopefully, it stays like that. Stefan, Axel says to me, going to alpha mode. You need to listen to that entire conversation. Don't miss out on a single detail, got it? Yes, Alpha, I said, nodding. I went into full bodyguard mode. Axel assigned me as Skylar's bodyguard every time she went out, but we have gotten close. So Axel said I could be her personal bodyguard whenever he is not around. He is not getting our Luna, Mark said, going into full beta mode. No, he isn't, Caleb said, going into full third mode. And if that person touches her, they are in trouble. Along with the other two guys. Elise said. Right now, she is in full best friend mode. And I haven't seen her like that since the incident at the mall. And when she gets into her full best friend mode, and the best friend is in trouble, it isn't pretty. She had been extremely overprotective of Skylar. Almost as much as Axel, but no one could ever beat him on that. He is very overprotective of her. I nodded to everyone and walked inside. She is sitting in the living room, a few tears starting to show. She put her finger over her mouth and turned on the speaker. How about I make the deal? Tyler said. What? Skylar spat. How about? You just come with me, and I will leave your family, friends, and Axel alone. You can't take me away from Axel. But you're my mate, and I want back what's mine. He yelled. He is my mate, not you. Listen, Sky. You shouldn't really call me names. I can easily start a conflict. You will come home with me either way. So hand yourself over the easy way, and no one gets hurt. Or I can harm everyone you love, and you still come home with me. But she started to talk before Tyler cut her off. Skylar. He yelled. Fine. She said, defeated. I felt bad for her. She looks so vulnerable, so innocent. I can't believe this man has broken her and made her entire life difficult. It isn't very good seeing someone so sweet and kind like this. Yeah, maybe she is crazy, scary, and mischievous, but that's what makes her Skylar. That's why we love her. Good girl. We will meet at the clearing in the northwest part of your territory at 10 p.m. sharp. Not any sooner, not any later, or else we start a conflict, and the people you love will be in danger. Okay, she said quietly. Now, I will see you tomorrow, baby. And remember, come alone. And I don't care about Cody and Jake. Just leave them in the lock. I don't want you to bring any attention to yourself. Okay, she repeated just as quietly. Good. See you soon, kitten. Bye. He laughed. Bye. She spat and slammed the phone down after ending the call. She picked it up and threw it at the wall. The phone shattered, and I turned around and saw her crying. She didn't even try to stop them, she just let them fall freely. I ran over to her and pulled her into my chest. I held her in my arms, and she continued to cry on my shoulder. "Sure, it's gonna be okay," I whispered into her ear. We sat there for about 10 minutes, and she stopped. "Let's go back to the pool. It might be the only fun I will ever have for a while. Or forever, actually." I nodded, and we headed back. She was extremely quiet, and that glint in her eye was gone. Every time she was happy, her eyes sparkled brightly. But now they hold sorrow and misery. She looked terrible. When we got to the pool, she jumped right in. Probably to cover up the tears that were escaping again. She did her little fake laugh. She does when something isn't going right, and she doesn't want anyone to know. Axel looks at me and nods, then wraps his arms around her and pulls her close. She is meeting him at the clearing in the northwest part of the territory at 10 sharp. If not, a conflict is gonna break out. I mind-linked him. "Okay, thank you. I will tell all of the warriors and guards about it." "A conflict is gonna break out anyway. Thank you very much, Stefan," he replied. I nodded and got in the water. Tomorrow night is gonna be a long night. Chapter 31. Skylar. Today has been one of the worst days of my life. All day, I have been extremely quiet, and I have locked myself in my room. Axel came up to me many times, asking if I was okay. I just gave him the same excuse every time someone else came up and talked to me. I'm having lady problems. It has gotten so bad that I haven't been talking, and they even called my brothers and their mates, my parents, and the pack doctor. Yes, Axel kept calling the pack doctor every 10 minutes. He finally decided to stay in the house all day, in case Axel needed him again. The only person I would talk to is Stefan, since he is the only one who knows what's going on. "What time are you meeting him again?" Stefan asked me. 10 p.m. sharp, I replied quietly. "Okay. So, you and I are going to walk to the clearing I'm meeting him at, and once I see him, I'm gonna be like, 'Hey, I want to be alone now. I'll be back in about 10 minutes or something like that.' Then you are gonna say, 'Okay,' and leave." Stefan nods, looking sad and worried. "I'm only doing this to save lives, Stefan. I don't want to go with him, but I have to. I'm sorry." I cry quietly, and he pulls me into a hug. I grab a fistful of his shirt and cry on his chest. He holds me close, wanting to support me. I stop after about 5 minutes and look at the clock. "Come on. It's 9:30. We should probably go," I said, regretting it already. "Okay," he replied quietly. We made our way downstairs to see Axel, Mark, and Caleb resting on the couch. I give them each a small smile and head out the door. But before I made it outside, of course, I was stopped by Axel. "Where are you going? You locked yourself in our room the entire day without talking to any of us, and now you think that you can just up and leave us." A very upset Axel asked me. "I was just going for a walk," I said, feeling terrible for lying to everyone. I looked down and heard Axel sigh. He turned me around and gave me a giant hug. A couple of tears slipped out of my eyes and landed on his shirt. I clung to him. "Are you okay, babe?" he asked me. He was concerned, but for some reason, he had this look in his eye. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it looked like he knew something. "Think of something, Skylar." "Yeah, I'm fine. I feel terrible. I haven't talked to you guys at all because I don't feel good." "That could work." "Oh, it's okay. You didn't feel good. Don't feel bad," he said while kissing my forehead. I nodded. "I'm gonna go for a walk to see if it will help me feel better." "Okay." He paused. "Stefan," he said sternly. "What's that about?" Stefan nodded and walked over to me. "I love you, Skylar, so much. I'm always here for you. You can tell me anything. Be safe." "Oh no, does he know?" He couldn't. There's no way he could see. I only told Stefan. And I made him promise not to tell. He wouldn't go against it, would he? No, that's not like him. Maybe I'm just overthinking. Yep, I'm just overthinking. "Okay, phew." "I know," I said, putting on a fake smile. "And I love you too." I kissed him, and I put everything into that moment. This might be the last time I am with Axel like this. He responded quickly, and we just stood there together for about 10 minutes. We both pulled away reluctantly and rested our foreheads against each other. I gave him another peck on his lips and whispered in his ear, "I love you so much." I love you too, Skylar. He pulled me into him for one last hug, and I gave him a sad smile. I walked out the door with Stefan without turning back. Once we reached the forest, I let out the tears that I was desperately holding in. We both changed into wolf form and ran to the clearing. Stefan knew I didn't want to talk, so we ran there in silence. We finally arrived at the clearing, and we both changed back into our human form. I saw Tyler leaning against the tree in the shadows with a smirk on his face. Stefan. You can go now, I'm fine. I want to lie down here alone for a couple of minutes. Then I will head back to the house. I said to Stefan. Remembering the plan, he nodded. Are you sure you'll be fine? Yeah. Just go. I laughed weakly. He sighed, but laughed after. Okay. Call me if you need anything. See you later, Sky. He called out as he walked back towards the house. I will. I yelled after him. I sat down and just lay there. After a couple of minutes to make sure Stefan was gone, Tyler made his appearance along with about 20 other men. There's my mate. Tyler said with a smug grin on his face. Let's leave before anyone finds us, I said with a blank expression. But the truth was, I'm completely hurting on the inside. I miss Axel, Mark, Caleb, Stefan, Elise, my brothers, my parents, everyone. I'm worried I'm never gonna see them again. Don't call me names, princess. I can call you whatever I want. He took a step forward, but then froze. Tyler let out the most vicious growl I have ever heard from him. I thought I told you to come alone, Skylar. Tyler growled out through gritted teeth. I tilted my head in confusion. No one came with me. I left, but another growl cut me off, and it wasn't from Tyler's side. I paused and slowly turned around. I froze when I saw the group of people standing behind me. And let me tell you, they don't look very happy. Chapter 32. Skylar POV. I saw Axel standing there with about 40 guards, including Stefan, Mark, and Caleb. Axel, what are you doing here? I asked, stuttering. Oh, just bringing you back home where you belong. He said calmly. She belongs with me. Tyler joined in yelling. I don't think so. I don't want you getting hurt, Axel. And Tyler said he would leave everyone alone if I just went with him. I said pleadingly. Sorry, Skylar. I love you too much to let you go. Axel said with a smile. Well, guess what? She's coming home with me, Tyler said, taking a step towards me. No, Axel shouted as he and everyone else ran towards me. I turned around and ran towards Axel. I jumped into his arms, and he held me tight as if he let go, I would suddenly disappear. Never do that again, princess. Please promise me that. He asked me worried. I'm sorry. I just thought it would be easier, and a conflict between the two packs wouldn't break out. And I promise I won't do something like this ever again. I said, smiling. Isn't that sweet? Now, if you would be so kind as to give her back. I finally have the chance, and here you are ruining it again. So please be so kind and give her back to me, Tyler said, sounding frustrated. Not a chance, Axel replied, putting me behind him. About 5 guards all came over to me and surrounded me in the middle of all of them, with Axel, Mark, and Caleb in front of me. That can be arranged, Tyler said before shifting into his brown wolf and lunging for Axel. The guards kept me safe as Axel, Jake, and Max shifted into their wolves to meet Tyler's challenge. Go home, Skylar. No, Axel yelled through our mind link. No way, I shouted back. No, he insisted. Why? Because you are not staying here during this conflict. That's why. He was pushing through Tyler's men, making his way to him. Oh yeah? Watch me, I yelled out loud. I was trying to make my way through the guards, but they kept stopping me. Luna, stop. You can't, we have direct orders to bring you home. Stefan yelled over the noise of the struggle. There were so many sounds of the clash that you could barely hear anything. I'm not leaving him. I'm not leaving any of you guys. I yelled back so he could hear. You can't. I'm sorry, but we could not stand for you to get hurt, he said with sad eyes. Faith? A little help here. I pleaded with my wolf. I'm on it. I'm not leaving our partner, she said back. Determination laced her voice. Let us through, Faith said, coming forward. Instantly, the guards hesitated, but they were still surrounding us. Faith, please. Axel doesn't want you guys getting hurt. Stefan pleaded. Please don't hurt them. I asked my wolf. I won't. They're only doing their job, but they're not making me leave. She said back calmly. No. I'm staying here, she said to the guards. Another started talking. Please, Luna. We don't want you to get hurt. I was about to respond when a sharp pain in my right shoulder made me hiss and drop to the ground. All the guards instinctively came closer to me, searching around to see what caused the problem. Axel. Faith yelled. I stood up and ran between two guards who were distracted. I saw a wolf tackling Axel, and I reacted. I growled and shifted midair, knocking over the attacker. I managed to push them away and clear the area around Axel. Hey sis. Did you miss us? I heard Carter say. I stop and look to my right. I see Carter, Spencer, Austin, their partners, my parents, Amber, Elise, and Axel's parents, along with some others from both of our packs. The girls won't leave. They said they were going to help no matter what. He said. Guys. I yelled and ran over to them. Come on. Let's finish this. I yelled. I howled, and all of our guards shifted and ran alongside me. A tan-colored wolf came toward me. I sidestepped it and kept moving. While I was focused on that one, another wolf tackled me to the ground. He caught my shoulder, and I yelped. That got someone's attention. The next thing I know, a pitch-black wolf slammed into the side of the one on top of me. Thank you, Axel, I said to myself. Axel quickly handled the situation, making sure the threat was gone. The tan wolf charged again, but I tripped it before it could reach him. I felt someone nudge my side, and I quickly turned around into a defensive position. I relaxed when I saw it was just Axel. I nuzzled him. EW. He laughed. Thank you for helping me. I said. You're welcome. Now, can you please go back to the house so I know you're safe? Nope. I said, stepping back. He seemed annoyed. I'm not leaving you, Axel. So you better get used to it real quick. Ugh, fine. Just stay close to me then. You're not leaving my sight, he said firmly. I nodded, and we both ran towards Tyler. But his men kept getting in the way. About 6 wolves surrounded Axel and me. But thanks to Carter and Austin, we pushed through. When I looked up, I saw Tyler leaning against the tree in human form. He was watching the entire scene with a smug smile. I growled, and he looked right at me. There's my little Skylar. See the trouble you caused? I told you, if you just came willingly, this would have never happened. All of us ran towards him. I jumped over the guards and lunged, but a light brown wolf tackled me first. He pinned me, and I felt a sharp pain in my left shoulder. I yelped and heard Tyler chuckle. You wouldn't have gotten hurt if you listened, Skylar. He reached down and grabbed me firmly. I struggled, but stopped suddenly when he held a blade near me. One move and that's it. He growled. Stop, he yelled to the crowd. Everyone stopped and turned. Axel's eyes fell on mine, and he took a step forward. Don't move. Axel stopped and shifted back into his human form. Let her go. He growled out to Tyler. Tyler laughed and shook his head. I don't think so. Everyone leave now and she stays safe. Leave her alone, Tyler. No. She belongs with me. She is mine. Axel growled possessively. She is my partner, and she belongs here. That's where you're wrong. Tyler laughed. Axel took a step forward, and Tyler tightened his grip. I yelped, and Axel froze. Skylar, he said with a sad voice. I love you, Axel. Always remember that. I love you forever. I said through our mind link. No, Skylar. No, don't give up. I love you way too much to let this happen. We will get through this. Axel, please go back so none of you get hurt. Please. I will always love you. I saw Axel with a smirk on his face. What's that look for? I asked him. You'll see. And I love you too, he replied. Before I could ask him what that meant, I heard a loud thud. Then all of a sudden, Tyler's grasp let go and he fell over. I quickly turned around and saw my dad standing there. Dad, I yelled, rushing to him. He wrapped his arms around me and held me close. Skylar. Oh my gosh, I am so glad you're okay. I love you so much. He hugged me tightly. Come on, quick, before he stands up again. My dad pulled me over to where Axel was. Axel reached for me and held me tight, relieved to have me back. You. Tyler pointed to my dad. You will pay for this. Tyler shifted and lunged. I quickly pushed my dad out of the way and took the impact myself. We rolled across the ground as the struggle intensified. I was trying to stand up, but I was exhausted and the strength was leaving my body. I fell back down and Tyler was closing in, but Axel suddenly knocked him away. Axel didn't waste any time defending me, moving with incredible speed and power to end the threat once and for all. He ensured Tyler would never be a danger to us again. Once it was over, Axel came running over to me and nudged me softly. The conflict was finally over as the last of the opposing group was defeated. The entire time, Axel would never leave my side, and every time someone would come near me, he remained vigilant and protective. He was making sure I was safe, and it felt reassuring. Skylar. It's over. They are gone. It's safe now, Axel said as he shifted back into his human form. That's great, I said quietly. My eyes started to shut as the exhaustion finally took over. The last thing I heard before everything went dark was Axel's voice. Please stay with me. I love you so much. Come on, Sky. Then I was out. Chapter 33. Skylar. All I saw was black. It was so dark, and I didn't like it. I felt so out of place. Where am I? I asked myself. Why isn't she waking up? I heard a strong voice say. I instantly recognized that voice as Axel. She needs to wake up. I believe that was Carter. Please. She's been out for 3 days. I heard a woman cry. She's gonna be okay, Sophia. I think that was my dad. Please, everyone. Go to the waiting room. I need to do some more tests as to why she isn't waking up. I'm not leaving my partner. The voice said again. Okay, now that's Axel. Faith. I called out to my wolf. I'm here, Faith replied. At least we know we're okay. I was so thankful for that. Please, Alpha Axel. She will be fine. I'm not leaving her, Doc. But I'm not repeating myself. Axel's voice echoed. Okay. I felt a pinch on my arm and I winced. I'm gonna go run her tests again to see if I missed anything. I'll be back in 10 minutes. I heard the door close and I relaxed. What's happening? What's going on? I don't remember everything. I don't know where I'm at. I was so lost in my thoughts that I didn't realize someone climbed into my bed and pulled me close. The person put my head on their chest and wrapped me up in their arms. I froze, but once I felt the familiar comfort, I visibly relaxed. Skylar. Please wake up. I need you, I love you. Tyler is gone. After you protected your father and took that hit for him, I lost it. You were on the ground, and I couldn't let anything else happen to you. He paused, and I heard him sniffle. He continued, though. I handled him, then I stayed close to you for the rest of the conflict. Now you're here at the doctor's. Please wake up. You're finally safe now, come on, Sky. You can't leave me. I need you. He pulled me closer, and I heard him crying. I wanted to hold him so badly, but I couldn't move. After a couple of moments, I finally found some strength. Being next to Axel helped a lot. Axel. My voice was dry, and my throat felt like it was on fire. Skylar. He asked in disbelief. I turned my head and opened my eyes slowly. I saw Axel lying there next to me with wide eyes. You're awake. His shocked face turned into a huge smile, and he held me tighter. Can I have some water? I asked softly. My throat was so dry that my normal voice wasn't there. Of course. He got out of the bed and ran out the door. A minute later, he ran back into the room and came over to me. I started to sit up, but he stopped me gently. Rest, he said. I nodded, and he put the water on the table and climbed back in with me. He sat down and helped me sit up against him. I leaned into his touch and let my back go against his chest. He reached for the water and held it up to my lips. He tilted it for me so I could get a drink, and I finished the entire glass. He put the glass down and wrapped his arms around my waist, pulling me closer. "How are you feeling?" he asked me softly. "Okay, I guess. My body hurts a lot," I replied quietly. He chuckled. "Yeah, it's gonna for a while. Do you remember anything?" The last thing I remember is Tyler running into me right as I pushed my father out of the way. Then the rest of it is a blur. Your father was very thankful, but he told me that he would rather have taken the hit than you. I shook my head and laughed. It's the other way around for me. I'd rather protect my father. I paused. "Can you tell me what happened after that?" I asked, looking at him. He nodded. I put my head back on his chest and felt his calming heartbeat. "After you fell, he came toward you. I didn't let him get any closer. I charged him and made sure he could never hurt you again. Then my men finished the rest and we won." I felt a couple of tears hit my shoulder. I looked up and saw Axel crying. He held on to me for dear life and my heart broke. He looked so vulnerable and sad. I couldn't stand seeing him like this. I rolled over to my uninjured side. I wiped away his tears with my thumb. "I was so scared," he admitted. "When I saw you go down, I thought I lost you. I should have protected you more. I shouldn't have let you be in that position." He clutched onto me. "Shoo, Axel, you did protect me. I'm safe now. Tyler is gone. You took care of it." I wiped away his tears and made him look at me. His hair was messy, and he had dark circles under his eyes from staying awake. And besides, I wasn't going to miss out on a fight that involved me. "You can't get rid of me that quickly." I laughed at him. He smiled and hugged me. "Skylar." I heard a voice behind me. I turned around and saw my 3 brothers standing there. I slowly stood up with the help of Axel, and they came running towards me. I was engulfed in a group hug and sandwiched between Carter, Spencer, and Austin. "Guys," I shouted and hugged all of them back. I felt tears coming out of my eyes as well as theirs. "I missed you guys." "I love you all." "We missed you too," Carter said. "We love you so much," Spencer added. "Don't you ever do that to us ever again," Austin said. "Yeah." "We were so worried," I heard my dad say from the doorway. "I thought that you were leaving us," my mom said, smiling at me from my dad's arms. "Mom, Dad," I yelled. I was about to run over there, but when I took a step, my balance slipped. Carter caught me and laughed. "No walking or running for you for a while." I laughed and nodded. My parents walked over to me, and my dad hugged me tightly. "Please don't ever scare us again, baby girl. I love you so much," my dad said. "Greg, let me see my daughter now," my mother yelled. I laughed, and Dad handed me over to my mother. My mom wrapped her arms around me. She kissed my forehead and continued to cry. "Please don't ever leave us again." "I love you, sweetie." I nodded. "I love you too." "And I won't, I promise." My dad and mom nodded, and my dad pulled us both into a group hug. My brothers ran over to me and joined in. My dad turned to Axel. "Well," he said to him. Axel froze and looked up. "Aren't you going to come over here? She is your partner after all." Axel let out a shaky breath and smiled. He ran over to us and joined the hug. We heard a scream. Everyone instantly froze. "Skylar." I looked up and saw the girls standing in the doorway. I laughed as Amber, Jordan, Elise, Taylor, and Katie all stood there with teary eyes. They ran towards me and hugged me all at once. "Oh my gosh. Don't do that again." Taylor and Katie screamed, laughing. "I thought I lost my best friend," Jordan said. "If you were gone, I wouldn't have anyone to get into trouble with." Elise yelled, laughing. "Excuse me? Who's getting into trouble?" Axel said, and my brothers looked at me sternly. All 4 of them had their arms crossed. No one," Elise and I said in unison. We rolled our eyes and continued talking. "Is she awake?" Stefan froze as he saw me. "Skylar." He ran towards me and gave me a huge hug. Axel stepped closer, feeling protective. "All right, easy there," Axel said, moving back to my side. "He was just hugging me," I told Axel. "I know. But I'm keeping you close." "Stop it." I pecked his lips and smiled. "Hey. You're awake." Mark said as he, Caleb, Tim, and the twins walked in. Hey, guys, I said. All of them came over and hugged me. After I hugged Ryan, he went over to Elise. I yelled. Elise blushed, and we all laughed. Finally, the doctor walked in. You're awake. That's excellent. The results are finally in, he said with a smile. Axel wrapped his arms around my waist. So, you have a concussion, some broken ribs, a sprained ankle, and a sprained wrist. The sprained ankle and wrist should heal very quickly. The ribs will take a few weeks. Your wolf will handle most of it, and you are free to go home. I sighed in relief. After checking out, Axel and I headed home. When we get home, you are going straight to bed. You look exhausted, Axel stated. I sighed dramatically. Fine. So, what happened to the others? They were dealt with while you were resting. Jordan even agreed it was necessary because of what happened at the mall. I nodded. It's okay, Sky. Nothing is going to hurt you ever again. Not while I'm around. He reassured me. I smiled back. Go to sleep. I'll wake you up when we get to the house. I love you. Okay. I love you too. He grabbed my hand, and I leaned my head on his shoulder. I let peaceful sleep cover me, and soon enough, I was out. Chapter 34. Skylar. Today has been excellent. Right now, we are all playing laser tag down at the mall. It is me, Elise, and Amber against Axel, Ryan, and Caleb. Axel gave Chris the day off, and Mark had to do something for who knows what. So far, the boys are winning. It's 5-3, and whoever gets to 10 wins. The first one was because Elise tripped, and the second one was because, I'm just gonna say they cheated on that one. I wasn't ready. The girls and I are hiding behind this huge wall thing. We've got to think of a plan, Amber said. I agree. Sky, do you have anything? Elise asked me. I'm thinking. I thought about it for a moment. We should split up. We can cover more ground that way, and I think the guys are hiding too. They nodded, and we peered around the wall to see if we could see anything. Hey guys, look who is over by that corner. I pointed over there to my right, and sure enough, the guys were in a group watching around them. Ready? Amber asked us. Hell yeah, Elise replied with a smirk. Let's go get 'em, girls. The score is about to be 6-5. I said confidently. They giggled, and we made our move. When we got there, we were about a yard away from them, and they were too busy looking over the counter even to notice us. Good thing it was dark, otherwise, they would have seen our shadows. Ready? I asked the girls. Ready, they replied. Oh, boys, I called. Looking for someone? I asked the guys. Their bodies froze, and they slowly turned around. Darn. I heard one of them say, Hey, babe. Can we talk this out, right? No need for conflict. Axel said with a worried expression. Nah. I think winning is the right answer in this situation. I had a smug smile on my face at this point. Put your guns down or we'll shoot, Ryan said to us. They all had their sensors ready and pointing directly at us. You wouldn't shoot us, would you guys? Elise asked in a sad tone. Amber and I caught on, and we gave our partners puppy dog eyes. But, this is, ugh, no, Ryan said, defeated. Works every time. Heh. Well, we would, Amber said. No. I yelled, and we tagged the guys. So now I believe the score is 6-5. Am I correct? I asked proudly. You are correct, Elise said, jumping up and down. Girls rule. We were all jumping and laughing. The guys were mumbling something on the lines of we are getting beaten by girls. Or something like that. They're guys, you can't really understand them. This isn't over. Axel yelled. Whatever floats your boat, babe. I pecked him on the lips and walked off with Elise and Amber. About 15 minutes later, we are tied at 9-9. Skylar. I heard Axel yell. You okay there? I asked him seriously. Wolves are coming near the border. Ryan is taking you home. Meet him by the entrance to the laser tag arena. Caleb and I already left. I'm sorry, but it was urgent. They aren't stopping. Turner and Mark are already down by the border with the patrol. Be safe, and I love you. Okay on it. And you be safe as well. I love you too. Girls, we've got to leave. Like now, I said in a rush. We got up and ran to the entrance. Why? Is everything all right? Elise asked worriedly. Wolves are coming near the border and they aren't stopping. Axel and Caleb left to help Turner and Mark, along with the patrol, who are already down there. Ryan is taking us home, then he is leaving too. Okay. We ran towards the entrance, and I saw Ryan shifting from one foot to the other. When we got to him, his head shot up, and he let out a sigh of relief. I thought something happened to you guys. He joked. At the same time, we are all running towards the car. Well, sorry. I exaggerated. Axel just notified me. I laughed. He laughed, but then got serious. They still aren't stopping. And when we get there, promise me you will stay at the house. No sneaking out. This is very serious. Okay, and we promise, I said for all of us. The girls nodded and Ryan said, okay. Axel, what are you doing here? I growled at them. You took down our leader. Don't you remember? He spat at me. Yes, I remember. He threatened my partner. He had it coming. Don't talk about our leader like that. Thanks to you, our people are gone. They caused their own trouble. Now, why are you here? I demanded firmly. As a warning, our new leader wants justice for what happened. He said nonchalantly. I growled at him. Don't growl at me. I'm just the messenger. He smirked and walked away with the others. Are you okay? Skylar asked me. She must have felt my discomfort. They were just messengers. I said angrily. What did they want? They said that now they have a new leader and he wants to settle the score. Come on. I want a new start. That's it. But no. Of course not. She yelled. Sky. It's fine, calm down. We will handle this pack. They are causing too much trouble. Okay. But still, I wanted to start a family. Have a new life here. But it always gets interrupted. Her voice trailed off at the end. Wait, she wants to start a family? I'm so excited. Wonderful. My wolf shouted. You okay there, dude? I asked him, laughing as we walked back to the house. Our partner wants to start a family. I know. I'm excited. Me too. I can't wait to see what the future holds. Dude, stop. You're getting me too excited. I joked. Haha. I'll stop. He laughed. I rolled my eyes and chuckled to myself. Touché. He laughed, and we continued walking to the house. Ugh, why can't we start over? Chapter 35. Skylar POV. These past couple of days have been stressful. Axel has been working everyone a little harder ever since the threat. He's been on the edge, well, everyone has. Everyone is so exhausted, and it's time for a day off. And besides, I miss my girls. Ring. 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 Hello. Jordan. I screamed into the phone. What? Are you okay? She asked with concern. Skylar. Stefan came barging into my room. What? I asked him confused. You screamed. His eyes scanned the room. Oh, sorry. I just missed Jordan. I smiled innocently. You gave me a heart attack. Sorry. He laughed and walked out. Sorry, Jordan. I miss you guys. Let's go shopping. You, me, Katie, Taylor, Elise, and Amber. Oh my gosh. We would love to. I heard Taylor scream. Okay. Go get ready. Come over in about an hour so that I can get ready. Sounds good. Call Amber and Elise. Katie said excitedly. Will do. Bye, guys. Love you. Bye. Love you. They all screamed. About 45 minutes later, I'm finally ready. Amber. Elise. Shopping trip. I shouted at them. We can't leave yet. Elise said. Too bad. I'm in the mood for shopping and we can bring guards. Someone is moody. Amber joked. I know. I don't know why, but whatever. I laughed. Okay. On our way. I smiled and ran outside. Luna. Are you okay? A guard ran up to me concerned. Yeah, I'm fine. I need you to let the girls through. I smiled sweetly. He looked worried. Oh gosh. You guys are hanging out, aren't you? Yup. I popped the P. He laughed. Okay. No more water balloons. We both laughed. But that was fun. You guys joined. I know. He smiled. Thank you for going to get them. Anytime, Luna. He and about 3 other guards left for the border. Hey! Jordan screamed as she jumped out of the car. Oh my gosh. Jordan. I tackled her in a hug. The guards gave us looks. It's a girl thing. I told them. They put their hands up in surrender and laughed. Mood swings much? Taylor asked me. You have no idea. Elise and Amber said together. I groaned. Are you okay? Katie asked me. Yeah. I have stomach pains. For how long? Amber said, running over to me with a huge smile. I was surprised for a moment. She wore a wide smile. For about 2 days. We should probably check on that. A guard said, looking concerned. We should see the doctor. Guys, no. Amber said, laughing. I think I know what it is. Mood swings, stomach pains. I gave her a confused look. Taylor and Katie screamed along with Elise. Ow! Jordan and I screamed back at them. What was that for? Stefan asked them. Girl stuff. Taylor asked, smiling. Don't want to know. Stefan yelled, covering his ears. Come on, Skylar, Amber said, grabbing my hand and leading me toward the clinic. Where are we going? Jordan asked, confused. Pack doctor. Katie and Taylor yelled as they jumped up and down. Oh. Hello, Luna. Hello, girls. Doc said, greeting us. May we come in? Taylor asked. Yes, of course. We walked into his office, and the girls made me sit on the exam table. Okay. So, what seems to be the problem, Luna? He asked me as he was getting ready. I don't really know. I've been having stomach problems for 2 days. I shrugged. And she's been having mood swings. Elise winked at him. His confused face turned into a huge grin. Oh, come on. I don't know what's going on here. What's going on? Luna, I need you to lie down. I'm gonna give you an ultrasound. I have to put this gel on your stomach, but fair warning, it's cold. He laughed. I nodded. Crap, that's cold. I laughed. Told ya, Doc said, smiling. He started moving the wand on my stomach, and his smile got wider. An ear-to-ear grin. Luna, you're pregnant. WH what? I asked in disbelief. Look, it's a baby boy. He pointed to the screen, and I saw a small shape. My shape. A baby boy. I was speechless. I covered my mouth, and tears of joy came through. Are you okay, Sky? Jordan asked me, rubbing my back. I nodded and smiled. I cried even harder and laughed. I'm pregnant. I can't believe this. I will let you guys talk for a little bit. He took a picture of it and gave it to me. Taylor helped clean the gel off, and I just stared at the picture. I can't believe this, I said, smiling. Congratulations. Elise screamed, and a group hug broke out. Guys can't breathe. I laughed. Oh, right. Sorry. They laughed and got off. It's beautiful, Amber said, looking at the picture. We're gonna be aunts. Katie yelled, crying with happiness. Katie. I got up and hugged her while crying myself. Careful. The baby. Elise rushed out. Oh my gosh. I'm only a little way along. I'm fine. I yelled, laughing at her. We are still shopping, I said firmly. They nodded. But extra guards are coming. You're carrying the next alpha, Taylor said. Deal. Now, how am I going to tell Axel? I asked them. I hope he's happy. These days have been stressful. How will he react? Chapter 36. Skylar. We have finally arrived at the mall. Taylor, Katie, Elise, Jordan, and Amber will not let me out of their sight. They're so worried that they won't even let me walk alone for a second. I can't believe I'm pregnant. I'm so happy. I have literally cried 10 times on the way here. And so have the girls. We were picking names, choosing clothes, imagining how he would look, and planning how we would tell Axel. We decided to have dinner tomorrow night and invite my parents, his parents, the girls, their partners, along with Stefan, and we can't forget Turner. Haha, it wouldn't be fair if Ryan were there and he's not. Same with Mark. I'm really excited, but also nervous. We are planning the dinner for tomorrow, and then once I tell the inner circle, we will announce it to both packs. It was Taylor's idea since she is the Luna of my old pack. Rue 21. I screamed. Ow! Stefan yelled, covering his ears. And don't worry, the only people who know are me, the girls, and the pack doctor. He promised me he won't tell anyone. I don't get what's up with girls and clothes. It's like guys and cars, Katie said matter-of-factly. Well then, Stefan said dramatically. You sounded like a girl, Stefan. Elise laughed. So, is that a problem? He put his hands on his hips. Oh wow. Watch out. We got a character over here. Yes. We all screamed at once. He snorted and pretended to flip his hair and swayed his hips as he walked away. Oh. My. Gosh. Jordan said with her mouth wide open. He does that better than us, Katie added. That's scary, I said. The other girls nodded their heads. About 3 hours later, Stefan and several other guards began complaining they were tired. I want Pizza Hut. I whined. Gosh. This journey will be fun, Amber joked. Who's pregnant? Stefan asked. Our eyes went big. No one, Taylor said quickly. But I thought. Look. There's Pizza Hut. Amber pointed. Come on. I pushed everyone in that direction. We sat down and ate our food. The guys went to refill their drinks and ours. Hee. I looked over and saw Taylor and Amber stiffening. What are you guys? But I cut myself off when I smelt it too. What's an outsider doing on my territory? I whispered urgently. My first instinct was to cover my stomach. That smell, it smells so familiar. I don't know why though. And it's not from our pack either. Where have I smelt that before? We were frantically searching for the source. What are you girls doing? Stefan asked us, laughing. Intruder, the guard on the left said. Stefan instinctively got closer to me, and some other guards did too. Move. I'm gonna go follow it, I said, standing up. Luna. You need to stay, Stefan said. Stefan never calls me Luna unless it's serious. Why is that smell so familiar? He asked the guards. Thank you. I thought I was going crazy, I said. Same here, Taylor added on. The girls nodded, and soon enough, we were all in the middle of a giant circle. The guys got really close together and made sure we were shielded. This is driving me insane. I yelled. I tried getting by, but the guards wouldn't budge. Guys. Move please, I said, getting frustrated. I'm sorry, Luna, but we can't. There is an outsider out there, and we don't know where, a guard said. I don't want to repeat myself. But Luna. Dude. I'm sorry, but you don't want to upset her right now, Elise cut in. Getting an expectant woman worked up, not a good idea. But, no, I yelled. I felt my focus sharpen. The guards hesitated and slowly moved away from me. Thank you, I said. I started sniffing and followed the scent. It's a girl? Stefan. Tristan. Follow me, I said. Yes, Luna. We walked for about 2 minutes when we came across a girl sitting at a table looking around frantically. What are you doing on my territory? I said firmly. She started to say. Answer my question. I placed my hands down on her table, and she flinched. I know what you guys are thinking. Why is she being so direct? Well, for one, I'm protective of my baby. 2, I'm a Luna. I'm supposed to be like this for the safety of my pack. And 3, she is an outsider. I know some are kind, but some aren't, so you always have to be cautious. My first instinct is always to protect my family. She stood up, and my hands flew to my stomach. Stefan and Tristan gave me looks, and so did she. Luna? Are you expecting? She asked me with a smile. I growled softly, and she flinched. That's none of your concern. I was getting more defensive by the second. Stefan and Tristan caught on to why I have been acting so differently. They looked at each other and realized, but their expressions turned serious as they pushed me behind them and stood protectively. No. I'm happy for you. She put her hands up. She looked at her feet. Why are you here? I asked over their shoulders. I ran away from my pack. The leader was cruel. I've been on the run for about a year now, she said quietly. What pack? The Red Rising Pack, Luna. I froze. Oh my gosh. That was Tyler's pack. Chapter 37. Skylar. That's Tyler's pack, Stefan said in a whisper. Yes. How do you know him, if you don't mind me asking? She asked. Let's just say we had a conflict breakout between our pack and his. Oh. He's gone now, Tristan added, remembering the past. A smile rolled across her face, and a tear slipped out of her eye. Thank you, she breathed out. I didn't like him. He was so obsessed with this girl. Yeah. That was me, I said quietly. You're Skylar? She asked in disbelief. Yup. I moved out from behind the guys, but they put their hands in front of my stomach. Guys, I'm fine. I don't want to take any chances, Stefan said, eyeing the girl protectively. Guys, I would never do anything, she said, raising her hands. I looked her in the eyes for any sign of dishonesty, and I didn't find a trace. I smiled and stuck my hand out toward hers. Skylar. Jasmine. But please call me Jazz. She shook my hand and smiled warmly at me. Come on. I'll introduce you to the girls. I'd love that. She smiled. Wait. I whispered. What? Tristan asked, concerned. The only people who know about me being pregnant are the girls, me, the doc, and you three. So please keep it that way. Of course, Luna, Jazz said. Please call me Skylar. I smiled. She nodded and smiled back. Guys, promise me. Stefan and Tristan nodded. I can't wait. Stefan said, smiling. Is it a girl? Because if so, I'm gonna be extremely protective of her, Tristan said. Stefan nodded in agreement. It's a boy. A strong, healthy boy. I smiled down at my stomach. Dude, he's gonna be a legend. Stefan said, laughing. He's gonna be so cool. Tristan smiled. No bad language in front of him. I told them. He put his hands up and laughed. So this explains all the mood swings. Be quiet, I mumbled and walked back. Girls, this is Jazz. Jazz, this is Katie, Taylor, Jordan, Elise, and Amber, I said to them. Taylor hesitated and pulled me behind her. Why is an outsider here? She asked firmly. Luna. I ran away from my pack a year ago, Jazz said, looking down. She must have felt the power radiating off of Taylor. Taylor. She is from Tyler's old pack. They all gasped. Amber ran to stand by her. I'm so sorry. It's okay. He worked us all really hard and made us try to find Skylar. She pointed at me. Really? I asked, shocked. She nodded and teared up. Amber pulled her into a hug and supported her while Jazz cried. He was a very cruel leader. He treated the girls terribly because he was so upset he couldn't find you. The girls growled and the guards did too. Did he mistreat you too? I asked quietly. She nodded and I pulled her into a hug. Shoo. It's okay, Jazz. He's gone now forever. Really? She asked, smiling slightly. I nodded, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Come on. Let's go back home. I can talk to Axel into letting you join the pack. I turned to the girls. Oh, and by the way, Tristan, Stefan, and Jazz know. They all found out. The girls nodded and smiled. Axel. I called when we all walked into the house. There you are. I was so worried. He pulled me into a tight hug. Careful, Amber yelled. Axel suddenly let go of me and looked at Amber weirdly. He raised an eyebrow at her in confusion. Excuse me, he asked. She went wide-eyed. Well, we all did. Nothing. We just ate. She managed to get out. What's going on? He asked us. Nothing. Sky. This is Jasmine, I shouted and then ran over to her. She was trying to hide a laugh. Axel looked at her, and his eyes darkened. What are you doing here? He asked, pulling me away from her and standing in front of me in a protective stance. The girls' partners did the same thing to them. Aya, she stuttered. She was clearly nervous. Axel. I yelled at full volume. He flinched at my sudden outburst, and my brothers looked at me in surprise. I made my way past him, and he grabbed my waist and brought me back to him. Skylar. Please don't raise your voice. There is an outsider here. I'm trying to protect you, he said sternly. I will if I want. Give her time to speak, I said back at him. The girls shifted from foot to foot, uncomfortably. You see, I was having some pretty intense mood swings. You should not speak to us like that. His protective side was coming out. I'm just saying you should give her a chance to speak. I met her at the mall, and she told me her story. You can at least listen to it. You will find it very interesting. Axel, calm her down. Please, Elise pleaded. He looked at her, confused, but turned to me. I felt my wolf's energy coming through. Okay. I'm sorry, I will listen to her story, he said, giving in. He leaned down and kissed me, and I calmed down. I was back to normal. Skylar, what is going on? Nothing, I said quickly. Tell me, he said, his eyes searching mine. I will. But not today. Why? He asked. Tomorrow I will. I smiled and pecked his lips. Fine. Do you guys smell that? Jazz asked us as she sniffed the air. Smell what? Elise asked, confused. That smell. It's so wonderful. I smell pine and the woods. It's very fresh, she giggled. Oh my gosh. Amber whispered. What? Ryan asked. Her mate. All the girls whispered excitedly. Jazz. I started laughing when the girls got excited. I kept sniffing the air. The smell was amazing. I heard footsteps running down the stairs, and they were coming closer. As the footsteps got louder, the smell got stronger. Do you guys smell that? It smells like vanilla and strawberries, a deep voice said. I froze. A man about 6 feet tall, with soft-looking brown hair and piercing emerald green eyes, came into view. Once we made eye contact, time stopped. We both whispered mate at the same time. A smile broke across his face, and he dashed toward me. He scooped me up into his arms and rested his head near my neck. Mine, he whispered possessively. I shivered and felt him smile. He stayed close to me, and I felt a rush of affection. He pulled back and gave me a passionate kiss. The sparks flew, and they felt like fireworks. The kiss was breathtaking. Our lips moved in perfect sync, and we both smiled. We heard someone clear their throat, and my mate looked over, slightly annoyed by the disruption. What? The emerald-eyed guy asked Axel. Congratulations, man. But keep it appropriate for the living room, Axel laughed. I blushed a deep red and hid my face in his chest. Well, what are you waiting for? Introduce yourself. Elise yelled. Sorry about my brother. He can be a bit much sometimes, she laughed. This is your brother? I asked, laughing. Sadly. He looked at me, and his eyes softened. Oh, my name is Mark. I'm the beta of the Rising Moon Pack, which is where you are now. His smile was gorgeous. I snapped out of it and saw him smirk. My name is Jazz. I was from them, my voice trailed off, and I looked at Skylar sadly. She came over and hugged me. It's okay. He won't judge you, she said softly. Mark looked at us, confused, so I finished. I'm from the Red Rising Pack. Well, I said quietly, looking down. Mark grew very protective, pulling me close and holding me firmly. I hugged him back tight. It's okay, Jasmine. I'm right here, I won't leave you. Ever. He looked down, and he was absolutely serious. I smiled and kissed his cheek. What happened? He asked softly. I looked at Skylar and the girls, and they nodded. I took a deep breath and turned around. He wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me close. The leader was a cruel man. He worked us all so hard. He made the men go out and search for months at a time to try and find Skylar. I was cut off when Axel pulled Skylar protectively close. Axel. It's okay, he's gone, remember? Skylar whispered. Axel nodded for me to continue, so I did. He mistreated the girls and forced them to follow his orders, I said, looking down. Did he harm you? Axel asked. Yes. He was very aggressive. And if you tried to get away, he would be very violent until you stopped resisting. Mark grew incredibly protective, pulling me impossibly closer to his chest. He held me firmly and stayed close to my neck. You're mine. You belong here with me, not with him. His grip was steady on my waist, and I smiled. I nodded and pecked his cheek. He looked up at me, and his eyes were glowing. I think his wolf is very active right now, Elise said. The guys moved in front of the girls and held them behind them. A protective wolf can sometimes get very intense. Jazz. Help him calm down, Axel said, watching Mark just in case. I nodded and turned to Mark. His wolf's presence was strong, and it was a bit overwhelming. Mark. Jasmine. My name is Kitten. I am Mark's wolf. Oh, hello, Kitten. I smiled at him. Kitten seemed to relax, and I giggled. He leaned in and kissed me. I kissed him back, and he seemed very pleased. He leaned down to my ear and spoke in a low voice. You're mine, Jasmine. Not his, not any other guy's. Mine. I will protect you and cherish you as no one else can. You belong with me. Do you understand me? Caden's protectiveness was intense. I was so shocked I couldn't speak, so I just nodded. He smiled at me. Good. He stayed close to me, and I felt a rush of emotion. I'm glad you understand then. Can we have Mark back now? Why? He asked, still feeling defensive. Kitten, calm down. Don't worry, I only belong to you and Mark, not to anyone else. Tyler is gone. Skylar told me about what happened, and you guys handled it. Remember? He sighed. Okay. I smiled and pecked his lips. Thank you. You're welcome. I love you, he said. We love you too. Caden stepped back, and Mark's normal eye color returned. Sorry, he apologized. I lifted his chin and kissed him. It's okay, Mark. He smiled. Oh, let me introduce you to these people. I turned around, and he introduced them to me. Alpha Axel and Luna Skylar, Ryan and Elise. Our third is Caleb and Amber, Stefan, Tristan, Alpha Carter and Luna Taylor, Spencer and Jordan, Austin and Katie, and Turner. Alpha Carter, Austin, and Spencer are Skylar's brothers. Skylar was from the Blue Creek Pack, which Carter is the current alpha of. Hello, everyone. I smiled and waved at them. Hey, they all said back with warm smiles. I'm sorry for being so defensive earlier, Axel apologized. I waved him off. You're the leader, you were doing your job. Okay. He let out a small chuckle. The rest of the day, we just sat down and got to know each other more. Today was quite surprising. Who knew that after a year on the run, I would find friends and even my partner? Chapter 38. Skylar POV. I have been a nervous wreck. And to make it worse, the girls are starting to notice my scent. When a wolf is expecting, it gives off a particular scent, and anyone with a sharp nose can tell. The girls have been trying to keep Axel away from me as long as possible, and it's tough. He got so frustrated that he threw a chair at the wall. Where the hell are you, Skylar? I heard Axel ask me through the link. Crap. I'm in my room. I'm coming to see you. No. You can't. And why not? His wolf was starting to get upset as well. Because I'm feeling under the weather? It sounded more like a question. What? Are you okay? Do you need the doctor? Oh my gosh, I'm coming to take you right now. I giggled. No, Axel. Stay put, I'm fine. The girls are taking care of me, I rushed. I'm still coming to see you. No, you aren't. Yes, I am. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Stay put, he said the last part firmly. We need to move. I told Faith. I know this. I want it to be a surprise. Me too. I have an idea. Tell me. I need details. Faith said, laughing. We can get Tristan and Stefan to help me stay out of sight until dinner tonight, which is in about 2 hours. I'll take my things with me. Brilliant. Hurry up and call them. Okay. Jeez, calm down, I said, laughing. She rolled her eyes playfully. Stefan. Tristan. I called through the link. What? Are you okay? They both asked in concern. Axel is coming. He's frustrated that he can't see me, so he says he'll be here in 10 minutes. Help me hide. He will be able to tell if he gets close. Help. I pleaded. They chuckled at me, practically begging. Okay, come downstairs. You can stay at Amber's until dinner. We will call her and let her know you're coming. Thank you. You're welcome, they laughed. That was close. Amber plopped down on her bed. I know, I said, plopping down next to her. It's a good thing you got out of there. I'm already starting to notice, she laughed. Everyone will be able to tell when we arrive at dinner. Make up an excuse. Say you got a new perfume. That's brilliant. Thank you so much, Amber, I said, hugging her. Hey, what are sisters for? She laughed. You're the best. I'm glad I have you guys as sisters. And we're glad we have you too. I can't believe you girls are resting when we have a big dinner tonight. I looked up and saw Elise, Katie, Jordan, and Jazz laughing while Taylor hurried about. Come on, let's get ready. We don't have all day, she said, leading me to the bathroom. I was getting ready when I heard Axel again. Oh, come on, people. Give me a break. Just this once? I thought I told you to stay put, he growled. Axel, I'm fine. You can't see me right now. Why not? Because you will see me at dinner tonight. No, I want to see you now. Axel, you will. No. I mean now. Calm down. Skylar, he growled. Axel, I growled back. We are talking when we get home. Why are you so moody all of a sudden? Whatever. And because. Don't say whatever to me. I just did. Skylar. Tell me what's going on, he demanded. I can't right now. Got to get ready. Love you, babe. I cut him off before he could reply. I slipped into my black dress and some white heels. Amber finished my hair in a loose fishtail over my shoulder, and Elise did my makeup with a smoky eyeshadow look. The girls looked incredible. Oh, my gosh. You guys look amazing, I said, laughing. Why, thank you, Jordan said in a playful accent. We all laughed and made our way to the car. We were meeting at my parents' house this time. Skylar, you're so grown up, my mom said, bringing me into a big hug. Mom, be careful, I said quietly. She pulled away and looked at me worried. What's wrong? Oh, nothing, I said, and I smiled at her. She giggled, then looked at me oddly. Is that a new perfume? Yes, it is, I said, winking at Amber. She chuckled, and we all walked inside. My baby girl is back. Is Axel behaving himself? My dad asked. Yes, Dad. He is behaving himself. I smiled and hugged him. You need to visit more, young lady. He smiled warmly and brought us to the table. Axel, Mark, Caleb, and Ryan were all heading over. Axel made Turner, Stefan, and Tristan do patrol. Hey sis, Carter said, hugging me as he, Austin, and Spencer walked in. Hey, I replied and hugged them as well. Don't forget your favorite twins, Spencer smiled. No, that would be us, Ryan said while walking over. Hey, dude, Carter said, smiling. Hey, Ryan said, smiling back. The rest of the guys walked in, and my eyes landed on Axel. He looked, well, upset. Heads up, Mark said quickly, then went over to Jazz, who was smiling at the sight of him. Great. We need to talk when we get home, Axel said, clearly annoyed. Axel, I can explain. Good. You can start now, he said, crossing his arms. I looked at Jordan and gave her a pleading look. Oh, look at the food here, Jordan yelled, grabbing my hand and pulling me toward the table. I quickly sat down, and Axel grabbed the chair next to me. He was still very upset, and everyone could see that. We were filling our plates when Axel whispered in my ear. What are you hiding? You'll find out soon. I put my hand on his arm, and he calmed down a little. He got closer to me, and I froze. You smell different. It's a new perfume, I said, trying to cover it up. No. It smells more like, he started, but I cut him off. Who wants pasta? I said, filling my plate. Why do you keep interrupting me? Axel said, sounding a little hurt and angry. Stop asking questions. They will all be answered when we are done eating. Promise? He asked, narrowing his eyes at me. Promise. That was lovely, Sophia. My dad complimented my mom. She giggled at him. My brothers and I all looked at each other and laughed. We tried to stop, but we couldn't. Carter and I looked at each other and laughed at their behavior. Someone clearing their throat snapped me out of my memories. I looked up and saw Amber signaling to me that it was time to tell everyone. Guys. I have an announcement. Well, great news, I should say, I said, gaining everyone's attention. About time, I heard Axel mumble. I nudged him playfully. Okay. I sucked in a deep breath. I'm expecting. I froze and everyone looked shocked. Chapter 39. Skylar POV. Everyone just stared at me. No one moved, no one said anything. I looked at Axel and his eyes were bulging out of his head. I closed my eyes for a brief second before I heard a scream. My baby is pregnant. I'm gonna have grandchildren. I was waiting for this, you know. I'm not getting any younger. I'm so proud of you, Skylar. My mother crushed me in a hug. Mom, I said, looking at her. Her face turned pink. Oh, right. Sorry, I can't believe you are pregnant. I'm so proud of you, baby girl. You're gonna be a great mother. My dad said with a massive smile while walking and hugging me. Thank you, guys. I gave them each a hug back. We are gonna be uncles. Spencer yelled. I'm really excited, Austin said. I know. I can't wait. Carter said with a huge smile. Is it a boy or a girl? They all stared at me, waiting for my answer. I smiled. It's a healthy boy. Everyone cheered. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna be a dad. Axel said with a huge smile. Oh, thank you, God. I thought he didn't like it. He's gonna be so big and strong. He's gonna be a powerful alpha. He's gonna learn how to play football, soccer, baseball. And he kept going on. I breathed a sigh of relief and gave a nervous smile. What's wrong, babe? You took so long to answer, I thought you were gonna be upset, I said quietly. Upset? He laughed. No. I could never be upset about something like this. I'm glad we are gonna have a baby. This is huge. I'm so excited. He paused. Oh my gosh. I sound like a girl. The girls died laughing at that one. Oh, shut it, guys. He pouted, sitting back in his chair. Oh, you're fine. I patted his shoulder. So, is this why you avoided me all day? He asked, scared. Yeah. I mean, Amber could already smell it and some of the other pack members. I told everyone it was a new perfume because I wanted it to be a surprise. Okay, just making sure. He laughed. Are you gonna have any more? My mom asked, getting excited. Mother. I yelled in embarrassment. What? Well, can you blame me? She asked. She did have a point there. And besides, I want more than one grandchild from you. She pointed at me. And that goes for all of you. The girls' faces turned bright red, and the guys wiggled their eyebrows at them, making them even redder. So we're gonna have a little Axel running around? Elise asked. I nodded, and she groaned. Just great. Hey, I'm not that bad. Elise gave him an "Are you serious" look. Right? He asked, turning to me. I paused, looking for an excuse. Sure, Mom. I would love to help you with the dishes. I said, practically running into the kitchen so I don't get caught. What? I'm not a bad person. Jeez. Axel said, shaking his head. Whatever floats your boat, babe, I said, giving him a peck on the cheek when I walked back to where they were. So if we have little me running around, will we have a little you running around in the future? He asked sweetly. I blushed at his comment, and he chuckled. I don't know. It would be nice to have a boy and a girl. But if we don't, then it's okay. I want our children to be perfectly healthy. Me too, he said and gave me a quick peck on the lips. But I want a niece in the future, little sis, Austin said, pointing a finger at me. I laughed and nodded. Yeah, that way I can look out for her and protect her if anyone bothers her, Carter said with a confident smile. Same here. She won't be allowed to date until I say so, Axel said, agreeing. Guys. She will need space. And that's if I have a girl in the future. Don't worry. We will. Axel said with a smile. And when you do, I'm gonna spoil her. I'm gonna be her favorite uncle. Spencer said proudly. Oh my gosh. How did we become mates? Jordan asked herself. Spencer growled, and she laughed. You know I'm kidding. I love you, she said, pecking his lips. You better. He said, wrapping his arms around her waist. The rest of the night was spent talking about the baby boy and what he will do in the future. We plan to tell the pack in a couple of days. And Axel, the guys, and the girls will be a little overprotective of me from now on. This will be fun, note the sarcasm. Chapter 40. Skylar POV. Axel. 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 I kept saying his name over and over again until he woke up. He chuckled and grabbed my finger. Yes, kitten. He asks in his morning voice, which I do have to say is quite charming. I want ice cream. I pouted. He groaned and looked at the clock on the nightstand. It's 7 in the morning. Can't you wait till noon or something? He asked, pulling me closer. No. Why? Because I'm craving ice cream and I want some now. Okay. Don't get your pregnant hormones in a twist, he said, getting out of bed. Thank you, babe. I smiled sweetly at him. Yeah. I'll be right back. I smiled and lay back down. I fell asleep for about 10 minutes until I heard someone walk in. I look up and see Axel holding a chocolate and vanilla ice cream cone. I know how much you love chocolate, he said, giving me a quick peck. I giggle and nod. I eyed his cone and laughed. What? I wanted some too. I rolled my eyes and grabbed my ice cream. I finished and my eyes started drooping. Come on. Let's go back to bed. He wrapped his arms around me and pulled me close. But I'm not tired. I protested while yawning. I begged to differ. You need to sleep. It's healthy for you and the baby. Axel. I'm only like 5 days pregnant, not 5 months. I know, but still. I want him to be as healthy as possible. Ugh, fine, Mr. Overprotective Alpha Dad, I said, giving him a soft kiss. And I am proud of it. He gave me another quick kiss and rested his hands on my lower back. I pulled back and rested my head against his chest and felt my eyes close. I love you, kitten. I love you too, I mumbled before falling into a deep sleep. Should we wake her up? It's noon. I heard a voice say. I wouldn't if I were you. I heard a deep voice say, yawning. That was Axel. Why are you so tired, dude? Another guy's voice came in. She made me go get her ice cream at 7 in the freaking morning. Yep, that was Axel. This pregnancy is gonna be fun. He teased. My wolf growled at that. You do realize she is just messing with you. I heard the same girl's voice from earlier. She's smart. I can't believe she used the fake pregnancy craving trick. Wait, what? She just wanted ice cream, and she was too lazy to go get it. Duh. Even I knew that. He growled. So you're saying she woke me up just because she wanted ice cream? Ding ding ding. We have a winner. Ugh, Elise, you aren't helping. I didn't come here to help. I came here to get her up for lunch. She needs to eat. Okay. Come on, Mark, you can wake her up. Yeah, how about no? She's pregnant, and you're her mate. Why don't you do it? I heard Axel groan. Fine. You touch me, you die, I stated before opening my eyes to look up at them. Were you awake this whole time? Axel asked me, narrowing his eyes. Yup, I replied with an evil grin. He crossed his arms and pouted. Is the big bad alpha wolf pouting? Everyone laughed until Axel growled. No. You just made me get up at 7 in the morning to go get you ice cream because you were too lazy. So, I smiled innocently at him. Whatever. I'm going to be downstairs. He huffed and walked out. Okay. Mark out. Skylar, Jazz, and I are going to the mall. Good luck getting past the guards. He said with a mischievous smile. I heard the word mall. So count me in. Jazz said, walking into my room. She saw Mark and gave him a quick kiss. Sweet. So out of the way, Mark. Elise said, trying to push him. Nope. Sorry, sis. I don't think you guys could go to the mall if someone had told Axel that his pregnant mate is leaving the house without him. He put an extra emphasis on without. That little jerk. You wouldn't, I said, stepping forward. He just smiled and kissed Jazz's cheek and turned around, walking out of my room. Quick. 5 minutes to get ready, then we leave ASAP. Got it. They both said and ran out. I quickly put on some jean shorts and my favorite red tank top with a white anchor and infinity sign. I threw my hair up in a cute, messy bun and grabbed my white sandals. I ran downstairs and saw Elise and Jazz looking around. Let's go, I said in a whisper. They nodded, and we walked out the front door very carefully. Full-on ninja mode, Elise said, laughing. We made it to the garage and opened the door. Hello, Luna, Jazz and Elise. Busted. I turned around and saw a guard. He was one of the guards Axel used to keep Elise on house arrest for a while. Hello. I smiled sweetly at him. Where are you ladies off to? He asked, eyeing the set of keys in my hand. Just taking the Lamborghini out for a test run. I lied. But I was taking the Lamborghini out to the mall. So it was half the truth. That counts, right? He could tell we were up to something. Does Alpha Axel know that his pregnant maid is leaving the house without him? How did you know? I asked in confusion. I'm one of the best trackers in the pack. I help with leading groups so that I can smell it. He laughed. Oh, that would explain a lot. We laughed. So, do Alpha Axel, Ryan, and Beta Mark know you guys are leaving? He asked us with a massive smirk. Pfft, yeah. Elise laughed nervously. So if I called them, they would say it was all right. Crap. We would love to stay and chat. But we gotta go, Elise said. And with that, we ran towards the car. I got in the driver's seat and started her up. Hold on, I shouted. I put it in reverse and flew out of the driveway. I'll give you girls some time before I tell them. Give you a head start. I heard him say. Game on. We said. Good luck, ladies. Thanks, Elise said. Let's do this, Jazz said in a deep voice. Oh my gosh. So many shoes. Jazz yelled as she jumped into a hop. She saw. Whoa, horse. I joked. Well, sorry. She stuck her tongue out at me. I was deprived of shoes. Okay. We're going to go sit down on the bench. Okay, she said, still not looking at us. So, Elise, how long do you think it will take before they come to the mall? Well, not long. She pointed behind me. I turned around, and sure enough, there was Axel, Mark, Ryan, and the guard from earlier. They must have made him go along because he knew where we went. They were looking around, but they didn't really seem upset. But you could tell they were kinda annoyed. Come on. Let's grab Jazz out of her shoe-la-la land and book it. Right. We made our way into the store and saw Jazz paying for about 10 pairs of shoes. Wow, girl. Jazz, we've got to go. They're here. She groaned but nodded. Excuse me, miss? Yes, the lady at the counter said. Could you please hold on to these shoes? I'm gonna go shop some more, and I don't have any place to put them. Of course. She took the bags from Jazz and placed them behind a curtain. Thank you so much. The lady bowed her head in our direction in respect and returned to work. Okay, so the parking lot is on the other side of the mall. And we're on level 3. So that means we have to manage somehow to get down to level 1 and run across the mall, get to the cars, and head home before the guys can find us. I stated. Okay. Sounds like a good plan to me. Elise agreed. And if they spot us, we have to split up so it will be easier for us and harder for them. Jazz said. Yep. Sounds good to me. I said. Me too. Elise chimed in. Okay, let's do this thing. Jazz shouted, laughing. Let's go, girls, I said. We made our way out of the girls' bathroom and went for the escalator. This ought to be a fun ride. Chapter 41. Skylar POV. Jazz? Elise? Ready? I asked them. Hell yeah. They yelled. We made our way out of the bathroom and are now heading towards the escalator. We run to the escalator and hop on. Do you girls see them? I asked them quietly. No, Jazz replied, looking around. There. Elise pointed toward the bathrooms we had just been in. I heard a growl and looked up. Axel was standing by the bathroom door, along with Ryan, Mark, and the guard. They followed the trail and reached the escalator. Crap, Elise shouted. We quickly got off the escalator and looked around for an escape route. Guys, look. I pointed to Bath and Body Works. We can make our trail lead in there, quickly spray ourselves with different perfumes to cover our scent, then head out of the store. Brilliant. Jazz complimented my idea. Where do you come up with these things? Elise asked me, smiling like crazy as we made our way into the store. Simple. I lived with 3 overprotective brothers and an overprotective dad who happened to be the alpha. And I was his only daughter. I had to think of some ways of survival. I laughed. When we got into the store, we grabbed a bunch of the sampler sprays and doused ourselves with them. Here. Sniff me. I asked them. They both did, and they wore a smile of victory. Can't smell you at all. Only perfume. Jazz said proudly. Jackpot. We made our way out of there and made sure to avoid the entrance we came through. We reached another escalator by the store and turned around to see the boys. They walked into Bath and Body Works and tried to sniff around. We started laughing when confusion was written all over their faces. It was priceless. We bolted down the escalators and made it to the first level. To the parking lot. Elise shouted in a warrior cry. Jazz and I busted out into a fit of laughter and quickly ran outside to the Lamborghini. Dude. The guys parked 5 cars away in front of us. Elise laughed. I looked and saw that they did. We got into the car and drove home. I hopped out of the shower and got dressed. I used Axel's body wash to mask the perfume and make it look like I'd been here all day. I walked downstairs and sat next to the girls who were currently watching Percy Jackson. They were at the part where Luke gives Percy the flying shoes with wings so that they can find the pearls. I have to admit, Logan Lerman is very handsome. Oh, I can't forget about the guy who plays Luke. Don't know his real name though. I have to remember to look that up. He handed Percy his favorite shield when the front door flew open. I swear, those girls are in so much trouble when they get. Axel stopped and looked up at us. Why are we going to be in so much trouble? I asked curiously. Girls rule. My wolf says with pride. I laughed at her and I looked at the 4 guys, with shock written all over their faces. Are you guys okay? Elise asked, acting worried. What happened? Jazz asked, running over to Mark. She's a pretty good actress. I give her props. Elise and I follow suit, running up to our mates. Why are you guys panting? I asked them. And sweating? Elise asked, retracting her hands from Ryan's chest. How? But, you, Maul. I give up. The guard said. Alpha. Luna. He nodded his head to us and walked outside. Jazz gave us each a smirk when the guys weren't looking. I thought, the Maul, have you guys been here the whole time? Axel asked us in disbelief. Yeah. We have been watching movies all day. When you guys left this morning, we all took a nap and then watched movies. And we don't know what you guys are talking about with the mall. I said, putting air quotes around the words the mall. Yeah. We were in the middle of watching Percy Jackson before you guys came barging in looking all tired. Jazz said, crossing her arms. Okay, scratch that. She is an excellent actress. Bravo, bravo. So why are we in trouble? Elise asked the guys. Well, we thought you guys were at the oh, never mind. You aren't in trouble. Axel sighed in defeat. Okay. It sounded more like a question when I said it. We are gonna go take showers, Ryan said. Axel and Mark nodded in agreement and walked upstairs. When I couldn't hear them anymore, I turned around to face the girls. Thank you, Bath and Body Works, I whispered. Elise and Jazz both nodded and giggled. Perfume. A girl's best friend. Jazz joked. I agree, Elise said. That was close. I thought to myself. Yes, it was. We would have been in deep trouble. Faith chimes in. No doubt. I laugh. I turn around and watch the rest of the movie. Thank you, Perfume. Chapter 42. Skylar POV. It's been about 3 months since I told everyone that I am pregnant. Ever since then, Axel has doubled up on security. I'm not really on house arrest, but it sure seems like it. I have to be with at least 3 guards at all times when Axel isn't here. And a guard must be posted at every door at all times. If I'm walking around town, I have to have 3 guards with me, but if I'm walking away from town, I have to have 5 guards. Oh, and a tracker in case we get lost. Ugh, he's being so unreasonable. But whatever. I snap out of my thoughts when I hear a loud bang come from downstairs. I quickly place my hand over the safety tool on my ankle that Axel made me put on. Tool, check. I grab the protective device out of the drawer of my nightstand and ready it. Axel is big on protection because A, I'm his mate. B, I'm pregnant. C, I'm carrying the future alpha. But hey, I get to carry defensive equipment. It's actually kind of fun because when you're bored, I practice with random targets. but nothing that is ours, so don't worry, people. I place the device in front of me and walk out of the safety of my room. I descend the stairs and head towards the living room. Where is she? I heard a girl's voice yell. Taylor? What is she doing here? And why is she so upset? Oh boy, why did I do that? Taylor? I asked as I came around the corner. She looks up at me and runs towards me. She pulls me into a hug and cries. I click the safety switch on the device and put it in the holster on my hip. Oh my gosh. Are you okay? I asked, concerned. I wrap my arms around her while she cries. After a couple of minutes, she pulls back and looks at me. Carter forgot my birthday. I should update you guys on a few things. About 2.5 months ago, Taylor announced to us that she is pregnant with a healthy girl. Carter was so overjoyed. He went on full protective mode, you could call it. And Taylor's pregnancy hormones and mood swings have been, well, all over the place. She can get emotional over anything. It's normal, though. My mom was the same way when she had me. And today is Taylor's birthday, and I guess my brother didn't say happy birthday to his mate. This isn't going to end well. It's okay. Maybe he had to do something today. Did he leave early? No. He was with me when I woke up. Then I was like, hey babe, it's really nice outside. Must be something special. Like hints. And I gave him hints all morning, and he's completely clueless. Maybe he had a reason? I don't know. He's being so inconsiderate. Sorry for talking about your brother like that, Sky. I laughed at her. Oh, believe me, I've called him worse. She giggled and nodded. Come on. Let's get ice cream. My treat. It can be like one of my birthday presents for you. She smiled and nodded eagerly. I'd love that. Sweet. Let's go. We opened the door and found 2 guards. Oh, shocker. Luna Skylar and Luna Taylor. They bowed. Hello. We smiled warmly at them. We're gonna head out for some ice cream. Okay. Well, we will get some more guards. I nodded, and Taylor looked at me weirdly. We are leaving the house, so that means I need more guards. We'll probably have 6, 3 for me and 3 for you. I said nonchalantly to Taylor. Let me guess. She paused and pretended to think. She snapped her fingers and pointed to my stomach. The baby? She laughed. Ding, ding, ding. I laughed with her. You girls ready to go? Stefan asked us. We nodded and walked to the car. My ladies, Stefan said in a British accent as he held the door open for us. Why, thank you, good sir, I said. Taylor looked at us like we were crazy and busted out laughing. The entire car ride was spent talking in different accents. We even got the other guards to join in. It was hard for some because they barely even smiled, like at all. They are way too serious. But thanks to puppy dog eyes, a pout, and persuasion, it worked. I offered them that if they spoke with different accents for the rest of the ride to the city, I would pay for their ice cream. They thought about it for a moment, then agreed. They had some pretty good accents, and they actually smiled. We all had a good time. We were sitting at the tables, laughing, and the guards, who never smile, kept talking in all sorts of accents. They just needed a push. We were having a good time when Carter mind-linked me. Skylar, I need your help. Carter. Today has been so hard. I have been acting like I forgot Taylor's birthday, and all morning she has been dropping hints about it, too. I would crack a smile once in a while, but I had to quickly cover it up so she wouldn't know about the surprise birthday party I'm planning for her tonight. After breakfast, I told her I had to do some alpha stuff. She gave me a sad smile, and it honestly hurt to see her like this. She said okay and told me she was going to see Skylar. Skylar, I need your help. What did you do now? Besides making Taylor cry. She snapped at me. Taylor's pregnancy hormones are so wild. But it's normal. Some people have them where they don't get really affected by it, or one little thing can set them off. Taylor got the second one. It's kinda hard, because you have to watch what you're saying or what you do. It might not seem bad, but for a pregnant she-wolf, it can be. Listen. I know, but I was hoping you could keep Taylor busy all day. Don't let her come home. I replied. Wait, so you didn't forget about her birthday? She asked me. Of course not. I have been planning a surprise birthday party for her tonight. I told her I had to leave this morning for some alpha business, but I have actually been shopping with Austin, Spencer, Katie, and Jordan. I don't know how you girls can go shopping. It's hard work. Oh, you get used to it. She laughed. So how's it coming, big bro? It's coming pretty good actually. Some of the moms and children are cooking. Well, more like moms cooking, children helping. I laughed. That's good. Yeah. The party is at 6 tonight, and we're getting the decorations, more food, and drinks. Good luck with that, Carter. She joked. Yeah. I laughed. And I need your help with something really important. Austin and Spencer told me you would be perfect for the job. Because they really don't know about jewelry, and Katie and Jordan would probably give it away. You're right. Guys know nothing about jewelry. And they would probably give it away. They get excited about this kind of stuff too easily. So what kind of jewelry are we talking about? A ring. An engagement ring to be exact. Really? No way. Oh my gosh. That is so cute. You're gonna propose to her on her birthday. That is so sweet. She squealed. Thanks. I'm going to the shop at 4. I need you to keep Taylor somewhere over there while you come here and help me pick out a ring. Okay. I can have Elise and Amber keep her busy. Okay, sounds good. You can tell them I trust them. The only people who know are you, Spencer, Austin, Mom and Dad, her parents, and Axel. I had to call him and ask if I could borrow you. I laughed. He was like, I guess, and I'm supposed to be careful with you. She laughed. Oh gosh. That's him for ya. And okay. I won't tell anyone except for Elise and Amber so that they can help. I promise. Thank you so much, baby sis. Anytime, big bro. Skylar POV. It's finally 3:30 and I have run out of ideas. I have been dragging Taylor everywhere through town. We have made it home, and Taylor said she had to head to the bathroom, so I wasn't one to hold her back. Elise and Amber, I need you guys to keep Taylor company so I can go with Carter and help him pick out the ring. They nodded. Hey, Taylor. My parents called while you were in the bathroom. They need my help with something. Elise and Amber will keep you company until I get back. Okay. Be safe. And give Carter a piece of my mind when you see him for me. She giggled. Will do. I smiled. I'm so nervous. What if she says no? Oh my gosh. That would be terrible. What if she doesn't like the ring? What if I get the wrong one? Oh wow, I sound like a mess. I have been sitting in a car with Carter for about 15 minutes, and he keeps going nonstop about everything that could go wrong tonight. Carter. She could not like that party. Carter. What if she doesn't like her presents? Carter. The cake. Oh my gosh. What if the cake isn't done in time? Earth to Carter? What would happen if the decorations aren't put up properly? Carter. I yelled. He snapped his eyes to meet mine. What? He asks me. You passed the ring shop about 2 minutes ago. I pointed behind me. He groans. Why didn't you tell me? He asked while turning around. I gave him my "Are you serious" look. I tried. You kept going on and on about what could go wrong. You sound like a nervous wreck. I'm sorry, Sky. It's just that I love Taylor with all my heart. She's my everything, and I want everything to be perfect for her tonight. I'm really nervous. What if she says no? Carter. I laugh, placing a hand on his arm. She's gonna say yes. She's carrying your baby girl, for goodness sake. She loves you so much. You have nothing to worry about. I reassured him. Okay. He lets out a breath and smiles at me. Now come on. Let's go get that ring. I shout, jumping out of the car. I feel bad for Axel. Why's that? He has to deal with a pregnant you. He laughed. Well, I said, pretending to be hurt. Oh, suck it up. He laughed at me. Should we get this one? Carter asks me, holding up a silver ring. Carter, that's a man's ring. Oh, I knew that. He said, putting it back. Of course he did. Remember Carter. Diamonds. We were looking for about 5 more minutes when I felt Carter tap my shoulder. What about this one? My eyes went wide at the ring he was handing me. Carter, that's perfect, I said, taking the ring and examining it. Really? He asked me. He had a full-on grin from ear to ear. He must feel proud of picking out the perfect ring for Taylor. Well, I would too. This ring is a winner. Yeah. It's gorgeous. It was a silver ring with a large diamond in the center and 3 smaller diamonds on each side. It was absolutely perfect. Stunning. Do you think she'll like it? Dude, she will love it, I said, handing it back to him. He grabbed it and looked at it. You could tell he was so stressed out. When I said it was perfect, his entire body relaxed. He put so much effort into this. Taylor is lucky to have a guy like my brother, Carter, as her mate. They're such a cute couple. They love each other so much. They are both perfect. Chapter 43. Skylar POV. It's finally party time. Carter found the perfect ring and has set up everything. He's planning to do it after the party, right before everyone leaves, so that they can say congratulations on their way out. Well, that's if Taylor says yes. But she will, at least, I hope she will. Carter. Calm down. Everything is set and ready. I reassured my nervous wreck of a brother. He's been pacing for about 10 minutes, mumbling to himself. I picked out a few words. Mate. Hopefully she'll say yes. Wife. I love her. What if everything's not perfect? What if? What if? What if? He waved me off and kept on pacing. It was obvious he loved her and wanted everything to be perfect. I just had to keep telling him that everything would be fine. Carter. So many thoughts are running through my mind. I'm really just worried that this won't be enough for her and she won't want to be my wife. Oh my gosh. You are overthinking this. My wolf laughed at me. Well, sorry for wanting everything to be special for our mate. Carter, everything will be fine. Skylar has told you countless times that it will be all right. I guess. But still, what if she says no? She'll say yes. She loves us just like we love her. Okay, thanks. Anytime. Carter. I snapped out of it when my sister and 2 brothers yelled my name. What? I asked, completely confused. She's coming. Quick. I ran into the kitchen and hid. We made it so that when she first walks in, she won't see anything. The mudroom connects to the front door, and you have to turn the corner to enter the living room. And the living room has all the decorations. Everyone is hidden except Skylar. Hey, Taylor. I heard Skylar greet Taylor. Hey, Sky. She sounds so upset. I really want to run up to her and pull her into my arms. How are you feeling? I heard Taylor remove her shoes and listen to the footsteps coming closer. All right, I guess. I'm still upset that your brother. She walked into the living room, and that's when we all jumped out. Surprise! Everyone yelled. She let out her cute little squeal, and she looked surprised. She looked around the room and started laughing. Her eyes landed on me. She smiled and shook her head, laughing again. I gave her my full-on grin, walked up to her, and pulled her into my arms. Happy birthday, babe, I whispered into her ear. Thank you. She giggled. I actually thought you forgot it. She admitted quietly. Well, I kinda did. And Skylar gave me a hard time this morning. She looked up at me, and let me tell you, she looked annoyed. You're such a... I cut her off by placing a kiss on her lips. I pulled back and smiled at her. I was kidding. I laughed. Oh. Her face turned an adorable shade of red, and she hit it against my chest. I needed you to think that I actually forgot so that the surprise party would be a little bit easier. I love you, she said, and she grabbed my face. I love you too, I replied with a smile before leaning in and kissing her. It was closer to the end of the party, and every minute that went by, I got more nervous. You'll be fine, Skylar said as she walked towards me. My parents have stolen Taylor away, so it's time to talk to Skylar. Okay, I'm holding you to that, I said, teasing her. Fair enough. She laughed. Okay, remember, all you have to do is get on one knee, grab her hand, do your little speech, let go of her hand to pull the box out, and when you open the box, ask her to marry you. She said slowly. Right. Got it. I said. I was determined. Physically, I was determined. Mentally, I was a nervous wreck. My mind kept playing scenarios of anything that could go wrong. I didn't know so many things could go wrong with this. But my mind has made up some pretty weird complications. Like, what if the ring doesn't fit? What if I got the wrong ring? What if she loves someone else? Okay, maybe not the last one, but you get my point. Hey, it's time, big brother, Skylar said, smiling at me. I nodded and made my way towards the front of the crowd. Okay, everyone. I want to say a big thank you to everyone who came here and celebrated my mate's and your Luna's birthday. I clapped, and soon everyone joined in, clapping and hollering. I smiled gratefully and continued. I want to say happy birthday, Taylor. I love you so much, and I'm sorry for making you upset this morning. She laughed and came up to give me a quick kiss. She went to turn around and walk back to her spot, but I kept her hand in mine. She looked confused, but I smiled and told her to stay here. Taylor. I paused and got down on one knee. She put her free hand up to her mouth while I kept my hold on her left one. I love you so much. You're the reason I want to wake up every morning. You help me lead this pack. You're my universe, my sunshine, my world, my everything. You have made me a better man, and for that, I thank you. I couldn't have wished for a better mate to spend the rest of my life with. You can make me smile just by looking at me. I never truly understood why a person can smile just by thinking of another person. But meeting you showed me that. I could have a random grin break out on my face because I was thinking about you. You bring out the best in everyone you talk to. Having a spirited mate like you is a joy. I know how you feel when you say your mate is a handful. I heard Axel mumble quietly. And judging by the look and tap to the arm, Skylar heard it too. We all burst out laughing, and I continued. I love you in every way. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. So I'm asking you, Taylor June Austin, to be Mrs. Taylor June Jones. I let go of her hand and reached into my pocket and pulled out the ring. I opened it up and she gasped. I smiled lovingly at her and continued nervously. Would you do the honors of becoming my wife? I asked her. Tears were forming in her eyes, and she lifted her hands from her mouth. She opened it and closed it. I was starting to get worried. But all my worries went away when she nodded her head vigorously, and I stood up. I grabbed her left hand and put the ring on her finger. She wasted no time in launching herself into my arms. I held onto her tight before she pulled away after a moment. I love you so much, Carter. And I'm honored to become your wife, she said in a whisper, still crying. I wiped her tears of joy away with my thumb and rested my hands on her cheeks. I love you too. With all my heart. I pulled her face into mine and shared a kiss. We broke apart to hear Skylar teasing Axel. So you think I'm a handful? I heard her ask him. By the look on his face, you could tell he knew he was in a tight spot. But the smirk on her face told you she was kidding. Skylar loved getting Axel flustered. She always thought it was funny. Come on, babe. Let's go help him out. I laughed as I pulled Taylor with me. Yeah, but it's absolutely adorable when you're spirited. Axel shot back with a smile. Nice save, man. So I'm a handful? Skylar asked him, her arms crossed, smiling like crazy. His voice trailed off. Better help him out. You know she's just trying to get you flustered? I asked Axel. Ugh, Carter. You're no fun. Skylar whined. I shrugged, and we all laughed. Axel turned toward Skylar and raised an eyebrow. Do you always find it funny when I'm flustered? He asked her. No, but it sounded more like a question. You'd better run, my little mate, Axel teased. Oh, would you look at the time? I gotta get going, Skylar said before she hurried out of here. I didn't think a pregnant woman could move that fast. Axel paused briefly before he ran after her. Be careful, I yelled after them. Will do, he called back. The rest of the night was spent congratulating one another. I nodded a thank you to everyone. But only one thing was on my mind. She said yes. Chapter 44. Skylar POV. Be careful. Stay safe. Oh, and make sure the baby will be okay. And remember, Taylor, I was cut off when Axel put his hand over my mouth to stop me from talking. They will be perfectly fine, babe. He chuckled. I huffed and crossed my arms over my chest. Carter and Taylor finally got married, and now they are setting off for Hawaii on their honeymoon. Elise and I tried to sneak away, but sadly, we were caught about 5 minutes later. I'm extremely jealous that they get to go to Hawaii. And they get to stay on the beach for 2 weeks. Lucky little werewolves. I removed Axel's hand from my mouth. I know. I want to make sure their baby girl will be safe. Oh, thanks. What about the mother and your sister-in-law? Taylor said, trying to hide a smile. She wasn't hiding it very well. I ran up to her and hugged her. Oh, you know what I mean. Have a safe flight. Love you too very much. We love you too. Love you, Carter said, hugging me. Take care of my baby, sis, all right? He asked, turning to Axel. Don't worry, man. I'll take care of her. Axel said, doing this weird bro hug kinda thing with Carter. It's funny when guys hug each other, but that's just what I think. Come on, Carter. We are gonna be late. Taylor said, placing a hand on his shoulder. All right. Bye, everyone. He yelled as he walked to the car. Bye. Everyone yelled back. What do you girls want to do today? I asked Jazz and Elise. I dunno, Elise said back in a bored tone. Oh, I know, Jazz said, jumping up from the couch. Elise and I gave her a weird look, and she sighed. Let's go to a movie, she suggested. Sound good to me. What about you, Sky? Elise agreed. Sure. What movie? I asked. There's The Heat, We're the Millers, Percy Jackson, Sea of Monsters, and The Lone Ranger, Jazz said, reading them off her laptop. The Heat? Elise asked. Yeah, Jazz and I said, smiling. I grabbed the Ferrari keys and walked outside. Where are you girls going? Mark asked us curiously. Girls' night out, I stated. You're pregnant, so stay safe, Axel said. Movie night. I smiled. Oh, not in the city. He gave me a quick peck. We groaned, but nodded our heads in agreement. We pulled up and got our tickets. Hey ladies, what are your names? A random guy came up to us. I took a sniff, human. I'm not, I said, pointing to me. This is gonna. I pointed to Jazz. And this is happening. I pointed to Elise. Whatever. He scoffed and then walked away. Nice one, Jazz said, laughing like crazy. Where did you come up with that, Sky? Elise asked, trying to calm down her own laughter. I honestly have no idea. Can't he see that I'm pregnant? Men and their hormones. I mocked. That movie was awesome. Girls can seriously kick butt. Jazz said, shouting in the parking lot. Oh my gosh. How does Mark handle you? Elise asked her. I'm just a lot of fun. That's why, she said, winking. Oh my gosh. Too much. La la la. I joked, covering my ears. I felt a tap on my shoulder. I looked over and saw Elise standing there with her mouth wide open. You okay? Skylar. She pointed towards the car. I turned around and stiffened. The Ferrari had huge claw marks. Both mirrors are gone, the windshield and all the lights are broken, and all the tires are slashed. What the hell? I yelled. Hey, there's a note, Jazz said, handing it to me. Read it out loud, Elise said. I nodded and took the note. Hello. I'm guessing you're wondering who did this to your car. Well, the name is Kenny. Alpha Kenny to be exact. After you guys took out Alpha Tyler, I became Alpha. And now we are here for revenge. We were just gonna try and kidnap you, but after we heard about your special condition, we decided that would be even better for us to take. I paused and looked at the girls. What special condition? I asked them, confused. Are you sick? Jazz asked. Elise sucked in a huge breath. What? Jazz asked, placing a hand on her shoulder. Your condition. You're pregnant. They want your baby. Elise said, terrified. I growled and placed my hands on my stomach. Oh hell no. They are not touching my baby. I growled out even more. I felt my wolf coming through because someone is threatening our baby. Faith, calm down. I tried to stay calm. They aren't touching him. She sounded furious. They won't. Let's talk to Axel when we get home. What else does it say? The girls asked. I looked for where I was. Yes, we know that you are pregnant. I'm not going to tell you when or where or what we are going to do. But I'm pretty sure you can figure out what we want. I mean, a baby is a joy to have in life. Am I right, Luna? Better keep it safe. We don't want it to fall into the wrong hands now, do we? I crumbled up the note and shoved it in my pocket. He's going to pay for this, I said in a rage. Come on, we need to get home, Jazz suggested. Wait. Elise pulled out her phone and took pictures of the car. We can show these to the guys. I'll have someone pick the car up later. We nodded and started walking down Main Street. How do you think they found out? Jazz asked worriedly. I don't know, I said, thinking. They had to have gotten on the territory somehow. Maybe they were hiding at the ceremony when we announced it, Elise said. It's possible. We heard a honk and saw Ryan, Turner, and Stefan in a car. Do you lovely ladies need a ride? He asked. Please. We laughed. Did you guys not take a car? Turner asked us in a curious tone. Oh, we did, Elise said, grabbing her phone. Well, where is it? In the parking lot. Here's a picture for ya. Elise gave him the phone. No way, Turner said, swiping through the pictures. Let me see. Stefan grabbed the phone and growled when he saw the pictures. What happened? Turner asked us in disbelief. Tyler's pack, I said, handing him the note. All three of the guys growled. Turner read the note aloud, and I started crying. How did they find out? Ryan asked us. We are thinking that they may have snuck into the territory and were hiding when we announced that Skylar was pregnant, Jazz spoke up. That's possible, Stefan said, looking at her. What are we gonna do? I asked, my head in my hands. We are gonna have Axel call a pack meeting, Elise said, rubbing my back. Chapter 45. Skylar POV. Where is Axel? I asked a guard. He should be in the center building, he replied, shrugging. Okay, thanks, I said as Jazz, Elise, Stefan, and the twins followed us in that direction. Wait, Luna, he called after us. He caught up to me. He's in the middle of a meeting. I'm sorry, but you can't go in there. I huffed in frustration. He's right, but I need him now. Well, this is urgent. I need more patrols out. His body stiffened. What happened, Luna? He asked dead seriously. Tyler's pack is back. His eyes darkened with anger, and he nodded. Come on, guys, I said, and they followed. Let's go crash us a meeting, Ryan said and high-fived Turner. Men, just let us girls do the talking, Jazz suggested, smirking. Women, Ryan said, laughing. You're just jealous because we are cooler, Elise said, smiling. Whatever, Turner mumbled. Let's go, I said, laughing at them. We walked over to the buildings and opened the doors. I heard someone talking behind another set of doors. So, Alpha, how many pack members do we have right now? We currently have over 2,000. That was Axel. I opened the doors, and about 50 pairs of eyes landed on us. So many people. Skylar. What are you doing here? Axel asked, worried but a little upset. I needed to speak with you, I said, quickly walking over to him. Can't it wait till after the meeting when we are home? You can't just come in here while I'm having a meeting, you know, he said, irritated. Well, sorry for wanting to tell you something important. Luna, you know you can't come in here while a meeting is underway, an elder spoke up. Everyone else mumbled in agreement. Tyler's pack was here. Right as I said those words, everyone shut up. Where? Axel demanded, his gaze intensifying as he held onto my waist protectively. In town, I replied shakily. What happened? The same elder came running up to me and put a hand on my shoulder. Elise, show him the pictures, I said. Elise nodded and handed her phone to the elder. You guys didn't get hurt, did you? Mark asked, wrapping his hands around Jazz. No, but our car did, Elise said. What do you mean the car did? Axel asked in anger. Alpha. You might want to take a look at this, the elder said, handing him the phone. Axel let me go and looked at the phone. He swiped through the pictures and let out a low growl. He handed Elise back her phone to show everyone else, then slammed his hands down on the podium. Oh, and he left this, I said, handing him the note in my coat pocket. He took the note and read it out loud so everyone in the room could hear. What are we going to do? Someone asked. I don't know. I had the guards double up on patrol before I came here. Good thinking, Mark complimented me. I nodded my thanks and turned to Axel. This is their second warning. I'm guessing the third one is gonna be an attack. You only get 2. The next one will be an attack. That's how he always did it, Jazz spoke up. Do you think you might know what's going to happen? Turner asked hopefully. He usually sends out 2 warnings, then attacks when they least expect it. But since they want the baby, he will either wait until she is very close to giving birth, or only a short time after. I don't think they would be foolish enough to try anything now. Since they left their mark and a note, they're gonna think she's under a lot of protection. They won't risk having you guys take out more of their men. So they will probably wait, and besides, it gives them more time to prepare, Jazz stated. Then that will give us plenty of time to prepare as well. And I want Skylar under protection 24/7, he said to everyone. Then he turned to me and pulled me into him. I can't risk losing you again. And I can't risk losing our baby. It's gonna be okay, Axel, I said, giving him a reassuring smile. But it didn't work. He looked worried, and I gave him a quick kiss to try to cheer him up. He pulled back and nodded. I want you girls always to stick together, he said to us. And Amber too. All of you guys have gotten close. He smiled at us while we laughed. But I want 2 guards for each girl, he stated. We can't take this lightly. They have made their threat, and it's set in stone. We heard a bunch of agreements. We will continue this meeting tomorrow. Everyone may leave. After everyone left the building, we all made our way back to the house. I don't understand why they can't just give us a break and leave us alone. Chapter 46. Axel POV. So Alpha, what do you plan to do? An elder asked me. We need to keep patrols on the borders at all costs. I even had some patrols through town and the city on my territory. I don't know how they got in, or even found out about Skylar being pregnant. I was talking to Jazz last night, Mark spoke up all of a sudden. What did she say? I asked curiously. She told me that when she was talking to Elise and Skylar, they were trying to think of how they found out. She said maybe they somehow snuck in when we were at the ceremony, the day you guys announced it to both packs. That's a good possibility. But how would they have made it on the land? I had patrols out. Well, maybe he got on the same way as Tyler, he suggested. What do you mean, Beta Mark? My dad asked. Remember the day that Skylar met Tyler out in the clearing that night? Everyone grew serious and nodded. Well, the patrols didn't catch him, and he even had over 20 men get on our land with him. Maybe they got to the land just like he did. He was sneaky and quiet. And I also don't think that the new Alpha brought over 20 men just to target Skylar's car. So it would have been easier for him. You've got a point there, I said, thinking. Son, do you think they could have masked their scent somehow? It's possible. Jazz said something about how, before she ran away from him, they had been working on various tracking prevention methods. But she didn't stay around long enough to find out, Mark said. Okay, I'm gonna need to talk to Jazz more and ask her why she knows about her old pack. Mark nodded, but you could tell he was still a little unsure about leaving his mate alone with a male. I chuckled at his protectiveness. Don't worry, I'm gonna bring Skylar and Elise when I talk to her. I have a feeling that it might be a hard topic to talk about, and the girls will be able to comfort her. He smiled and relaxed. Sorry, my wolf was a little wary for a moment, he apologized. Don't worry, man. I would have done the same thing. He laughed and nodded. But for the time being, I want you and Caleb to train the fighters who are 18 and older. I'm gonna get some of our best fighters to train the boys that are 15 to 17 years old. Caleb and Mark nodded. Why train the young ones, Alpha? Someone asked me. Because if we happen to face conflict again and the Alpha decides to attack the village, I want the other men to know how to defend themselves. But I'm not gonna have them get trained as hard. I want them to learn some basic moves and strategies in both their human and wolf form, just in case. Everyone nodded in understanding. Any more questions? I asked. What if they do happen to catch our Luna? One asked worriedly. He was trying hard not to show it, but I could still feel it. I gave him a determined look. Then they are going to regret ever crossing our borders, I said confidently. He seemed to relax and regain his confidence. I'm glad I could help. How are they doing, guys? I asked Caleb and Mark as I walked up to them. They are doing great. They have been getting better over the past couple of days. They're improving a lot, Caleb said proudly. That's good to hear. I smiled at the fighters who were sparring. Yeah. They are learning things quickly, Mark said, complimenting them. Keep up the good work, guys. I'm gonna go check on the younger fighters, I said, patting them both on the back. Okay, see ya, Axel. They both continued the training. I walked for a couple of minutes to see some of our best fighters training the younger guys. Hey, Trey. How's it going? I asked him, standing by and watching the younger ones spar. Good. They have learned a lot more, he said to me. That's good to hear, I said, laughing. I know. Some of these kids can really hold their own. Really? I asked, surprised. Yeah. You might even want to send some of these guys over to Beta Mark, Alpha, he said, chuckling. That good? I asked him, looking at the kids. Totally. His name is Johnny. I had him spar against one of the fighters yesterday in wolf form. He almost won. Then I had him spar another one in human form, and he almost won that too. I said, thinking. That's pretty impressive if I do say so myself. He has good speed and has a good strategy. He's pretty strong too, but not as strong as our fighters. But he can beat the 17-year-olds. Wow. How old is he? He just turned 16 last week. That's impressive. I agree, he said. We could use him. Keep your eye on him, Trey. We could use him. If he gets any better, call me over. I want to see him spar some of the fighters. Sure thing, Alpha, he said, smiling proudly at the guys. Keep up the good work. And keep training them in both forms. Sure thing, he said. I watched a little more and then left shortly after. If we keep training everyone like this, then I know 100% that we will prevail. Chapter 47. Skylar POV. Axel has been training everyone extremely hard for a couple of months, but they're in really good shape. Axel lets me out of the house a couple of times, but only when I have plenty of protection. And I can't go far from the pack house. So far, we haven't heard anything from Tyler's pack for a couple of months. No one knew what was going on. They haven't sent any more warnings, and they haven't even attempted an attack. I was thinking they were gonna give up, but something tells me they haven't just yet. They might still be out there waiting for the right time. Like Jazz said, they might be waiting until I give birth or when I'm really close to it. That was what worried me. Deciding to shrug it off, I've been sitting down and watching the fighters spar while Elise, Jazz, and Amber compliment them on their skills. It helps them. Whenever we offer encouragement, they break into huge smiles and work twice as hard. It's great motivation for them. And they really were doing an amazing job. I have to learn how to do that kick. Jazz said, smiling excitedly. I'm pretty sure you could learn that very quickly, Ellie said. Right now, we are watching the guys spar. This one kid really stuck out. He was an amazing fighter. He's only 16, and he's held his own against some of the 18-year-olds. Maybe you can have Johnny teach you, Amber teased. Jazz puffed out her cheeks and turned her attention back to the fighting guys. I laughed, and right as I did that, a sharp pain shot through my stomach. It quickly left, so I ignored it and focused on the guys. Hey, ladies, Ryan and Turner said, walking up to us. Hey, we said back. Oh my gosh. Skylar, you're getting so big, Turner teased. I stared at him in shock, and he fell to the ground, laughing. The girls gasped dramatically. Ryan muffled a laugh, and it came out as a cough. I spotted a rock and picked it up, smirking. You know, when my child takes over as Alpha, I ought to tell him how you were so mean to his mother, I said, tossing the rock up and down. That means? Turner asked, standing up and narrowing his eyes at me. No, this does. With that, I tossed the rock, and it hit him right in the stomach. He put his hand over the spot and glared playfully at me. That's what you get for the comment. Ryan busted out laughing, and the girls did too. Whatever, he mumbled, grabbing Ryan by the arm. Let's go help them train. And he left with Ryan still laughing up a storm. That was too good, Amber said, wiping tears from her eyes. We laughed again and looked just in time to see the Johnny kid take someone down. Wow. I want to learn those moves, I said. The girls nodded. Not right now, you're not, Axel teased, coming over. Oh, hush, I know, I said, swatting at his arm. You probably should go lie down now. The doctor said you're very close to the due date, he said, sounding concerned but happy. I'm fine. I want to go over there and talk to Johnny, I said, trying to stand up. My stomach is getting so heavy. He growled softly as he gently pushed me back down into my chair. No getting up. You need to save your energy, he said, smiling kindly. I groaned. I don't care. I want to go talk to him, I said sternly. But, Axel, please. I'll be fine. The girls can come with me. Go help them train, I said, pointing to the sparring. Fine, he sighed in defeat. He gave me a loving kiss. Take care of her. I mean it, he warned the girls. Yeah, Elise waved him off. He chuckled and left to go back to work. Now help me up. I laughed. The girls broke into laughter and helped me out of the chair. About 5 minutes later, I'm finally up. That took a lot of effort, I said softly. Told you, I heard Axel in my mind. I bet he had a cocky smirk on his face. Oh, hush. I laughed and blocked him out. Let's go, girls. Jazz shouted before running towards Johnny. I shook my head at her and slowly made my way over. I passed 2 guys shouting at each other. I sighed and walked over to them first. They were both guards in training. Ugh, you are so frustrating, Jared shouted. Oh, whatever. That was a cheap move, and you know it, Seth defended. You little. Hey, I shouted. They both stiffened and turned towards me, bowing their heads in respect. Hello, Luna, they both said. Hello. Now what seems to be the problem? I asked them sternly. I didn't want any infighting. Jared used a cheap move and Seth started, but Jared cut him off. Did not. Jared shouted. Jared. Let him speak. Then, when he is done, you can tell me your side, I said to him. Yes, Luna, he said, then looked back at Seth. He hit me when I wasn't looking and knocked me down. Now he claims he won the match, Seth said, glaring at Jared. I sighed. Okay, how about this? Do a rematch. We are just sparring, it's not a competition. You guys are from the same pack, same family, please start acting like it. Families shouldn't take unfair shots at each other. That only brings everyone down. A family picks each other up, and that's what we are, a family. Sorry, Luna, they both said, looking down. Now, you can settle this with a fair rematch, I said, smiling. Their faces lit up. Rematch? Seth asked. Bring it on, Jared said. Good. Keep up the good work, guys. I smiled at them warmly. Thank you, Luna, they yelled and ran back to the field. I laughed and turned around. When I took a step, another sharp pain went through my stomach. My hand flew to my stomach, panicking. You okay? Stefan asked, running up, looking concerned. Yeah, I said quietly. Just the baby moving, I guess. He smiled and nodded before going back to his task. There you are, Jazz said, walking up to me. What took you so long, Sky? Elise asked. Seth and Jared were having a disagreement, I responded. Oh. Amber nodded. Hey, Johnny. I called out to him. He stopped sparring with one of the trainers and looked at me. Yes, Luna, he asked, looking a bit nervous. Can you please come here for a minute? I asked kindly. He hesitantly nodded. Of course, Luna. When he walked up, Jazz fired off questions. Where did you learn how to do that? That was awesome. Can you teach me? How did you do that? I want to learn. Please teach me how to punch and kick like that. Jazz, Amber, Elise, and I shouted together. Sorry, she mumbled. Johnny chuckled and relaxed. Where did you learn those moves? I asked, amazed. My older brother taught me. When we were little, he brought me to his training sessions. When I got older, he let me join him. That's awesome, Jazz shouted. Could you teach me? Teach us. I asked, looking at him. He looked shocked that his Luna was asking for lessons. I would love to. He smiled. Really? Elise shouted, giving him a quick hug. Thank you so much, Johnny, Amber said, patting his shoulder. Anytime. He smiled at us. I really appreciate it. Maybe when we are ready, we can spar with you, I said. He looked surprised again. Luna, I'm pretty sure you could hold your own against me even now. He laughed. Thanks, but I'm not so sure. You've got great moves, kid. I don't think I could beat you. I think you could. I've seen you fight, you're incredible. I laughed at his comment. You're very sweet. I'm looking forward to the lessons. And I'm pretty sure Jazz is too, I said, pointing at her as she nodded eagerly. I am too. Thank you, Luna. Thank you, Johnny. He smiled and bowed before leaving. We made our way back to our chairs, and my stomach began to hurt significantly more. Oh, I gasped. Are you okay? Elise asked, worried. Yeah, I'm fine, I said through gritted teeth. I rubbed my stomach, trying to soothe the pain. Skylar. No, you're not, Jazz said, walking over. Axel. Amber said, jumping up to find him. Amber, I'm AHH. I cried out. I began breathing heavily. It was getting much harder. Skylar. Elise yelled, grabbing my hand. Someone. Get over here. Jazz yelled at the top of her lungs. Everyone stopped sparring and ran over. Luna. I heard people call out. Where is she? Axel's voice boomed. The crowd parted, and I saw him running towards me. Baby, what's wrong? Are you okay? My stomach, I groaned as another wave of pain passed through. Where is the pack doctor? He growled. I'm right here, Alpha. Dr. Belt said, running over. What's happening? Axel. I think it's time, I said with a small smile. A look of pure joy broke across his face. I'm going to be a dad, he said quietly. The crowd broke out in cheers and applause. Guys. Please. Help. I shouted in pain. Oh, right, the doctor said, moving into action. Chapter 48. Skylar POV. Well, Axel ran to the hospital, and about 30 minutes later, our new Alpha and my baby boy arrived. Here you are, Luna, Doc said, gently handing him to me. I started crying with joy as I pulled him to my chest. Axel, he has your eyes, I said to him. I handed him over to Axel, and he smiled in return. He does. He has your nose. He laughed. He gave him back to me, and I laughed. He really does. We are grandmas. My mom and his mom cheered. Ladies. Shoo. My dad shushed them, laughing. And we are grandpas. God, I feel old. Axel's dad said, laughing. Everyone else came into the room to look at him. Yes, we are uncles. Carter said, hugging Spencer and Austin. We are aunts. Taylor said, jumping up and down with the rest of the girls. Don't wake him. I scolded them playfully. They rolled their eyes and laughed. So what's his name? My mom asked, walking up to us. I looked at Axel, and he nodded, smiling. Asher Caden Taylor, I said, smiling. That's so cute. Elise said. Great name, babe. Axel smiled, kissing mine and Asher's forehead. Thanks. I smiled and kissed him in return. Look at our baby, Faith said, smiling. I know. He's beautiful, I said to her, looking at Asher's sleeping form in my arms. It's getting pretty late, baby. You and Asher should probably get some rest, Axel said. I nodded. Okay, but he's staying with me. I pulled him closer. Don't worry. He will stay in your arms all night if you want, he teased. Good. I kissed Asher's forehead and relaxed. I'm gonna go down to the cafeteria and get something to eat. Then I will be right back up. Okay, he asked me. I nodded, and he kissed me before walking out. I lay my head back, put Asher's head under my chin, and let sleep take over. Axel POV. Everyone left Skylar's room, and some went to the cafeteria with me. Guys, I need your help, I said to her brothers, Mark and Caleb. Is everything okay? Carter asked me worryingly. Yeah, everything is fine. But I'm gonna ask Skylar to marry me tomorrow. Dude, that's awesome, Spencer said, patting me on my back. You know how we are planning the party for her and Asher tomorrow night? Yeah, Austin said. Well, I want to ask her then. But I need to get her a ring and keep her at the house all day. I don't want her out of my sight because she just gave birth. And I know for a fact that she will not leave our baby, I said, laughing. They all nodded and laughed. I have an idea, Caleb said. What? I asked him. Have Skylar and the girls go over to her parents' house. We can come up with a reason, saying we want her to stay there for extra safety for the time being. Then you can take one of us ring shopping with you and take Elise. She's the closest to Sky. Then have the rest of us guys and the 2 packs get ready for the party. She knows about the party, so she will understand why so many people are busy. That could work, Austin said, smiling and nodding. But who will go ring shopping with you and Elise? I could go. Skylar helped me pick out Taylor's ring, Carter volunteered. Thank you guys so much, I said, relieved. And yeah, I'll help out. I looked up and saw Elise standing there. Were you listening? I asked her. She smirked and nodded. I chuckled. Thank you for helping, Elise. Of course. I'm going to go to bed. Night, everyone, I said, waving to them as I got up. I got in the elevator and pressed the 3rd floor. It stopped on the 2nd floor and a man walked in. He pushed the 1st floor button. He wore a black jacket and black jeans. He seemed off. I stepped off the elevator and looked back at him before the doors closed. He smirked at me, and then the doors closed. What was that all about? I asked my wolf. I don't know. Go to our mate. No. He urged me. I ran through the halls to her room. The door was open, and I felt a surge of concern. Once I got into the room, I started looking around. My eyes landed on a note by her bed. I snatched it up. Hello, Alpha and Luna. I just wanted to say congratulations on your new baby boy. Don't worry about him, he's safe. But keep a close eye on your family. We have patience, and we will wait as long as we need to. Until then, bye. I sighed and put it in my pocket. I walked over and climbed into bed with my mate. Don't worry, baby. I'm not gonna let anyone bother you, Skylar, I said, kissing her on the nose. And you, Asher, I said, kissing him on his forehead. She must have felt my presence because she turned over and snuggled closer to me with Asher in the middle. I pulled them both closer to me and fell into a deep sleep. Tomorrow is going to be one hell of a day. Chapter 49. Skylar POV. Have you ever had the feeling of being in a very peaceful sleep, only to have it ruined? Yeah, well, that's how I feel right now due to a 3-letter word, S-U-N. I groaned and turned over to find Axel holding Asher up in the air. Hey, I said sleepily. Hey, he smiled back. Asher started giggling when Axel made faces at him. You are so silly. I teased and turned back over. Pfft. That's what makes me awesome. Oh my gosh. You are something else. He laughed. Wanna go get something to eat? Yeah. Let me call the nurse. I grabbed the remote and pushed the call button. About a minute later, a blonde nurse came in. Hello, Luna. Did you need something? She asked me. Yes. Can I leave to go get some food at the cafeteria? I asked her. Of course. She paused and looked at her clipboard. You can actually leave. Your body is doing perfectly fine, and the baby's tests came back. He is doing excellent. She smiled at me. That's great. Thank you. She nodded, helped me with the 4 on my arm, and handed me some clothes. I slowly got up and went to the bathroom. I noticed that I'm wearing one of Axel's sweatshirts and sweatpants. Sneaky boy. I smiled and shook my head while walking out. Here you are, Skylar, Axel said, handing me Asher. Thank you. I smiled and kissed Asher on the forehead. So I have to do some stuff today, Axel said after we sat down. Is it Tyler's pack? I asked, concerned. Yeah. Are you okay? I'm just a little nervous. That's all. Why are you nervous? Just making sure we have everything handled. Oh, why is he acting weird? He seems really stressed out. Hey, sexy. Elise came running in. Hey, gorgeous. I got up and hugged her. Oh my gosh. He's adorable. Jazz said, picking Asher up. He is. Elise agreed with her. So, Skylar, Jazz started speaking. I think you should go see your parents. Yeah. I'm pretty sure my mom is dying to see Asher. You can go see her now if you would like. I have to talk to my parents about something, so I won't be there, but the other girls will be. Okay. I'll go get my stuff. I smiled. I'll come help, Axel said, getting up. Can you watch Asher for me? I asked the girls. Sure thing. Oh my gosh. He is going to be a stud. Mark came in with Stefan and the twins. He is going to be a great alpha, Ryan laughed while Stefan and Turner nodded. Try not to let the guys overwhelm him too much, I said to Elise. Don't worry, she reassured me. Axel POV. Bye, babe. Have fun. I called out to her. She smiled and nodded. I closed the door and turned to Carter and Jazz. Let's go get a ring. How about this one? No. It's a bit plain, Axel. Girls like something with a bit of sparkle. Hey guys, what about this one? Carter turned around, holding a ring with a beautiful diamond. It's gorgeous. Jazz took the ring. She looked at it for a moment, then gave it to me. I held it and studied it. It had a large square diamond surrounded by smaller stones. Then, on each side, were 2 small circular diamonds. It's perfect. Thank you, Carter. I said, smiling. Anytime. You're marrying my sister, dude, of course I'll help. He laughed. I'll take this one, please, I said, and gave the cashier the ring. She will love this ring, she said to me. I smiled, and she rang it up. I paid for the ring and headed to the car with Carter and Jazz. I wonder how the party decorations are going, Jazz said. Same here. I hope they have everything under control, Carter said. I think they are fine. My men can handle it, I said confidently. I hope. I muttered the last part and stared at the ring. Dude, you'll be fine. She will say yes, Carter said, putting a hand on my shoulder. You think? I asked him softly. I know. When you guys found out you were mates, she was so happy. You could tell that she loved you, and it grew stronger every day. I told you Austin, Spencer, and I were gonna have a talk with you if you ever hurt her, but I don't think that is gonna happen. He smiled. Trust me. It won't. I said honestly. I hope she says yes. Chapter 50. Axel POV. We got the ring, and I'm trying to find a place to put it because Skylar called Jazz and said everyone is coming over here. Her parents did a good job of keeping her occupied, which I am greatly thankful for. She's here. Stefan called out. Did you hide the ring? Carter asked me. Yeah. I put it behind some of the baby presents she got, I said, pointing to the spot. This is gonna be awesome. She'll be so surprised. He laughed. I'm hoping. I smiled. The door creaked open, and in walked Skylar and her parents. All of her old pack members were already here helping set up for Asher's party. Hey, Axel. She smiled at me and kissed me. Hey. I kissed her back, and she handed me Asher. Hey, Asher. How's my little guy doing? He's gonna be a real charmer, Mark said, laughing. But he's gonna be respectful, Skylar said sternly. The guys looked at each other and laughed. Skylar cleared her throat and put her hands on her hips in her usual I dare you to challenge me type of way. The guys quickly stopped laughing and nodded. He's gonna be respectful and wait for his mate. Yes, Mark said quietly. She smiled at his answer and nodded. I laughed and handed Asher back to her. Now that you're here, let's eat. I smiled. Finally. Both sets of twins yelled. The food was excellent, Mom, Skylar said. Thank you, sweetie. Her mom beamed back, smiling. Presents for Asher. I shouted, taking him from Skylar. I'll go get them, she said, walking over to the gift table. What about the ring? Carter asked me. He placed it behind the very last one, Jazz said for me. Yeah. I want most of this night to be for Asher. Then, at the very end, is when she will find the ring, I said. They nodded, and then Skylar walked back in. We spent about 20 minutes opening gifts, and we were down to the last one. She picked up the present and the ring box. Everyone looked at me with knowing smiles, and I couldn't stop smiling myself. She put the Chapter 51. Axel POV. You guys ready to go shopping? I asked them. Today we are going shopping for Asher. The group consists of me, Caleb, the twins, Skylar's brothers, Mark, and Stefan. This is so funny. I'm a guy, and guys usually don't spend their day shopping. Mark groaned. Oh, suck it up. We can't turn back now. We gave the girls our credit cards, well, besides mine, and they already left an hour ago for their spa day, Ryan said. He's right, Turner agreed with him. Fine. Let's get this over with, Mark complained. Come on, gentlemen. I smiled as I picked up Asher and headed towards the door. Ugh. How long has it been? Ryan groaned again. 10 minutes, Caleb said, looking at his watch. This is taking too long. I don't care if she is my sister, Spencer said, laughing. Oh, come on. She's our sister, Carter scowled at them. Fine, Austin and Spencer muttered. After picking out clothes, a couple of bottles, bibs, pacifiers, diapers, and some baby formula, we were ready to go. Come here, Asher. Come see your favorite uncle, Carter said, laughing. I laughed with him and handed Asher to him. My phone vibrated in my pocket and I answered, knowing it was Skylar. Yes, I laughed. I already knew what she was going to ask. How is Asher? Skylar asked worriedly. I'm fine, babe. Thanks for asking. Oh, and Asher is doing great, I teased her. I'm sorry, Axel. How are you doing? Fine. I smiled and laughed. That's good. Is Asher all right? Is he eating correctly? Yes, Sky. He's perfectly fine. But he's with your brothers, so he might be a little worn out when you see him, I joked. Oh, great. Last time Dad and Mom left them to babysit me, I almost got into trouble because I saw Carter playing those action video games. Oh gosh. I see where you get your spirited behavior from. Oh, shut it. I just wanted to see how things were going, and to see if Asher is doing okay, she muttered. What? No faith in me. She laughed. I'm sorry, it's just that I haven't been away from Asher, and I'm constantly worrying about him. I feel like something bad is going to happen, especially with Tyler's pack out there. And I'm a mother, we always worry about our babies. Skylar. Asher is going to be fine. Promise? I pinky promise, I reassured her. Okay, thank you. I love you. I love you too. Now stop worrying and get back to your spa day. I smiled. Okay, bye, sweetie. Bye, baby. I hung up and saw Carter tossing Asher gently up in the air. He is gonna be so intimidating when he gets older. He's gonna be all like, roar. I am a mighty alpha, look at me. Stefan said. Oh gosh. I would love to see that happen, Caleb commented. That would be entertaining, I said, laughing at the guys. Come on. Let's go check this stuff out and get some pizza. I'm starving, Mark said. Agreed, we all said. Well, little Asher. This is what we call pizza. And, trust me, it will be one of your favorite things, I said, laughing. Asher looked at the pizza and clapped his hands. I think he likes it, Austin said. Me too, I replied. Would you like any refills? Our waitress asked. I took Asher's bottle and checked it. Yes, can I please have some more soda and more water? I said, handing her our cups. Of course. She smiled and walked away. So, I wonder what color his wolf will be, Turner spoke up. He might take after me and be black, or take after Skylar's, I said. It could be either, Stefan said. Here you are, the waitress said, handing our drinks back. Thank you, I said. She nodded, smiled, and walked back. So, is he gonna have a sister or a brother in the future? Spencer asked, wiggling his eyebrows. I shoved his shoulder and laughed. I don't know. But hopefully, he will be an older brother someday. I want a niece, Spencer said, looking at Asher. I mean, I'm glad I have a nephew first. Yeah, I'm glad I got a son first. That way, if Skylar and I have a girl, Asher can look out for her. He'll protect her from anyone, even if it's her mate, I replied to him, laughing. Yeah. And she also has 3 overprotective uncles, an overprotective dad, and overprotective pack members, Carter said, referring to the guys. I wonder if you guys do have a girl, if she will be just like Skylar, Stefan said, thinking. If she is, then there will never be a boring day, Caleb said, smiling. Who knows? Maybe she will inherit the eavesdropping and sneaking out from Skylar as well, Mark teased. She will not be sneaking out of the house, I said sternly. Oh, trust me, there will come a day when a kid tries to sneak out. Not on my watch. Oh, poor daddy, Ryan said, jokingly pinching my cheeks. I growled playfully, and everyone laughed. Let's go home, I said. The guys nodded in agreement, and we walked back to our SUV. I wonder what our next baby will be, whenever we have one. I hope it's a girl. But if not, then it's okay. If we do have a girl, I wonder if she will have Skylar's eyes, or even her smile. I snapped out of my thoughts when we pulled up to my house. Hey, I called out as we walked inside. Hey, babe, Skylar said, kissing me. Hey, Asher, she said, taking him from my arms. I'm going to go get the bags, I said. We'll help, her brothers added. I nodded my thanks, and we all went out to the car. We can set these in the nursery for right now, I said to them. They nodded and carried the bags upstairs. Well, good night, everyone. It's late, and I'm tired, Mark said. Same here, Caleb agreed. Eventually, everyone left, but not without the girls sharing more stories from their spa trip. Bye, girls. Skylar called out to them. Bye, gorgeous, they called back. I looked at her and laughed. Shut up. I'm charming, and you know it. Yes, I do. I winked at her. She blushed and headed upstairs. I walked up the stairs to see her tucking Asher in. Good night, Asher, she said, leaning down and kissing his forehead. Good night, son. I did the same, then crawled in beside Skylar in our bed. I love saying that. Son, my son, our son. It sounds so right. Good night, Axel. I love you, she said, snuggling up to my side. I pulled her closer and kissed her forehead. Good night, Skylar. I love you too, baby doll. I fell asleep with a smile on my face. Everything is perfect. I have my future wife in my arms and my son sleeping nearby. Asher will be a great alpha one day. Epilogue. Alex. Are you coming? It's your first day of school. My mom called me. Yes, Mom. I'm coming. I ran down the stairs only to find my brother Asher eating all of my breakfast. Hey, I yelled at him. He smirked before he took the last piece and ran off into the living room. I ran after him and almost ran over my uncle. Sorry, Uncle Carter, I said in a rush, then continued after Asher. I see Alex is getting her alpha werewolf speed under control. Uncle Carter said. Yes. She just shifted last week. My mom replied with a bright smile. How are Skylar and Axel? Uncle Spencer said, walking in. Good. They both replied, smiling. Now, where's my niece? Uncle Spencer. I yelled, running over to him. How do you like being 16? He asked me. Okay. I don't feel any different, well, besides the fact that I shifted last week. PFT. Being 18 is better. Asher said in a matter-of-fact tone. Whatever, I said, laughing, shoving his shoulder gently. Come on. I'll give you a ride to school, sis. He said nicely. Sweet. Thanks, Asher. I said, and I went to grab my book bag. Now remember, Asher. Keep a close eye on her and make sure she stays safe. Our dad said. Yes, Dad, Asher replied. And trust me, I know. I'm looking out for my little sis. You are only 2 years older than me. I laughed. I don't care. You are younger than me. I have to protect you. He said, puffing out his chest. Let's just go. I laughed at him. Today was the day. My first day of school, joy to the world. Note the sarcasm.